All right, ladies and gents, boys and girls, welcome back. It's me, Eddie, again, and I hope you guys are doing amazing as always. And Happy New Year! I'm finally back. That's right. This is the first stream of the year. Things had not been looking good for me for like the past week to 2 weeks. I know the last stream I did was a little bit ago at this point. I was playing some zombies with Joker. We were doing around 100 on Liberty Falls. I got like hit by one of the worst hits of influenza that I've ever experienced, I want to say. But finally I got out of that, and I'm feeling like I'm back at 100% now. And I'm really excited to be here. I thought we could do a pretty fun stream tonight of just chilling. I don't have anything in particular lined up to play. I don't think I've ever done a stream like this before where I just haven't played anything. I was thinking we could just do something where we kind of like recap the previous year, right? Just take a look at some of the awesome games that we played over the course of 2024, as well as some of the highlights, like clips and stuff like that. Because normally I do this kind of a thing in the form of a video that I upload to YouTube. But of course, like I announced not too long ago, I'm pretty much done with YouTube. I've effectively kind of, put that to bed, and I'm stepping away from it. So I figured that, in order to like not entirely lose what I absolutely love doing with all that YouTube stuff, I would kind of make the compromise of pursuing a lot of that in the form of the live stream still. So all the ancillary stuff that I would normally do, like making review videos and, making the ranking videos, for example, that I used to do, which is what today is gonna be like on stream. So like ranking all the games that I played the previous year, which we did for 2023 and 2. I figured instead of, spending a lot of time making those videos, writing them out, editing them, uploading them, all of that, I figured I'd just do that stuff via live stream. So this is going to be the first time doing something like that. Taking a look at all the 2024 stuff, just chilling, having a good time. This is a just chatting stream. I've literally never done one of these in all 5 years of me streaming, and we'll see how it goes. But welcome on in, Flamin'. Thank you so much for the 31 months, man. I really do appreciate that. Hope you've been well. I believe it's time I resub. I just got an erectile dysfunction cream ad just after my 24th birthday yesterday. Oh shit, yo, happy late birthday, man. Not looking good, boys. Lamau. No, dude, I appreciate you being here for freaking 31 months, man. Flamin's like a borderline OG. I remember when you first dropped into the channel when I was playing, we're talking about zombies right now, when I was playing Cold War, right, in 2020. Yeah, thank you for being here. That is hilarious. I haven't seen Twitch ads in a minute. Is that what they're showing now? Erectile dysfunction ads? I subscribed to Twitch Turbo. I've been subbed to it for like the past couple months. So I haven't caught any of those. What's up, Joker? How's it going, man? It's that dude. I'd love to stay and hang out, but I got a plane to hop onto. Oh shit. Hope you have a wonderful stream, sir. Thank you so much, man. And dude, have a safe flight. And a wonderful time wherever it is you're headed. I do appreciate tuning in while you're on the way to a flight. That means a lot. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Flamin' and Joker. Yeah, like I said, we're just gonna do a chill stream tonight. I don't know if I'm gonna be playing anything. Maybe I will later on. I don't have anything planned, that's for sure. Only plan is no plan. At least when it comes to gaming tonight. I don't know what we'll do when it comes to that, if we will do anything at all. I should mention that lately I have been, oh my god, man, like I have been feeling super zapped around this hour. So for context, it's 10 p.m. Eastern. It should have been 9 p.m. Eastern. I wanted to like come on here at 9. But this is what I'm saying, is that I've been feeling really tired around this period right now. I'll be in bed right now, straight up. Like, I wanted to stream yesterday, and I had a 9 p.m. Eastern stream planned, and I was feeling really tired at 6. So I was like, okay, let me set my alarm for 2 to 3 hours. And the next thing I know, I wake up, my alarm had been going off for hours trying to get me up at the time I set to stream, and it was already like 4 in the morning, man. I was like, how am I this tired? And then it hit me up. Maybe I might be feeling totally fine after my flu, but my body just needs a lot of rest. So it could have just been that, but it kind of hit me again tonight. I did the same thing. I took a little nap at like 7. I set an alarm for 2 hours, and I woke up at like, I almost missed it again. I woke up at 9:30. But I'm really glad I could finally make it tonight. Heading back to Colorado, work to catch on Monday. Had a wonderful vacation. So well worth. Nice, man. I love to hear it. Glad you had a good time. Yeah, I hope you guys had a wonderful holiday, right, during both Christmas break and New Year's. Hope you guys all had a wonderful, safe time. Like I said, unfortunately, I was out with the flu. My brother got it first, right? And then I got it. And that's never happened to me before. I thought I would be, like, I was barely close to him. You know, I was kind of keeping my distance a little bit. Just getting him groceries and stuff and leaving them on the counter and not going into his room and stuff. And lo and behold, I got exactly what he did. And I had a feeling it, like, a part of me thought it could have been because I went to the theater the same day to watch that new Nosferatu movie, which is kind of funny and ironic if you've seen the movie and know what it's about, because I was jokingly like, yo, it could have just been the movie being cursed because it's about the rat plague. I was like, I probably got the plague from the movie, man. But jokes aside, I was like, it could have been from someone in the theater, maybe, I don't know. But at the same time, my brother had the exact same flu that I did, so it was more likely from that, even though, I don't know, I was like barely near him. But yeah, I was out for a week. I normally never get sick, like, ever. So it was pretty surprising. I don't remember the last time I was... Well, I had a cold. No, that's not true. I didn't have a cold back in March. I forgot about that. Yeah, well, I was playing Rebirth. We're gonna go over that and everything, by the way. Gonna go over all the games. But yeah, before that, I cannot remember. Like, before 2024, can't remember the last time I got sick. If you change your mind, let me know. I'm down to join it if I can. Meanwhile, I'll be watching while playing Ark. Sounds good, Flamin'. Yeah, absolutely, dude. That could be fun. Yeah, I might... We'll see how I'm feeling. I might be in the mood for some zombies later on. I want to entirely write that off. That could be kind of fun. I tried doing... I should mention. Right, I tried doing a high round attempt while I was sick. I played a little bit of zombies. And I tried doing around 100 on Citadel, and I got pretty close. I got to like 96. It's actually really easy. So yeah, that reminds me. Maybe I should do another run of that. Maybe we could do it together. Try get to around 100 on that one. Should do it for like all the maps. I know I did around 100 with Joker the other day on Liberty Falls. That was really fun. Haven't done Terminus, so maybe one day we could tackle that. But yeah, I'd be down to run Citadel again tonight. We'll see if I do get around to playing. Yeah, anywho's, folks, I'd say, you know what? Just jump into this. We don't really... We can kind of go about this at a chill pace. Isn't it strictly... I'm not coming out at you guys tonight with some kind of rigid structure for how I'm going to go about any of this. Because you know what I figured? And I should mention this. Like... I don't do New Year's resolutions and stuff, but let's consider this one. All right. One of my goals for 2025, when it comes to the Twitch channel, right? And I have to preface that this is coming from a place of like, I'm going to be very, very busy. Like for the first year ever since I started streaming, like I'm going to be in a position where I really have to prioritize a lot of stuff off stream that is going to make me take a very different approach here to streaming. And that leads me to saying that one of my goals for this next year is, because I'm not going to be able to dedicate a lot of time to this hobby, which I used to be able to a ton with like the YouTube stuff, for example, which I'm no longer doing, and just like streaming very frequently, because I'm not going to be able to do that as much. And I don't think I'm going to be streaming super duper frequently this year. I think that the approach I'm going to take, my goal is to kind of have way more of a laid back, like chill approach, you know, maybe do more just chatting stream stuff like that. I don't want to put in way more effort than I need to, or like burn myself out in any way, because I'm already really swamped with things as is. So this stream, for example, like, yeah, we can chill. Like if something comes up, we want to talk about it for a long time, or if you guys want to mention some games or anything, like totally do that. You know, we're just chilling here, just vibing, just chatting. But yeah, the tiny bit of direction that I want the stream to have is, you know, we're gonna go over the games that I played this past year, and I'll show you guys what I kind of have planned here. So let's hop on over. I'm just gonna kind of scroll. So this is my Twitch page. Just going through all the games. Maybe check out some clips too. I have my clips tab open. Any funny clips and highlights and stuff. So basically what I'm saying is, you know, instead of as opposed to just doing something like, oh, let's sit down and make like a clips compilation or a clips reel and stuff. No, I'm just gonna like kind of come on here, chill, vibe, and we'll check it all out together, you know? I think that could be cool. I just want to do a lot more of that kind of stuff this year. Of, you know, whatever I would normally put a lot of effort into, do like a, you know, maybe a proper YouTube video or something. Just kind of create a live stream out of it and, you know, kind of do that on the fly and just vibe out. So yeah, I have my page open and we've scrolled all the way to the start of the year here. I think, yeah, just about here is where we started off 2024 with Final Fantasy VII. I should also mention I have another tab open of this website called Topsters. This is really cool. I did not know about this until not very long ago. Found out about this from my favorite streamer, Max Dude. So my plan was to, even though I'm not making a tier list video for YouTube, I was going to do a tier list on stream. Now for that, I would have had to upload my own images and stuff of, you know, like thumbnails of all the games I played, and then start ranking them and doing all the, you know, different rows, titling them and everything, which could probably end up, that would have taken a little minute. So I figured, you know what, instead, like, found out about this site, we can just look up literally any game that exists. So for example, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, my game of the year. I'm just gonna come out and say it because that's pretty obvious to anyone who's in this community, knows me for more than a day. You know, I cannot shut up about FF7, especially Rebirth that came out in 2024. Elephant in the room is that it is my favorite game of 2024. It's my game of the year. I even reviewed it for YouTube. So we'll start by putting it on here, I guess. Yeah, this is my number one game of 2024. So like that, you can like search up games. You can kind of like put them into these tiles that you can keep building up. Automatically ranks them. I think that's pretty phenomenal. So yeah, we'll start with that. Just as an example, and of course, a true example, if you will, because we're going to be doing that eventually anyway. But yeah, let's start at the beginning, right? Let's like recap not only the games I played, but, you know, kind of how I went about the channel in 2024. Like what, you know, what I was doing, what the angle was, what the plan was, all of that. So we started 2024 with FF7. Like I think 2024 was largely Final Fantasy VII themed. And a big part of the first quarter of that year was anticipatory, right? We were doing a lot of things to hype up Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's imminent release. And so therefore I played through a pretty vast amount of Final Fantasy VII's compilation, right? Starting with the original, of course, for the millionth time. Now I should add that I don't know if I'm going to be, like the way I'll be going about talking about these games that I played this year, my favorite games and stuff. I'll only be putting the ones on here that I haven't played before, that I've, like, you know, been playing, that I've played for the first time. FF7, of course, is my favorite game ever made. I played it many times, so probably not going to be putting this up here, right? I just want to like put my favorite games that I'd never played before. But yeah, we started with FF7. We had to celebrate the imminent release of Rebirth. We had to hype it up. We had to do all this anticipatory stuff, and I'm gonna mention Ragnarok again. It's his thumbnail's distracting me, dude. Even though it was a 2023 thing that we did to the, you know, towards the tail end of that year, it was so fucking good. This is still, guys, like the best free DLC of all time. One of the best, one of the top 3 DLCs of all fucking time, up there with Bloodborne Old Hunters. If you have God of War Ragnarok, if you have a PS5, if you don't have Ragnarok and you're interested in getting it, and you have a PS5, get this and then get the DLC. The DLC is free. You have no excuse not to play it. It should not be free. It's the only piece of media that I will probably say this about. It should not have been free considering what it was. All right, it's phenomenal. But anyways, that's a 2023 thing. I've already talked about that at length in my both, like, you know, just here and there on streams, and also in my 2023 rankings video, which you can check out on YouTube, which, by the way, I'll open up my channel. Maybe we can, like, not just look at stuff that happened on Twitch this past year, but also my YouTube channel, right? So yeah, we'll keep that open just in case. We'll do like a general recap of everything that happened on both Twitch and YouTube. So yeah, FF7 is what we started with, and this was a pretty exhaustive playthrough. I did this on the Switch. A whole bunch of stuff that I have done, you know, off stream, but also, yeah, I wanted to feature that all that stuff on stream as well, like all the side stuff going after, you know, like the weapons, like Ruby and Emerald, for example. It was a really, really fun playthrough. And yeah, like, there were also things I actually did not, that I did do on this playthrough that I'd never actually done off stream as well. Like getting every single limit for every character. That's not something that I had, believe it or not, ever done in Final Fantasy VII before. I think that's what this stream was about too. I remember we were like grinding in the sunken Galnica for a long time, trying to get all the limit breaks, like feature all of them, you know, get clips out of all of them. I think the idea was that I wanted to do as much as I could in FF7, just so that if I ever wanted to make like future videos on this game, I would have footage of every possible thing there is to do in the game, and then I would be able to make, you know, a video on it. So that was kind of awesome. I made sure to do as much as I could playing this video game. And of course, we fought Ruby and Emerald, and that's actually something else. Like I was saying that I'm pretty sure I'd done everything in this, but like I said, I don't think I did. For example, with the limit breaks, it's not something I actually had done before getting every single one of them, so that's what we did. But another thing was, I had fought him, but I never beaten him. I never beaten Emerald. And I realized that, and I keep forgetting that it wasn't until this playthrough that I finally destroyed him. Ruby I had fought before too many times. He's like, once you are super powerful and know their combinations and stuff with the summons and like mime and everything, like, so you use Hades here and you just completely nuke him the heck out, and then just use Knights of the Round. It's like a cakewalk. It's GG's. You just use mime and then do all that shit all over again. Yeah, Ruby's easy peasy. I forget what I did for Emerald. I think I did the same exact thing. I was like, yo, why don't I just try this strat on Emerald and just call it a day? And I think that's exactly what I did. I don't know where the Emerald part is, but it's in here somewhere. It's in here somewhere. It was a fun playthrough, man. Very exhaustive playthrough of Final Fantasy VII, like I said, and the most I've ever done in the game. And I was happy to be able to feature all that on stream. We also went through Remake again, right? I played this on easy mode as well because I just wanted to like feature the story, go through the story as much as I could, and go through it fast, right? Actually, that was the key thing. Was I think, like, yeah, when did we start this? February 4th. Yeah, dude, literally, I remember before I went into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I was worried that we would not have time, or I'm sorry, before I went into Final Fantasy VII Remake, I was worried we would not have time to finish this off before Rebirth came out. So I played it on easy mode, and it was definitely, well, easy. That's putting it mildly. Easy mode be easy. Wow, who would have thought? That was a fun playthrough, man. Like, Remake is, I could play it any amount of times. Well, depending, like, when is the question, right? I could play it any number of times, but how often? and how spaced out those playthroughs are, that's what you got to be asking. And for me at this point, anything remake, anything re-related with Final Fantasy VII Remake, Rebirth, I'm not going to do for a long time, let me tell you that, because, and we're going to talk more about that eventually when we get to Rebirth. But yeah, it's because I am freaking burned out to the wazoo from playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Right, that was like, that playthrough legit felt like it shaved years off of my life. I think I've have like close to 300 hours now or something like that, after everything's been said and done in the platinum run of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It requires a mondo number of hours to like sink in if you want to finish everything. And despite how goated, doted, lauded, modded, whatever the heck Final Fantasy VII is to me, and how incredible the remake series of games have been so far, yeah, even I can get burned out from too much of this stuff. So I think the next time I'm going to be playing anything related to this, before part 3 comes out, of course, before like what we're thinking is going to be 2027, right? It's probably going to be, yeah, around that. It's going to be doing the same thing, this anticipatory, you know, lead up, like playthroughs towards Final Fantasy VII Part 3, like Remake Part 3. But I'm going to be playing, I'll play Remake again, sure, but I'll also play Rebirth, but the PC version. And I know that's coming out literally in like a week, I think, or like 2 weeks at the latest. And believe you me, I'm like, there's a part of me that wants to freaking play the crap out of it, but then there's another part of me that's like, that shuts that down immediately, because it's like, yo, dude, what are you gonna do? Like, you've played every iota of Rebirth imaginable, man. Like, you're not gonna have fun. And then the part of me also wants to play is like, yeah, you're right, I'm not gonna have fun. It's gonna be cool for all of like 10 seconds, like witnessing the 60 FPS bells and whistles of it, right? Rebirth on PC, but then beyond that, it's just like, we've done everything, we're burned out, like, what are we doing with our time? So I'm waiting, man. I am taking my time. I'm letting Rebirth become a memory, right? Which Sephiroth doesn't want to be. It'll never be a memory. Well, Rebirth will be a memory, okay? It's gonna be a memory, and in like 3 years, when it's way, like, you know, far enough away of a memory, like a distant enough of a memory, that's when we're gonna like hit it up again and play through it as a hype up thing for part 3. But anyways, yeah, we played through Remake before Rebirth came out. We did on easy mode, and it turned out we had more than enough time, because then we also did, in one stream, by the way, I remember this. I remember I think Ian was the only person watching me play FF7 Remake last year, and he was kind of like, he ended up liking the series, and he was getting on board with it too, and learning the characters in the world. And I remember he was like curious to see Crisis Core when I mentioned that there's a prequel. So I was like, you know what? Oh, we have enough time. I have a crazy busted. So for those of you who saw my Crisis Core reunion playthrough in 2022 when it came out, you'll know this is another game I spent eons playing. Right, I poured like millions and millions of hours into this, getting all the achievements, trophies. I did all the missions, fought Minerva on hard mode, which was one of the hardest boss fights I've ever done. So I had a file here that I took into New Game Plus, like 3 or 4, whichever cycle, where Zack was absolutely sauced out, like he was a god at this point. And it's hilarious because he's the most OP guy in existence. And I think, again, I chose easy mode for this playthrough, just so I could do the entirety of Crisis Core in one sitting in one stream, which is kind of like crazy to think about that that's even possible. Like, knowing how much Crisis Core can, well, actually I don't think there's an easy mode, there's just normal and hard. So yeah, like I went through it on normal, but if you're not overpowered enough, normal can like take a lot out of you. It'll force you to do missions and everything to get strong. But like, no, we were so cracked out as Zack after many New Game Plus cycles and like insane materia combinations for beating Minerva and stuff. So we ended up finishing this in like 9 hours, and it was pretty awesome. So yeah, again, this is more of a like, these are more of just celebratory like story streams for Final Fantasy VII. Just trying to like feature the story leading up to Rebirth, And of course, because we had like, what date was this? Because I remember Rebirth came out on like the 28th or 29th, right? Yeah, and then we played Crisis Core like on the 15th, I think it was. So yeah, we had like 2 weeks straight up before Rebirth came out. I was like, okay, what am I going to do in that amount of time? And some of you can already tell from the thumbnails what it is that we did. And for those of you who know, you know that I was probably a little teensy tiny bit regretful of what we did, because we played Dirge of Cerberus. For those of you who don't know, that is the black sheep of the Final Fantasy VII compilation. Right, well, it's definitely, it's one of the experiences of all time. One of the experiences that you can experience playing something in the Final Fantasy VII franchise. And it's hilarious that we stopped here while scrubbing through at the moment, because I remember at this part, and I remember like Ian was also in the chat, and I was like, literally, I think he responded. I remember having this conversation. I was like, dude, Dirge is not that bad of a game. And like, granted, it is, you could tell it's only like less than an hour into the game. I was like, this is super PS2 coded and in a good way, right? It seems kind of fun. It seems kind of cool. We're playing as Vincent. The shooting doesn't feel awful. It's a little bit responsive. Did I mention that over here anywhere, or was it afterwards? Because yeah, I remember like I said it, and Ian was like in the chat was like, yeah, because I was gonna say it doesn't look too bad. But yeah, that's essentially what my thoughts were, and then you can see my thoughts visibly changing upon my countenance. And over the course of the game, it just started getting jankier and jankier. But the nice thing about Dirge is that it's like a fun bad game, right? It's one of those games that's fun bad. It's not just bad, it's at least you can have a good time if you're playing it on stream and you got like fun folks to like, you know, chat with while playing it, poking fun at it and stuff like that. It's more of a fun bad experience instead of just like purely miserable, even though there were times that it bordered on that and I was like, I think I'm done, man. I want to stop this. Like, this is torturous. Yeah, like it doesn't have a lot going for it. It really doesn't. And it's one of those that I really do hope that, you know, given how Square Enix did a remaster of Crisis Core, which, by the way, they did a freaking phenomenal job of, and I want to say that this game, Crisis Core Reunion, should serve as like a template for how to do a remaster, like a proper high-quality polished remaster. I really hope one day they take a crack at Dirge of Cerberus, because it's a game that needs one, right? It absolutely could benefit from touching up. Right, don't redo the story, don't do any, like, I know the story's ass in this game, but the thing I like about Crisis Core, even though the story was nowhere near as bad as Dirge of Cerberus is, the fact that the game, like the way the developers approached the remaster situation of it by like embracing all of its flaws narratively, but at the same time elevating the actual gameplay experience, that's what I want to see more of. I think that's way more impressive than trying to like completely upheave the identity of a game, right? I think there should be a balance of like, let's retain like the purity of like the spirit of what we have here, despite how, you know, like not so serviceable it may be, while touching up a lot of the actual gameplay elements that might have been less than stellar, or a lot of the mechanics that might have been less than stellar. I think that's the best way to approach it. So I hope that, and after playing Dirge of Cerberus, that's what I was hoping they would do someday, like a Dirge of Cerberus Reloaded. Now that would be a cool concept. But yeah, this is a nice opportunity too to also just go over to my YouTube channel and let you guys know that I actually did review Dirge. I've reviewed like every single one of these games pretty much that we're going to be talking about tonight, but I saw my Dirge review like a month or 2 months ago, so not very long ago relatively. And yeah, I'm pretty proud of this one. Like, it's fun to watch one of your older videos. Oh, sorry. Oopsies, oopsies. It's fun to watch, like... Oh, come on.
Normally it wasn't long ago that Final Fantasy VII...
There we go. YouTube being finicky. It's fun to watch. It's a weird feeling watching one of your old videos, because at that point, when it's an old video, it was like 10 months ago, you forget like 90% of what you did and said, and what you wrote for the video, what you said in the video, all of that kind of stuff. So it feels like someone else's video, and then you can watch it like very objectively. And yeah, I'm happy with how it turned out. Like I'm not a funny person at all,
10 days away,
but I actually laughed.
I
hope this doesn't sound narcissistic or something. I like laughed at certain parts of this. Like I was pretty happy with the jokes I made out of Dirge, and like the pokes the jabs I took at the game. This is pretty much my only like didn't like it negative sort of review of 2024. It's the only bad game I played that year. But I had so much fun. And I remember this wasn't very long after another bad game that I reviewed, which is Walking Dead Destinies at the end of 2023. And then, yeah, I did my rankings videos, you can see there. This is so much fun to do.
I played the demo.
Oh, God.
Sorry about that. Bad throat. As I was about to say before my awful cough, I played Dirge of Cerberus. And I hate myself.
Oh yeah, I love this. Yeah, when it like the editing was so fun in this video.
Past weekend I took a leap of faith as everyone's favorite.
I don't know if you guys caught this, Dirge. So I took the definition of Dirge from Google, and I was like, I changed the very bottom of it.
Yes, you heard me correctly. This past weekend I took a leap of faith as everyone's favorite Crimson wannabe vampire, Vincent Valentine, into what is unanimously considered to be the absolute worst game within the compilation of Final Fantasy VII. That being Dirge of Cerberus, of course. Now to some of you...
Yeah, this is a fun video to work on. Yeah, so I think some like, we gotta check out some clips too, right? God, I made so many clips in 2024. Oh my god, we got like Elden Ring DLC as well. Jeez, we got a lot to talk about tonight. Holy man, am I still going through Final Fantasy VII Rebirth clips? Jeez, I think like, yeah man, I made a metric butt ton of FF7 Rebirth clips this past year. Crazy business. Like I think like when I look back on my time streaming in the far future, like definitely Rebirth is going to be like one of the biggest highlights of my time here because of the sheer amount of content that came out of it. Is Elden Ring worth it? Absolutely, yeah. I think so. I would definitely recommend it to just about anyone, really, because it's not just the most ambitious game that From Software made, but it's like the most accessible one. I think it was made with accessibility in mind, for sure. I'm trying to get people on board who haven't played the Soulsborne games before into the Soulsborne subgenre. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that exactly as I was saying that. Yeah, even if you can't get into Bloodborne, like the way Elden Ring is designed is specifically not just for like fans of those games, but also for people who want to get into those kind of games, but haven't had like a good starting point for them, because a lot of the other games, like pretty much every other game besides Elden Ring that From Software have made, kind of just thrust the player into the world and, you know, kind of showcase everything as being a grueling challenge, right? The players are immediately presented with a lot of grueling challenges. But with Elden Ring, because it's open world and you have like so many different avenues and places to explore and approach, you don't necessarily have to kind of like beeline it via one path of just, you know, consistent obstacles. Like if you get stuck, you can go somewhere else and explore. If you know, you can grind, you can get you can get stronger, and then you can come back and face whatever's difficult. Like there are portions of that game, because of its open world design, where you could kind of just not have to worry about things being too difficult, which is like the major issue for a lot of people who want to get into these games but have a tough time doing so. So I would 100% recommend Elden Ring, because you will be able to get into this game that will expose you to the highlights of the Soulsborne games of like, you know, once you beat a boss, you get that unparalleled rewarding feeling, which is amazing. But you'll be able to get there a lot more easily, for sure. It's still as difficult as the other games, but it's not as immediately difficult. It won't be like giving you an ultimatum of you either do this or you don't play the game at all. Right? You either do this boss fight, you either do this challenge, or you don't play at all. Like, you have a lot more leeway with Elden Ring. So it's not just an amazing game, it's not just the culmination of everything they worked on over the past like 10 years before the game, but it's also the most accessible one. So yeah, it's incredible. I highly recommend it, especially if you're interested in getting into those games. Like, yes, I should say I would only recommend it if you're like looking to get into the Soulsborne series of games, or that, you know, subgenre or style of games. But if you're not, I don't know if I would recommend it, to be 100% honest, because besides maybe the world building and the lore, there's no whole lot to like look forward to. And like, even with the lore and world building, that's like kind of a flimsy reason to recommend Elden Ring to someone. I think first and foremost, you should be recommending the game to people on the basis of the combat system and open world design and the level of challenge. Like, it's a very challenging game. But if you're recommending it based on, oh, the lore is really cool, well, like, you're not going to understand what the hell is happening on your first time playing it. Like, no one is, right? That's just the way these games are designed. It's like, they're very cryptic. You got to like learn the story through item descriptions and all these like, you know, vague sort of models. But anyways, yeah, I'm excited to talk about Elden Ring later down the line on the stream. But I remember this clip. I opened the clips tab because we're talking about Dirge. I like how, I think this is the only clip I made of Dirge Cerberus, and it's really the only clip that one ought to make out of that game.
Good. The end. Good. I'm glad it's over. I mean, usually when nightmares end, they don't explicitly tell me like that, but I can appreciate that. I can appreciate it.
Yeah, that's the only review you need of Dirge Cerberus. So that said, let's move on. I hope Dirge gets a remaster or something in the future. That would be cool. I don't want to give up on it. It's just like, we don't give up on things around here. Dirge is like, don't give up on us, baby. And I'm like, yeah, no, like, we'll it's like that song. We'll come through, we'll pull through, or however it goes. I ain't giving up on you. But yeah, then after Dirge, you got like the biggest palate cleanser in the form of Rebirth's demo, baby. I actually kind of forgot about this. Yeah, this happened. When did the demo come out relative to the final release? Was it like a week before? It says we played this on the 21st of February. And then, and by the way, let me scroll down a bit so you can see this. Played this on the 21st of Feb. And then it's on the 29th. Oh, you know what it was? The Nibelheim demo. Yeah, the Nibelheim demo came out a week before the final release of Rebirth. The Junon demo came out 2 weeks before Rebirth, but I didn't play it. I waited. I remember now, actually. Good shit. I usually don't have the best memory when it comes to this kind of stuff. This is the exact day the Junon demo came out when we were playing Remake. It was the 6th of February. And I remember at the beginning of this stream, I was like, I'm not going to be playing it because I want to wait until part 2 of the demo, and then I want to play both of those at once. Because if I play it now, I'm just going to be too sad that the game isn't out yet. It's the same reason I haven't actually played Hades in alpha state yet. Like, I refuse. I know it's amazing. I know it's been getting 10 out of 10s. I know people are saying this has more content than most full games do. But nope. I am not playing Hades until the full damn thing is out. Hades 2. So it was the same thing with this. To a much lesser degree, obviously, because the game was right around the corner anyway. Played the demo. And then 1 week later, it happened. The game of my dreams. And I am really happy with this little intro I made for my very first stream of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I was inspired by, once again, my favorite streamer, Max Dude, who made like a little like sort of like tribute sort of thing at the start of his playthrough of his journey leading up to Rebirth. He did the same thing for Remake, and I was like, yo, I'm like, I can resonate with this so much. I want to do the same thing.
He's a face cam.
Yo,
holy fucking shit.
So let me do that. This is the result.
I have no idea what to expect. I still can't believe this is actually happening. This is gonna hit me hard emotionally.
We started with me playing Remake for the first time
this moment
back in 2020.
Even if this is the last game I ever stream.
Amazing, incredible, beautiful universe. This is my journey leading up to Rebirth over like a period of 4 years. Like the stuff I did related to FF7 on the YouTube channel, stuff I did on Twitch, like clips and stuff. Playthrough. And then this is my intro in general of Rebirth in any way, shape, or form. And I gotta like thank you guys so much for the support on this stream too. We had some like a crazy number of people tuning in because you guys know about my love for FF7 Rebirth. I remember a lot of you guys are dropping in with the good vibes, like resubs and
oh my god,
subs
I couldn't
and
be
stuff.
more wrong. This
and
is not
it really made my night. I remember we had like a hype train too.
Speaker like all the. I think I can.
And then this happened. Of course, I had like an audio problem of like all days it could have happened. And let me put my background music on again. I was unable to route. Like we had a weird ass issue of like. We were getting music audio, but no dialogue audio from the PS5. Never had seen that problem before in my entire life. Of course, it had to be something weird and scuffed like that. And it took me like a freaking hour to fix, man. Yeah, and I was like so nervous the whole time. And I had to like resort to, because I've played this VOD back for like, I played it back every now and again ever since the actual stream happened, and the audio was really bad for the game because I had to resort to using a headphone jack. I had to like connect that from my PS5 to the from the controller to my mixer, so I had to route everything to the controller into the mixer, and that really dampened the quality of the audio. So it was a pretty bad quality stream when it came to audio, and that kind of sucks in hindsight considering this was my very first stream of Rebirth. On my end though, it sounded fine, but on the streams it was it could have been better, but we still ended up playing. It was so fun, and thankfully just the fact that this game was so magical completely overrode like any and all issues I might have been having at the start. And I'm just trying to like scrub through to the part that like my jaw was just wide open. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Yeah, I was when you're going into the open world. And I made a clip out of this too, but you can stick around for the real deal since it's longer.
It's barely hanging on.
What's up, Trax? Welcome on in, man. Hope you're having a lovely one. Happy New Year. Both our first streams are cursed. Yeah, man. I was so like nervous. I didn't think I would actually end up fixing the problems. I'd never seen anything like it before. Of like, okay, the audio's not working, but like not all of it is scuffed. That's like even worse than if, you know, all of it were scuffed, because then at least you would know, okay, I got to do something minor here to fix this audio issue. But it was the fact that it was just the dialogue that wasn't coming through that made me, yeah, that just threw me for a loop. I was like, what the hell do I do? I have no clue. So I just had this knee-jerk reaction to it, and it just completely killed the audio quality. And maybe like you guys will be able to hear what I'm talking about. It sounds like something out of a phone.
Guess I still have a lot to learn.
Alright, it's not horrible.
For starters, how do we cross these plains?
It's not horrible, but it could be better.
Easy. The same way you get anywhere.
But yeah, this part right here.
And start walking. Left, your left, right.
I guess we won't be coming back anytime soon.
Fuck. Sorry. Let me play cards.
What? Oh,
And buy
okay.
that sword.
I totally forgot about that. I didn't finish all the card games. I didn't finish all the Queen's Blood games at this point in the game.
Baby, give me this open world.
And there
That fuck was left field. That was
first
funny.
step on our new journey. You coming? Yeah.
Of course we are.
In multiple ways, Aerith. In multiple ways right now. Holy shit.
All right, let's get this show on the road, people.
Such a good game. I'm still
Oh
smiling.
my god.
I love that.
I'm sorry, game. I see words. I'm not processing them. I'm not processing them. Just let me run through what I'm seeing on the left of the screen right now. Please, game.
It's still, it feels like I'm playing again for the first time. It's just been a while, right?
Holy shit.
This is such a good moment. This is so good. When you like your first
Okay,
official
game. It's
time
like
going
crap
out
things,
into
I get
the
it.
overworld.
Also run through fields of green that we have been waiting eons to see. In FF7 Remake, we made it, guys. We're in the open world of
So
Gaia.
cool.
Holy shit. So pretty.
That was such a magical moment. Definitely like top 10 moments for me in video games. 100%. Yeah, it was such a good game, man. You know a game is special when like I'm not even playing it right now, but just like watching that and reliving that moment, I was just smiling, man. Like anything I witnessed in this game it just makes me smile. It's just so, if you're a fan of the original, if you love the world, if you love the characters, like the mythos of Final Fantasy VII, you just can't help but like have a good time. It just fills you with so much serotonin, and that's essentially what this whole playthrough was. I couldn't believe just how much there was to do, how much fan service there was, but how well it was executed upon, and how that permeated not just like the characters and their interactions, but also like the gameplay, like being able to go to Tifa's house and play the piano, but then that actually being a mechanic
I'm gonna look this up. I
that
refuse to believe it's a demo only.
shut up, that stayed throughout the entire experience, right? Throughout the entire game, you could unlock sheet music and different iconic themes and play them in different like spots and different parts of the world and different pianos and stuff. And the freaking like Queen's Blood card game being as crazy cool as it was, like literally the best card game I played in my goddamn life in any video game. And I hate card games, by the way. I do not like card games or board games. I won't lie. Absolutely nothing about this game's gameplay experience took the backseat in any way. It was fucking exceptional from start to finish. I couldn't believe how good it was. I actually thought they wouldn't be able to do it. I thought that like I anticipated I would enjoy a big part of it, but I had my concerns going in. I was concerned that there would be some pacing issues, kind of like with Final Fantasy VII Remake. There was a bit of story padding there. I was concerned that because of the direction they're going with the story, of there being this new plot with, you know, timelines and everything like that, that the narrative here would, especially like the iconic parts we were looking forward to from the original, I thought some of those would take the back seat in exchange for this new plot that they're weaving in. But literally all of my concerns, all of my worries about that kind of stuff were quelled, or put to rest. Like when you see stuff like my god, like this is one of the moments that affirmed to me that everything was going to be okay. This was one of my absolute favorite streams of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Where am I trying to go here? Here we are. The Cosmo Canyon portion, and then going through the Cave of the Gi and seeing all this stuff with Red 13. This freaking like boss fight with Gi Natak and, you know, Red 13 and Barret too. Like, just so much stuff. Like, I was like, this scene, man, the fact that it gave me the same emotional response out of all my dozens of playthroughs of the original game The fact I felt the exact same way about it here, like this was one of the moments that absolutely quelled a lot of my concerns about anything to do with the story and the way they approach it, all of that. Like I was like, they understand, they understood the assignment. They freaking understood the assignment, and they passed it with flying colors. And I have fewer concerns going into part 3 of the remake saga, the conclusion of the remake saga, than I did going into this game. And that is ultimately my greatest commendation for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and is why it is where it is here as my #1 game of the year. It was gonna happen anyway, I think, of course, right? FF7's my favorite game. I knew that this game would largely be amazing, but the fact that it was even more amazing, that they went further beyond, way further than I thought they would, with how freaking magical this ended up being. It's just, it's in goated status as a result. It's not just in awesome status, it's in like goated legendary status. It's one of the best games of all time. Do you like the newer FF, like the teens, 15, 16, 17, etc.? I can't remember how high they are right now. Yeah, so the latest one is 16. I have mixed feelings. I haven't played 15, which reminds me, I was doing a Final Fantasy, and we're going to get to this eventually too in this stream. I was doing a Final Fantasy marathon of all the games I hadn't played. So that includes like the first 6, number 8, 10, 10, 12, because we don't count 11, 14. I'm not going to play the MMOs. But yeah, 10, 12, and then 15, 13, and 15. I stopped at 4, but I'm excited to pick it up again with 5, and then play 6 and 8 and stuff, and then 15, and all the other games in between that I haven't played. But I have played 16. I played it last year, and I know not a lot of people like this new direction that the modern Final Fantasies have been going, because they've deviated very heavily from that formula they've gotten used to. Maybe it has to do with the gameplay, so like the turn-based stuff. Maybe it has to do with some of the storytelling stuff going on. Final Fantasy definitely has like a very unique identity nowadays, like modern FF. And 16 is like the epitome of that. My personal opinion towards the game, I thought it was good overall. Like when I reviewed the game back before I was doing like my review system without numbers, and I was still doing like a numeric scale, I gave it an 8 out of 10. The reason it wasn't higher, the reason it wasn't like a 9, was because it did have a lot of issues that I would say old school Final Fantasy games aren't guilty of, that they don't have. And most of those issues had to do with the gameplay. Like, the game had this problem where it didn't know where to commit. It didn't know if it wanted to be more of an action game, and it didn't know if it wanted to be more of a... It didn't know if it wanted to be an action game or more of a RPG was the issue. It had RPG mechanics, but they were very shallow. So there was basically no customization for like... There was barely any customization for the characters. There was no concept of like, okay, you have like a fire enemy, maybe you can put on like, if you use like water spells or something like that, this enemy will take more damage. Or there's maybe a ring or a sword you can use that'll deal more damage, to whereas this kind of like there's no form of like strategizing, which was a big thing for me. There was very little strategizing in it. And there were like the RPG mechanics was very shallow, and I also didn't like that there was very little challenge being posed by the game. I wish it was a little more challenging. I wish I was more challenged by it at times, which is, by the way, this game like did not have that issue in the slightest. Like, if there's one issue that this game could not have been further from having, it was in a decent degree of challenge and difficulty. If anything, there were points in this game where I was like, this shit is too hard, but I'm not gonna say it because I'm a freaking coward, all right? I'm a real gamer. I'm putting my big boy pants on. I'm gonna get through this. But God, do I want to like scream at the top of my lungs that this shit is fucking hard. That's what FF7 Rebirth was. Every issue I had with 16, this game quelled. And this is the perfect... I think that, like, honestly, going forward, Square Enix, they need to decide between 2 games that they're gonna like use as a template and like a point of reference for how they're gonna make the next like next couple games down the line. I hope to God that it's this game that they choose. That 7 Rebirth is the one they use as a point of reference. It is the perfect amalgamation of old school Final Fantasy and modern Final Fantasy. It modernizes everything it ought to be modernized in a way that doesn't betray the core concepts that you would expect from a more classic RPG. Like this game fucking they understood the assignment with flying colors with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I would hope that they infuse more of this game into what they do down the line. But yeah, Final Fantasy 16, it was good, but it had a lot of problems. It had a lot of issues. I think the action felt amazing. It did. It was like really responsive, really smooth. It tapped into that, you know, Devil May Cry-esque energy of like, you know, you were basically trying to push yourself beyond your own limits and come up with really cool combos and flashy looking moves and maneuvers and stuff. And I thought the story was pretty awesome as well. I think like the world and story and setting they created, now that stuff, like, I don't think betrayed the spirit of Final Fantasy. I think if anything, the world and story were as Final Fantasy coded as it could have possibly been. Maybe not to the limit, because of course Final Fantasy's always been kind of like, at the end of the day, and like the stories and worlds have been given this inhibitor of like, we want to be mature but not too mature, and they've never been like, you know, 18 plus. But Final Fantasy 16 was the first to actually go that route and was like very gritty, mature, Game of Thrones-esque, and I loved that whole angle it had going for it. I loved Clive, I loved the main characters, all of that. Maybe towards the end things got a bit weird. I didn't like the main villain, right? I didn't like Ultima, but I thought the ways in which they incorporated all the mainstays of like, you know, chocobos and like, what was, he had to like use the raise spell to get Ultima's race like back to Zenith, essentially. Like the way it incorporated all the iconic bells and whistles of Final Fantasy, I thought it was like very creatively done. So yeah, the story and combat were great, but like there were a lot of the stuff surrounding that you would expect from a Final Fantasy, like let alone an RPG, I think left a lot to be desired. So that was my opinion on 16. And yeah, like you said, the newer ones, that's my perspective when it comes to the newer games, but this is also a newer game. So I won't say that that's like those thoughts of mine are like a blanket over all of them. It's just for 16. And like I said, I hope that going forward, Square Enix, having now played Rebirth and 16 2 years back to back, which is crazy if you think about it, by the way, but like Final Fantasy fans were getting good these past 2 years. I really hope they choose Rebirth as a template moving forward. And I should add, I say this like not as, you know, a like ride or die FF7 fan. I'm trying to distance myself from that as I say this. I'm saying this with like objectively as possible, no emotions attached. I think that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth truly is the like pinnacle of modern Final Fantasy. Like they've actually struck gold with the formula here, and they captured lightning in a bottle. Max said the exact same thing when he was doing his music reaction stream. Game feels like Final Fantasy Ultra. Yeah, it like, I think Final Fantasy 16 had like a weird, like the best way to describe it for me is like it had like an identity crisis problem. Like there were times you could tell it wanted to be Devil May Cry, and there were times you could tell it wanted to be like Rebirth or something, you know, like a, oh, you're talking about Rebirth, my bad. Game feels like Final Fantasy Ultra. Yeah, I thought you were talking about 16 and like how it doesn't know where to like commit. But wait, what's Final Fantasy Ultra? I don't know if I've heard of that one. Music reaction stream. Yeah, dude, I gotta like play some music as well from FF7 Rebirth, because that's the other thing. Oh, I see. It's just like an expression. So it's like the ultimate. Okay, I see what you're saying. So that's why it's like what I'm saying here. It's like the ultimate FF. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I think this is peak like Final Fantasy. Like they've absolutely, like this is the way to go forward, is with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But yeah, I'm glad you brought up the music, or mentioned the music reaction stream, because that reminds me, you gotta talk about the music as well. And I mean, I'm going to anyway, so I'm glad, like, there would have been a point where I'd been forced to, and I wouldn't have forgotten, because we're gonna obviously talk about like the orchestra that I got to go to, which was a freaking breathtaking experience. Like I was mentioning when I was talking about it originally, I've never been to anything like that before in my entire life. The music in this game was out of this world. Hold on, let me change the background music to something I do have readily available from FF7 Rebirth. That has been stuck in my head and has never left, but hey, you know what? That is a good problem to have. Where are you? Where, oh, where? There we go, that's more like it. Yeah! You know a game has a goated soundtrack when a fucking dog barking a dog barking is peak. When a dog barking is peak, you know that this game has a soundtrack you're never gonna forget. So good, man. Like this has never left my head. I heard it once, never left my head. And it's a dog barking. Did I mention that? Battle theme for this is the peak shit. Yeah, like the battle variation. And hearing this in the orchestra was so good. It was like out of this world. It had no right going as hard as it did. Like they had, and the coolest part is I did not realize until they played this song that they had choirists as well in the back row, because I couldn't see them from where we were sitting in the mezzanine up top. But they had choirists the entire time, and when they announced that they were going to be playing this next, I was like, how's that gonna, like, are they gonna do the barking, or gonna do the bow wow wows? Because like there are no vocalists, are there? But there were, and it was so sick. And it was like the most wholesome thing ever. Stamp battle theme, yeah, we gotta listen to this as well. This is also some peak shit. Oh, oops. There you go. You did the wrong one. The battle themes are so good. Every theme was so good. Like I said, my favorite ones were Stamp's theme, so like the regular version of this, and God, the bow wow wows, man. And the what was it? This, man. Oh my goodness. Hell yeah. It's still here. Some of these have been getting nuked on YouTube, but God. How, like, and I know like this wasn't even one of the themes by, it wasn't even one of the original themes from OGFS7. It was one of the ones by Hamozu, I believe the gentleman's name was. Masashi Hamazu, and there's another individual as well. But those two dudes are legends. I know they were like responsible for the Collapsed Highway theme as well in Remake, and they continued cooking here with this game. And I think Stamp's theme too is what they did as well, one of them. So peak, man. I have chills listening to it again. And the battle variation for this is even better. Song just screams are going on an adventure and it's gonna be wild. Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. I couldn't believe it. And when you like come across the first enemies here, the I think they're like the blue fireballs, and like the battle variation kicks in. I wasn't even able to concentrate on what to do in the battle. That shit was just, I was like vibing. Like the music's so good it's distracting. Like you can't focus on playing the damn game. It's so badass. Oh my god, like we gotta, dude, we gotta listen to it from the beginning though. Come on. There we go. It has no right going as hard as it does. Like, How is this game's soundtrack even real, honestly? That part is so good. Like when the vocals kick in and then it just like swells into this. Jesus. It's been so long. Like I was listening to this shit religiously when this game came out. I was obsessed. But like driving and stuff. It's been a minute. I love it when it's been a minute. You haven't heard a song you really like and it just hits like a freaking truck again. So good. Battle on the Big Bridge is like the ultimate piece of music for me in this game. The Gilgamesh battle. I gotta look that one up again. Well, I agree. Gus's themes are the ultimate have no right going this hard. Gus's theme was pretty amazing too. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, this is good. I think this is when you fight Gilgamesh for the first time, right? In his realm. I have heard all of them, yeah. There's just some that I remember better than others that like stood out to me more that are like my personal favorites and everything. So yeah, there's some that I'll be listening to that I'll be like, oh yeah, that's what that sounded like. Because I just haven't heard it since I played the game. Oh yeah, this part. God, and I think it's the same when you fight him in VR. I listened to this too many times is because Gilgamesh was so difficult in the VR battles. So I was stuck fighting him for so long. Phase 2 transition is amazing, yeah. Part where it plays his theme, part that's like the leitmotif is really good. Yeah, this is pretty sick. Every time the game like transitions with the cutscenes into like the next phase of the fight and the music's changing too is so badass. Wild part, this is a pure copy of the FF5 song. I was gonna say, yeah, like I think this is his theme from FF5, right? Like I haven't played FF5 yet, but I'd imagine because that's the game where he's introduced and everything. Like that, this is throwback to his OG theme. So cool. It's actually kind of awesome that the next FF I have to play is the one that introduces Gilgamesh. That's pretty sick. This is a good theme. What was another really good one? There's so many amazing themes in this game, bro. That, like, you honestly just kind of forget some of them. There are just so many unexpected bangers. Corneo. Was it this one, the Coliseum fight? Bro, I forgot about this. Oh, shit. That is actually good. I completely forgot about this. Honestly, I forgot about the fight itself. I won't lie to you. Yeah, when he's like on top of like Abzu. Was that before you fight the Turks and then Rufus? I think it is, right? Guy Nautuk's theme was amazing too. That's right. Gus, I remember this. I actually remember watching this on Max's stream, his music reaction stream. Someone uploaded a fight, like, or, sorry, a video where it's just Gus dancing for like 10 hours or something. Fight for the naming rights? Oh yeah, that's true. That's what the fight was called. Yo, Pickle, what's up, man? How's it going? Happy New Year, man. Just vibing out to some Rebirth music, just checking out all the games I played through, celebrating the year that was 2024. This is so sick. Yeah, I remember watching this on Max's stream. He was like, the dude was basically just mind blown. I didn't remember this theme either because it just plays in such a small part of the game, like such an in the moment portion of it. So glad you feel better, man. Thanks, dude. Yeah, me too. Got awfully lonely. There wasn't shit to do. That's what it felt like for me, man. Honestly, like when I was sick. Sucks. Like I normally never get sick. Can't remember the last time I was sick. On the battle theme of this, holy shit. Was there like a battle variation? Sound of Gus. Oh, is that when you fight in his underground, like... his, like, illicit underground thingy-mabobber he had? Go back, it's in that? Oh, my bad. They, like... Oh, true, here it is. Yeah, Arena Gus tunes. It just fucking speeds up them. Yeah, I think it's the exact video Max is watching. It's the arena battle. There was one really annoying fight in his underground fighting pit. I remember. I think it was, I remember playing as Aerith. I think it was like one of the Aerith battles. And you had to fight like the fireball before it became really big and exploded and like one-tapped her. I remember having like a struggling longer than I needed to on that fight. Dude, the arena, like, trials and challenges in this game across the multiple different ones that there were so fun in hindsight. Some of them were fucking brutal. Especially the hard mode ones. But god, were they rewarding. They were so good. Especially the Gold Saucer one. Or the Gold Saucer ones. Have you heard the Corneo Cactuar theme? The Cacneos? Probably. I probably have, yeah. So I did pretty much like everything in the game. Like I platinumed it. So I think I even know that, like, that is that the as a Cactuar fight in the Coliseum? I think, or no. It's before he runs away, right? In the desert? Is that the scene you're talking about? Let me just look it up, actually, yeah. Corneo Cactuar. It is a Coliseum, gotcha. Oh, it's called Cacneo? Oh, man. Did no one upload it? Oh. Legend. Legend spotted. I love these titles, by the way, so that the videos don't get taken down. Oh my god, it's this one. Holy shit. Immediately recognizable from, like, the funky ass, like, tune at the beginning. It's not even one of my favorites, but, like, just how, like, inventive and imaginative they are with the instrumentals. This gives me chills, man. You could just... like, the amount of passion and care they had when it comes to this game's soundtrack, it just like oozes through in the music. You can tell how much fun they were having.
1, 2, Sabo.
I fucking forgot just how fun this game's soundtrack was.
1, 2, Sabo.
Yeah, like, when you listen to this kind of shit in hindsight, it's like no surprise whatsoever at all that this game won best soundtrack. There's no question about it. There's no questioning it. Yo, Jay, welcome on in, man. Thank you for the DPS. I got you. Drink, posture check, and stretch. So good. Was this the really annoying Cactuar fight? Or was it no, that was a different one. There's one really annoying Cactuar fight in this game where you have to fight like 20 of them at once. I think it was for like the Shinra middle manager like fight or something. I was stuck on that one for a good bit. Yes. This is becoming a music appreciation stream, which, hey, I ain't gonna complain. Any opportunity I can get to like celebrate Rebirth and talk about it, I'm gonna snag it. And then like today's like the best day because that's exactly what we're doing is we're celebrating all the games we played in the entire year and everything. I remember you were super into Palmer's theme. That was a good one. This whole part of the game, weirdly to me, was more funny than anything, though, because, like, even though it's, like, really high octane, just, like, trying to tap in all this, like, badass energy and all this, like, crazy-ass shit going on at the same time, the reason it was amusing to me was because it's happening after, like, one of the most emotionally charged moments of the game with Dine's death. Which, obviously, you know in the original when that happens, it's really slow and somber, and then it just cuts to, like, you getting the buggy, and that's it. But in this, all this, like, crazy freaking Michael Bay shit ends up happening after Dine dies. Like, you just don't get a moment to breathe. And then Elena with her freaking ice cream bar and everything. Like, this game was just vibing, man, at this point. Like, if you were to tell me, like, you'd be fighting Palmer and you'd be, like, fucking twerking on top of a machine of death after Dine died before this game came out, I would have been like, dude, are you like a 4chan leaker, aka like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? Or B, are you a 4chan leaker who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about? There's no option C. It's so left field, but in like the best way possible. It feels like it's from FF15. I'm looking forward to playing FF15. I've not heard a lot of its music. Bro, Prime mode? Oh my god. I never understood Prime mode when I first played the game, like on playthrough 1 and when I unlocked it. On NG+, on hard mode, it became my ticket to beating the whole damn thing. Like, I know tracks you're working through the game on hard mode. If you haven't used Prime mode yet, I strongly encourage you to. This thing is your ticket to beating the game. It's like unbelievably cracked. Stopped again because PC. True that. Valid. I'm still so on the fence about playing the PC version when it's out. On one hand, I'm like, I'm so tempted. I gotta see the game in 60, right? On the other hand, I'm like, after 5 seconds, I'm gonna be bored because it's not been long enough and then I've done like everything and I'm still kind of burned out. So I'm probably gonna end up waiting. This is a hell of a good theme. So much good music in this game. Hard mode, I specifically bum rush story for that reason. Yeah, it's understandable. I honestly wish I did the same, but I was like so tempted. I was like riding the waves. I had a real good thing going with the game, and I just wanted more. I was not ready to stop at that point, even after playthrough 1. I wanted to do fucking everything. I was just so tempted and immersed, so I couldn't help myself. I just did all the platinum stuff. But in some ways, I do wish I waited, so I could have done it all in the PC version. So good. I'm trying to think right now if there's anything else like that's not necessarily battle themed, but like regular tracks as well. that were really good. Like, honestly, man, like the Corel ones and then like Stamp's theme are so good to me that it just kind of like override everything else in my brain. The Demon's Gate fight, I actually saw that one funnily not long ago too. I saw another streamer playing the Demon's Gate fight. Yeah, it's pretty good. You want the recommendations to stop, by the way, so you can move on? Just say so. I get so excited about this stuff. No, man, definitely don't feel bad about that. Yeah, we're just here to vibe tonight. There's no, you know, like we're not on any kind of like timeline or time frame for like covering everything. So you can keep them coming, man. We can kind of like talk about anything. We can take whatever detours we want. We're just here to vibe out. This was good. Gina Talk's theme was amazing too. I gotta listen to that again because it's been a minute, but I remember it being really amazing. Gina Talk. There were so many good boss fight themes. Oh my god. Wait. Okay, I'm sorry. We're pausing everything right now. I just remembered. How could I forget? This is another theme that we're probably even gonna look up the clip of me reacting to it as well. It was that good, but how about we just do that? How about we just do that before? Let's build up some suspense for it, and I'll let you guess what it is until then. Was it in part 2 of the VOD? It was definitely day 1.
They're onion. What the heck? That sounds so funny.
Okay. It had to have been before this.
Tiny harmonica moments in the music in this game too.
Whoa. Okay. Wait.
Right, I forgot you can upgrade armor. Is there or not where you get
Much of the Republic's infrastructure has
hot, dude?
Yeah, I found it.
Conversations. Oh, cool. This is the rock.
Not the umbrella. That was really good too, though.
How close can we get to Midgar?
Oh my god.
Close at all. Because this is the rocky road back to Midgar. Music change. It's getting more intense.
So good, man. You're a Crisis Core fan? Like, shit.
No shot, dude. They're playing Hollow here? That's sick. That's so fucking sick. It's the theme. It's the thing.
I have chills right now.
snap,
Again.
dude.
This sounded so good in the orchestra, by the way. Fuck.
Most unexpected place to get hit in the feels. Damn, this is a lot right now. I gotta sit my ass down.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The fact that they brought back Hollow and like of all the places, right? Yeah, because of course it had to be something Zack themed.
Holy shit, what a rendition.
So fucking perfect.
This is crazy. How is this game not going to win best soundtrack at the very least?
Right, and it did. It did.
We'll be here.
Oh god, that's kind of cringe.
Shining brightly.
All right, yeah, we get it. You don't know how to sing. But yeah, well, what we do get is we just listen to Peak right there. The fact they brought back Hollow and in like that part of the game too, just to like get you in the goddamn feels. Oh man. The umbrella though, that like the Hojo fight, shit, we got to listen to that as well. If I do get Elden Ring, should I stream it? I'm highly debating getting it. I think you should, man. 100%. I would watch the heck out of your stream of it. Flamin' playing through Elden Ring on stream? Elden Ring of all games? Hell yeah. Yeah, like I said, I do recommend Elden Ring a lot. If you're like on the fence about it, if you have any inkling of interest of like playing those kind of games, of this, you know, the Soulsborne subgenre, I would say definitely pull the trigger, man. 100%, 100%. Elden Ring is peak for streaming single player games. Yes, that too. It's a great streaming game for sure. It's going to be a great time streaming through it because there's just so much you can do with the game, right? You'll have content for days to like work through, and you can just like if you want to do commentary as well, like you'll never run out of things to like talk about, things to react to. It's like a gold mine of that kind of stuff. So yeah, I would highly recommend Inflaming. Got one song, not gaming related. I've been waiting nearly a year for this stream. Let's go. Let's hear it. But yeah, man, freaking Hollow. So sick. And like the field version of it, when you go to like the rocky portion of the overworld closer to Midgar, that more barren portion, and it sort of like kicks in. It's so good. What else were you talking about? Hollow theme from Sector 5 and Remake. The Octopath composer did that? Oh, no way. Really? Hollow theme from Sector 5. Oh, you're talking about like when you're playing as Zack in Rebirth? I forgot it playing there. But I feel like I know what you're talking about. Starlight Televisor. Is that like a song from a game? Is that the right thing? I hope I do. I like challenges, but the Souls and Souls-like kind of setting, the dark gothic aesthetic kind of puts me off surprisingly, because I'm into big bitty goth chicks. Yeah, the like Elden Ring is very different aesthetically from the Soulsborne stuff. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice vibe. That's cool, man. Like the Sector 5 theme in general. Oh, bro, yeah, I'm stupid. Yeah, that is basically the theme of Sector 5 and FF7 Remake. Wait, hang on, I'm gonna look that up. It's been a while since I've heard it. Like the very chill rendition of it. Oh, what am I typing? My brain. Hollow Skies. No, that was pretty fire too, Pickle. Thanks for the suggestion, man. Yeah, definitely feel free. Like, if you want me to like listen to certain tunes and stuff, Pickle, like, yeah, don't hesitate to like DM me. Even if I'm like not streaming, you know? Oh yeah, bro. Remember this being one of my favorite tracks in Remake. There was one track that I was really hoping would come back in Rebirth from Remake that only ever, like the rarest theme you will ever hear in the entirety. I doubt it will even be back in Part 3, bro. I feel like the devs might have forgotten about it. I would be so happy if it did. This shit was like a religious experience. I even have it as I play it as my starting soon sometimes. I really was hoping this would come back in Rebirth. This was so good, man. It's so nostalgic and reminiscent of like I don't know, it's just, it touches your soul, man. It's just so good and nostalgic. And FF7 coded. I think this might have been, I think Uematsu might have legit worked on this. It's so good. Sad it didn't come back in Rebirth. This is the only time you hear it in Remake as well. You never hear it again. Like, it's only this... Well, I think you do, but it's same, like... Well, it's still really only the same place you hear it. You don't actually hear it at, like, a different location or anything. But yeah, Midnight Rendezvous is incredible. Yeah, man, I literally cannot wait for the rest of the OG soundtrack and how they're going to remaster it and bring in all the new tracks as well, all the like ancillary stuff we never heard in the original in Part 3. This is, I mean, insane. It's like, especially when you go through the mountains and stuff, and you can only imagine the gold mine of like new tracks we'll hear when you go through like maybe the caves and everything and the northern mountains. And also like the snowfield theme. You're trying to like navigate through the storm and shit, and like all of that. Want to be pre-spoiled on God tier Octopath music? I won't say no. I ain't gonna say no. Collapsed Expressway. Now we're just listening to remake music, but still, dude, that ain't nothing to complain about. Do You Recompense was obviously the big one. And they brought back a version of it in Rebirth as well, right? Look at how good this was. I don't read Japanese, but I don't need to know that this is kind of badass already. Let's go. Hell yeah. They Who Govern Reason? Nice. That title goes hard. Yeah, I'm probably gonna play this year, man. One of my goals for 2025 is to work through a lot of your guys' recommendations. So, like, I know Pickle wants me to go through Hollow Body. I know you want me to go through Octopath. I've been sitting on a lot of your recommendations for a long time now. That's good. Simple and clean. Oh, from Kingdom Hearts? I don't know if that's the same thing. It might be, it might not, but I'm gonna risk it. I'll click the thing that looks Kingdom Heartsy. Just look up the intro. Yeah, I gotta play Kingdom Hearts at some point. Oh, Gaming Guy, another streamer, was playing through the second one. He was doing like a level 1 challenge not long ago. Like, saw a bit of that. It was kind of cool. Ba 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 ba. Oh, sorry, wrong game. Sounds miserable. He said it was hard.
Weird thoughts lately. Like, is any of this for real or not?
Let's go, it's Woody from Toy Story. Right? Song defined a generation, I believe it. A whole generation of kids grew up on Sora hype. I could tell from the myriad of reactions I saw to this dude getting revealed for Smash like years ago. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago, right? He was the final character in Smash Ultimate. And I saw like grown men and women like breaking down in tears and like throwing shit on their walls and stuff, and this guy like flew out with the Keyblade. I was like, god damn, my eardrums. Like, who is this kid? Like, I knew who he was, but I was like, who is this kid, you know? Who is he to people? Would probably be me. I can't blame you, dude. Shit, like, I feel like if I grew up with Kingdom Hearts, I'd feel the same way. Play this in a room with strangers, I promise you would have at least one person sing along. I believe it. He looks so much younger somehow than like what I remember him looking like in, I guess, like the later games. Probably just because it's like a different style, like, you know, it's like an earlier game and everything. Forgot one Rebirth theme. Let's hear it. Gets older as it goes. That's what I thought, yeah. Either like an art style thing or like he's actually getting older. Oh my god, the Kyrie theme. This was so good. This was Ian's favorite theme from Rebirth. This was one stuck in Ian's head, I remember. This is fucking amazing. Like, all the cutesy, like, wholesome, energetic themes were somehow really amazing sounding. And, like, some of my favorites. Yeah, Kyrie's theme. But the new Merc in town.
She's a cool Merc and so very nice. She will get the job done for us.
Doesn't Cloud literally, like, threaten to murk her at, like, the end of her quest line? He's, like, so fed up with this shit. It does. So much of this game and its soundtrack is so 80s coded. Like, take my favorite theme again, for example, the Mount Corel hike. It sounds like something out of Top Gun, right? It sounds like something so Top Gun coded. Since you're talking about COD, what about Call of Duty? Frickin', like, I know why I love this one so much too. The frog theme. I don't know what it is about this game and, like, animal noises and me, but, like, I was vibing so hard with this shit. Between Stamp's theme with the bow wow wows and the frog theme with the ribbits. Freaking frog guys music. Freaking metal chocobo song, that's right. All the various chocobo themes at the Gold Saucer. I was just waiting for that. I remember this. Yeah, this is good. The Black Ops 2 club theme. Does sound like Hey Mickey. So glad they had the Happy Turtle Dude do it. That's true, yeah. Forgot that. There's some other really... Black Ops 2 had a goated soundtrack, man. I remember BO2's soundtrack really well. What else? Yeah, man, like there's so much good music in this game. Rulers of the Outer Worlds. We're gonna talk about this, dude. Holy shit. We're gonna talk about this kind of shit too. Like the actual... What the fuck? Did this guy just edit in Stamp's theme, or was this part of the actual No, he edited it in. I can't blame him. He had to, like, offset the torture he experienced with something wholesome. But yeah, the actual gameplay challenges and stuff too. We gotta talk about all that. Midgar Stormer was amazing. Oh my god, yeah. Frickin' Midgar Zalem theme. Bio Zombies had fire songs, 115 beat. Dude, hold on, yes. This is the greatest theme ever made for anything Call of Duty related ever of all time. Enough said. Quake Black Ops 3 Detour. Whatever, sue me. It's about to be the 10-year anniversary of this game. I'm fucking old. I gotta show my appreciation for this game. So fucking good, man. The people who prefer the original Doris version of this are like, they need their head checked. That's all I'm gonna say. That's literally all I'm gonna say, dude. You're blinded by, like, nostalgia. So fucking good, man. This is the greatest fucking Call of Duty of all time. Like, no one is ever changing my mind. Phase 3 transition. Oh, true. Fuck. We gotta listen to Midgar Stormer, those fire as well. The transitions and the fights were like the coolest parts. 100%. But yeah, dude, for BO3, I gotta play that in November or something of like way later this year, because yeah, it's gonna be the 10-year anniversary if you can believe it. We're old. It was so cool how they did this fight and how they were building up anticipation for the frickin' beta attack and the way they made it look like a nuke. I was expecting some like red, like fruit roll-up colored shit, like the original FF7, and then it was like a total like fiery nuke explosion type attack. So cool. Favorite piece of music in a video game period is from Octopath 2. Nice. Yeah. From what I've been hearing, that soundtrack seems pretty legendary. Right? Yeah, it did look like a fruit roll-up. That's exactly what I would think when I played, whenever I would play FF7, the original. Also, just to make you guys feel worse, it's finally 2025, so BO2 Nuketown 2025 is not really exactly, yeah. Been seeing that all over the interweebs, like people going, shit, we're finally living in, like BO2 is no longer a futuristic COD game. I hope they do something for BO2, but like knowing Activision now, it's gonna be something half-assed, but like I hope there's some effort put into it, like maybe a BO2 remastered, like MW 2019 remastered, or 2016, sorry, where it had like the campaign and the multiplayer. It'd be cool if BO2 had campaign, multiplayer, and like the transit, you know, like the Victus Crew Zombies maps, but that's too much. That's I should have stopped myself at like probably campaign. It's too much to ask for all of it. They'll do something, but it'll be like some, you know, battle pass, like Squid Game coded bullshit. Like for BO6, I feel like. Like, oh yeah, get the Mason like post numbers brainwash curing operator skin. Yeah, get the Menendez old dude from 2025 version skin. It'll be some shit like that. There's a bunch of operator skins, right? If you want to dare, 648 is the greatest 2 minutes of your life, but it hits hard if you listen to the first couple as... Well, let's see it. God, this game has such a nice aesthetic. $648, you said. All the fights start with a transition. So that's the fight. Oh shit. Dude, I love the chanting. Reminds me of Metaphor soundtrack. I haven't played it, but I've seen a lot of people play through it. Was it the same composer? It's called Yasunori Nishiki. I see. Went to the start of the fight. That sounds amazing. Oh, there's a transition. Damn. There's like that beat drop there that like just goes full metal. Beats One Winged Angel. Wow, that good? I can see it being up there. Yeah, the transition does like wonders for this. I love me a good like you know, all of a sudden the whole genre shifts, like there's a whole vibe shift, and shit's getting like serious, shit's getting real. I love that. This is awesome. It's like everything, yeah. It's got opera, it's got the chanting, and then like, yeah, the metal and the choir. A crazy amalgamation of different styles. Here we go. Peak incoming again? Thought we already peaked. Oh yeah, another one, a really good FF7 Rebirth one. Hey, the guitar! Yeah, that's sick. But another really good Rebirth one I just remembered was Vincent's theme when you're fighting him. Vincent's boss theme. Yeah, that transition to his, like, OG, like, his theme was so sick. Yeah, this just makes you want to, like, bop your head, man. He's got to, like, head bob during this. Can't not. Hairs are on end? I believe it, man. Especially when you have, like, that narrative context, too. It just amplifies everything, you know, so much more. So cool. This game looks really fun. It looks like such a unique and imaginative spin on old school JRPGs. Like, the presentation alone makes you just want to, like, dive the hell in. Yeah, I think this is the year I'm finally gonna do it. I'm like so willing to just like, I don't have a lot I'm looking forward to in 2025. I'll be very honest. Like, besides Death Stranding 2, there ain't much for me. So I think this is the year I'm gonna, like, get into all these games that I've been meaning to. 1 and 2 are not related, I see. So if I only play 1, I should play 2? Gotcha. Yeah, I'll probably start with that then. So sick, man. Yeah, it seems like they poured a lot of love and care into this. I love this comment. That's great. All right, well, that was a really fun musical detour. I'm so glad we did that, man, because genuinely, like, one of the biggest highlights for me of FF7 Rebirth is the music. Like 100,000,000%, it's the music. Like, on top of everything else that I love about this game, like, the greatest icing on the cake that it has going for it is the soundtrack. What's your favorite moment this year, Addy? My favorite moment, like, not just game. God, like, that's a difficult question. It's not really that obvious to me. I know, like, if we're talking about Rebirth, well, the umbrella part is definitely up there. That's what you might be referring to. I remember that now because you brought that up again more recently. Well, my, like, brain was cooked and I just could not recall it. But there are, like, so many more, like, the part where we heard Hollow for the first time in this game and everything. And of course, like, dude, there were so many, like, we just talk about so many other angles of this game too, like all the achievements, like the gameplay related achievements in this game. Like, we watched, like, more clips of, like, not just that stuff, but yeah, just, like, also more stuff from the game itself that, like, I couldn't believe was in there and I was reacting to for the first time. Mine was my Cosmo clip. I still cry every time I go back. I remember that, man. Yeah, that was a really poignant clip that I could a million % resonate with. I love that.
No way, dude.
That was a really pure reaction.
What?
Yeah, we can go through some clips. So like this one of
What?
me seeing Fort Condor in this for the first time.
What in the hell is going on here?
Right?
We look like this.
Oh my god, they brought Fort Condor back. They brought Fort Condor minigame back. I can't believe
I
it.
loved Fort Condor
Best
in...
minigame in FF7
Yeah.
remake. Best minigame of all time.
I say that here, not having experienced all the minigames yet in Rebirth. I'm fairly certain... Like, do I still think it's the best goddamn minigame in all of FF7? After playing through everything at this point? Like, all the minigames? I don't know. I actually don't... Like, I think Fort Condor is, like... Not Fort Condor, freaking Queen's Blood. Because at this point, I don't think I've fully understood it still. But... Yeah, I think ultimately it's Queen's Blood. That was so peak. Sharing for the chat. Don't break the focus of your stuff. Gotcha.
Oh my god, we're literally in the board game, dude.
There's no time.
Yeah, this was amazing. Karen 13. That's so many good, memorable clips from this game. I full screen this shit. How I don't see a full screen option here.
You're getting in on this too?
Solely as a means to study human leisure activities. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Doggo's just seen it all. He's bored of doing all the doggo things.
Sir, but I'm afraid animals are not allowed to participate.
Oh, screw you.
One of my favorite clips.
I'm no mere animal.
Oh shit, look at that. Red's all up in his face, wants to speak to the manager. You tell him, doggo.
I want to speak with your manager.
He's like, I want to speak to your manager, and it's
He literally wants to speak with the manager.
so good. And then of course, classic moment.
We are finally ready to...
Yo, Soul, how's it going, man? How are you doing? How's your evening? Happy New Year. Just chilling tonight. Looking back to all the games I played. Choosing the favorites. Looking at all the highlights, clips, moments. Looking back at some FF7 Rebirth. Yeah, we've had a lot to say about this game. I think we've been talking about this for like over an hour now. We did a whole thing where we were listening to all the music from the game and just kind of fanboying over the soundtrack. And now I'm kind of just going through clips, and yeah, this is my game of the year, so kind of just celebrating the whole experience, looking back on it. But how are you doing, man? How's your evening? Music has a cute throwback in this part. I remember like
I present to you.
Not so fast, good captain.
like how it's so Michael Jackson coded.
What the fuck? Let's go.
This is the coolest way they could have done this scene.
Walking. I love this so much. Best game of all time.
Nothing to it.
Holy.
Forgot about that.
Michael Jackson Red 13 is totally real and he can hurt you.
But will our champion agree to face him?
It's just so good. Like every part that I was wondering how they would be able to how they would end up recreating it from the original game, they ended up just like surpassing even my wildest dreams of what that could look like. It was so cool. Like, and this is like peak right here. Like every single scene I want to say with Red 13 in this game were some of it epitomized that the best. I feel like. Right as he says, 2 legs, nothing to it. Oh yeah. Of course. It's a throwback to, yeah, that's 2 legs, nothing to it. That's the name of the theme, right? When they're on the and the awesome thing is, because we didn't hear it when we were on the cruise ship, I remember this is what I thought when I first played this game. I thought they weren't actually going to bring it back, and then they do bring back that actual theme, but it's where you least expect it, and it's when you're doing that weird Cactuar side quest with Yuffie and Red 13, right, in the desert. But yeah, it's cool how you hear a bit of it there in the middle. Dun, 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 dun.
Best game of all time.
Nothing to it.
So sick. And then yeah, the actual theme when you play him in Queen's Blood, like that brand new theme they made for the game, that was sick too. That was really, really good. And I like how, like, so I played the game again, obviously, on hard mode and did the platinum and everything. I love how even if you skip, like if you decide to like cop out on the tournament and not do it, it still makes you do this. Because I was like, dude, everyone deserves to see this shit. Like, even if you, as Cloud, choose not to do the card tournament, it still makes you face off against Red in the end. And I was like, okay, nice. All is right in the world. Your personal game of the year? Yes, sir. Rebirth was freaking magical experience to me. I think it's, yeah, absolutely my game of the year and more. Made the mistake of watching my clip. Tissues were needed. I can't blame you, man. Yeah, like getting to Cosmo for the first time is such a powerful moment, especially if you're like a fan. If the original means like so much to you. This was hilarious. There are some moments where I needed to go to horny jail. Sorry, I was just looking. Just respectfully. That's all we need to see from that. Game of the damn century. You're not. You know what? Valid. Here it is. Tracks. Peek incoming. Wait. I gotta full screen this. This deserves to be full screened. Peek incoming.
Quick, someone grab an umbrella. No, seriously, it's a viable strat because of another game. Oh shit! Whoa, yo.
The setup's actually perfect.
Oh my fucking god, that's exactly what he's gonna do. Let's go. Oh my god, dude, that's fucking shit. Let's rumble.
No way, I'm wearing the same hoodie too.
Select the pair to join. I can choose who to help.
Just realized.
Barrett. I'm coming, girlfriend. Let's fucking do this shit.
The Crisis Core fanboy in me.
God, I can't believe he actually fucking, oh my shit.
Dude, the Crisis Core fanboy in me was jumping up and down. This was so good. Yeah, definitely like one of my like top 5 clips I made of this game. Had you on an auto work all night that day waiting for this. Let's go. Yeah, I didn't think, I don't know why I didn't think they would do it. Right, that they would like straight up pull the biggest Crisis Core like fan service reference right there, where Cloud straight swinging an umbrella around on the beach. But they did, and I'm glad I didn't see that coming because it just made for this legendary moment. And then yeah, we had a whole bunch of like awesome gaming achievements in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Like I straight up think this game has some of my proudest like achievements, more so than any freaking, I would argue, like most Soulsborne games. Shit, I'm honestly more proud of some of the shit I accomplished in this game than like Elden Ring DLC. Like actually, no shit, beating Radahn I don't even think comes close to like the highs I experienced of beating some of the really tough bosses in Rebirth. So like yeah, like maybe not stuff like Phoenix beaten on full might, but yeah, we did all the summons on full might difficulty because I just really wanted to experience pain for whatever reason and challenge myself. This was a great, this is like Trax is the equivalent of you going to Cosmo. This is my Cosmo right here. My reaction to Gungaga. Cannot wait to see what Gungaga is like. Radahn took me 12 hours of game time. Dude, okay. I cannot wait to get to the part where I talk about, like, okay, if you think 12 hours Radahn is bad, the reason I say this, like, some of the shit I did in this game towards Radahn, because no shit, even logistically, it took longer than 12 hours for me to beat this game's hardest challenges. It took longer than Radahn. Radahn was, like, excruciatingly tough, yeah, but with him, I was still able to beat him on stream, is the thing. With Rebirth, this is the first time in like 5 years of me streaming, and I've done like quite a few like hard boss fights and challenges and stuff. this is the first time I straight up threw in the towel and was like, yeah, guys, I don't know if I can do this on stream. And I had to end up doing it off stream and recording and then uploading it to Twitch. It took me forever.
Oh my god, new music?
I can't wait to talk about that later, but yeah, Gungaga was like insane to me. I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Oh my god.
The music here too. I can't believe I forgot. Like to mention this earlier, but the bagpipes, the frickin'...
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
So good.
It's a perfect jungle vibe in the music.
It hit me like a ton of bricks because I was like, I never imagined for whatever reason that this is what Gungaga looked like. This is what their vision was in the original, because what largely sticks with you from the OG is like a dirt path, right? That portion of like the crossroads where you see Reno and Rude, and then you just like go up that dirt path and all of a sudden you're in like Gungaga village and you see more of like more dirt paths. It's like a lot of yellow on the ground, and it never really hits you unless you look really closely at some of the trees and stuff that you're in a jungle biome. So you don't mentally register that you're in this like lush jungle, like foresty environment like it's presented here in Rebirth. And when that hits you and with the music and stuff, and you like think of Zack especially, and like if he's one of your favorite characters, you imagine his personality and shit, like, oh, it hits like a ton of bricks. It's so good. Like you just imagine like Zack as a kid, freaking Tarzaning all over the place, like swinging across trees, having a good time. Oh man, it's, yeah, like Gungaga was truly magical. It was like another one of those, and the whole area in general was just such good fan service for Crisis Core peeps. It was, yeah, 3 Y paths, a village, and a dead reactor. That was it. It was like a very small portion of the original, and none of it yelled like jungle vibes, right? It was definitely not themed that way. And then yeah, like I said, just the Crisis Core fan service, right?
Passing through.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I lost my mind.
You.
I was like, no way, they brought back Cissnei.
Nothing. For a second, I thought you were someone else.
And then they fucking played, oh my god, I forgot about this. The Crisis Core fan service is palpable.
Who are you people?
Aye, you'll do.
More
They play
importantly, why are you here? Not
Under an
necessarily
Apple Tree, I think is what it's called,
too.
from
Holy
Crisis
shit.
Core.
Oh, just to study it. We're on a wee field trip, you see? Wee shh.
So good.
Well then.
Aww.
Welcome to Gungaga.
Yeah, man, this is how you know.
Coalition Captain.
Oh my god, Crisis
I'm
Core
sorry.
music.
Didn't mean to startle you before. Just doing our jobs.
It's fucking Cissnei, dude.
Yeah, I love that they played that theme. And it's just so cool. Like, it makes so much sense that Cissnei would be there, right? After the events of Crisis Core. Like, I love the way they incorporated all the Crisis Core elements into this game in a way that felt natural and, like, not contrived, or, you know, not done in a way that brought back the weird, goofy elements of Crisis Core. It was all just done so tastefully. Like, it really feels like Rebirth is the ultimate, like, celebration of everything in the compilation, but in the best way possible. Like, they don't, like, they embrace everything that's there in the compilation, and all the weird stuff, they kind of like, they just don't acknowledge it, right? But at the same time, like, all that has happened. They don't shy away from, you know, like, the fact that this is the universe where all the not so impressive stuff happens, like, or happened, or is going to happen, but it just focuses on, like, the strongest aspects of, you know, of all of that. And I'm really curious to see how they do all that going forward as well into part 3, because they've already set a really good precedent and have shown that they're able to do that stuff really well. So I'm curious how they'll do everything with, like, Vincent, for example, and show all that stuff when, like, you know, we played Dirge and we know that, you know, it leaves a lot to be desired with his backstory and the way it's all written and executed upon and shit. Like, I'm so curious to see how they keep up this momentum with doing everything so tastefully, so effectively, like bringing in everything even when it's a part of the universe where we've seen things that aren't great. Even the Kingdom Hearts references is a celebration of Square in general. I probably didn't pick up on those as much since I haven't played Kingdom Hearts, but that's cool that those are there too. And yeah, like I said, I agree, it really does feel like just an ultimate, you know, celebration of their legacy. This was great too in Cosmo Canyon when you hear the Advent Children music.
You're right.
My fucking face, man.
The ceiling's so high. It's like I'm sleeping out under the stars.
15 out of 10 video game. They're chanting the Advent Children theme and beautifully. Game of the year.
Facts. I want to put this in your brain. We haven't even reached the most epic moment of the game. That isn't the end. We still have the return to Midgar coming. It can get better. That's like the fucking craziest thing, right? There's so many like peak like keynote moments to look forward to in part 3 from the original. Like, this is only the middle of the story, right? And like, this is like the middle of the story in Final Fantasy VII, like the original. Nothing really crazy, standout, iconic happens, right? It's just like they're going after Sephiroth and they're going from location to location. The fact that they managed to turn that into a game that feels incredibly iconic and just like indelible, that just like that creates levels of like insano hype for part 3, where there actually are things that we can expect that are going to be very, you know, like very poignant and like climactic, like all these moments from the original game. That is crazy when you think about that. Yeah. And some like funny clips too with the challenges. Yeah, like this thing took me hours, man. Like, dude, I don't know about you, Trax. The final Yuffie Chocobo minigame. Fuck this game with every fiber of my being. That's all I'm gonna say. Never again.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's happening. It's happening. I hope to God it's happening. It's happening. We finally got it.
They did not play test this, brother.
Finally, ladies and gents. Oh my god, I am freed from this nightmare, from this curse.
This took me like, I wish it took me an hour. I don't know how I remember it took me like 3 hours, man. And this is like close to the start of the stream. So I was like, we got shit to do. We're in fucking Cosmo, man. I want to see all the cool Red 13 shit. Like, why am I here riding this stupid bird through circles? Like, God, please, like, let's get this over with. There are like so many moments like that in this game. I love it. Hardest I've ever raged. I wasn't exaggerating.
Go straight. Dude, where is he going? Fuck, come on, please,
These
dude.
goddamn
What
Moogles.
the shit? You're fucking kidding me, man. I'm actually gonna lose. I'm gonna lose for this stupid asshole. Come on.
The fact that it's like a cute
Fuck
Moogle
this.
too.
Sorry, this is the hardest I've ever raged. Oh man, that's the legit angriest I've ever gotten, I think. It's over a goddamn QC Moogle.
Is it the same thing? Wow.
I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, this game was an experience at times. And then like, I remember this. Oh my God, wait. This is insane. I'm definitely the only person in the world who experiences. It'll never be experienced again. You'll see what I mean.
What, now he decides to go towards the house? Please, please, please.
The amount of time I had left.
So much.
Oh my Lord. Less than a second, bro.
We got it with 58 milliseconds to spare. Oh, Jesus. And we got hit at the end.
Officially open, and it's
Will
open.
never
Oh,
be done by
that's-
any other player in existence.
Oh my God, that's right. That's what's crazy about it. Is I lost. It's not that I did have 58 milliseconds left, like getting the Moogle back to his house. is that I actually lost because I got hit and like I got the third balloon on Cloud's head or whatever.
With 58 milliseconds to spare. Oh, Jesus.
That means you have to
At
restart.
the end.
Officially open.
That's crazy.
Never be done by any other player in existence.
We've come
I'd
so
challenge any other player.
Yeah, that was crazy. Beating more summons. Oh yeah, like I don't know, like dude, I was on some like insano shit where I just wanted to like challenge myself to the highest possible degree that I could playing FF7 Rebirth. Like I wanted to like, for example, the piano mini games, I wanted to do everything, get 5 stars, like make no mistakes on in any of the songs, 5-star everything. I think this was yeah, like 2 legs, nothing to it. It was one of the hardest ones. I hated it. And then it got worse. It got harder. This wasn't even the hardest one.
Let's go!
Good job. Queen's Blood opponent beaten. Yeah, just more like challenges that I beat. This was actually, this took me way longer to do than I thought it would.
Nice. Same exact thing. Okay, come
Fighting,
on, guys. Just one more hit, I believe.
3D model Sephiroth.
He always assists at the end. One overhead, second overhead,
3D printed Sephiroth.
uppercut.
I like this minigame a lot.
Guys. We got Sephiroth.
That was tough, but I liked it.
Alright. Finally. Got his ass. No pus coming.
Took me
no
so long.
nothing, no cheese. I was a lactose intolerant dub.
God, my puns are so fucking
There's
terrible.
Sephiroth beaten, and I'm pretty sure the whole 3D brawler scenario in general. We got a ribbon for that and 400 saucer points. Let's go. Get wrecked, Sephi.
I think I
I
was
want to
like,
go out on a limb here and say that Sephiroth in the 3D Battle Brawler Simulation minigame here at the Saucer is going to end up being a much harder boss than Sephiroth himself.
not entirely wrong. Sephiroth on hard mode was fucking cracked though. Gilgamesh, beating him was fun. I knew greatest musical accomplishment. That's right. There, like, I didn't think it could get harder than 2 legs, nothing to it. But then there was the soldier theme, or the, not soldier theme, those who fight. Classic combat theme. This is so fun. This is up there with Queen's Blood, the 2 best minigames.
Yes! Let's
I hope they
go!
bring back the piano in part 3.
Yeah!
They have to, right? Because there are more themes we gotta hear.
I'm so happy right now.
God, I forgot about this challenge. Fuck this challenge, dude. I forgot about this. I think this is the Mind Flayer you had to beat without getting hit or something like that. Like with Cloud and... Or you could choose whoever you wanted, but ended up beating it with Cloud and Barret. This challenge sucked. It was hard.
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Oh wait, we got them. Yes! Dude, it doesn't matter if Cloud dies now. It doesn't matter, we got him! Yes! Because we beat the Mind Flayer first, that was a challenge. Oh my goodness.
That was... Okay, yeah, that was a challenge. You had to beat the... Oh my god. I remember it now. Like, he had those 2 minions who would fucking, like, freeze you in place. And when you were frozen, they would walk up to you and explode. And you had, like, no time. That was the only ailment in Rebirth that you couldn't cure, was, like, being dazed. Right? And they would walk up to you and explode, and then that would be it. You would fail the fight. So you had to have them alive the whole time without getting hit by their, like, explosive, without getting stunned. And you have to beat the Mind Flayer first. That took me, like, forever. That was tough. And then that's right, we played Final Fantasy 16 for a bit. So yeah, I finished Rebirth. So let's go back to with that. I went back to or sorry, I finished like my first playthrough of the game, and I played some FF16. I completely forgot about that. That's right, the DLCs came out, or one of them did. It was the Rising Tide DLC. It was pretty nice. It was pretty like bite-sized. It was like not an expansion by any means. It was like a nice little slice of content that they added in, with like some cool new abilities. You like harness the power of Leviathan and stuff. Where was that? Yeah, Rising Tide. And I think the coolest part about this, I know we were talking about FF16 at the start, and how one of my issues with this game, with the base game, was that it wasn't challenging enough. Let me turn some music on. I really did like how they sort of alleviated that, because they added this thing called the Kairos Gate Challenge, which was basically a boss gauntlet mode with some really cool, interesting mechanics to it. And it actually gave me a run for my money. It was tough. It took me a little minute to finish this, but I loved it. See, like between each round, you could like, yeah, this old school FF UI where you could buff Clive with certain things. You have to choose specific things to give him though. You couldn't choose everything, obviously. And you would go into the next fights. I thought this was a really nice DLC, and I'd recommend it to anyone who's got FF16 and maybe it's been a minute since they've played. But yeah, I just figured I'd mention that. That was a nice little detour. Then I came back to FF16 or FF7 Rebirth for hard mode. Yeah, there we go, hard mode. All these like hard mode clips. Addy, if at a moment you gotta talk about, no context is allowed. Oh shit. Let's go. What is this? Just like the OG. Oh, I knew it. It's gonna be Jenova instead, isn't it? This is Jenova Roth right here. Oh, it's my final episode of my first playthrough. Hell yeah. I was so nervous they weren't gonna go this route and have us fight Sephiroth again. Alright. Oh my god. Just like the OG, thank god. After Aerith dies. Oh my god, and the music too. Just like the OG. Oh my god. Just like everything is just like the original. This is so good. I love this, man. And I hate it at the same time. No. I love how like the music was done here. It plays Aerith's theme and then it like slowly morphs into Jenova's. Like it's so twisted. Later, yeah, Jenova Life, the calamity from the stars that fell into a deep slumber after his conflict with the Cetra. Seeks to seep its way into the life stream and bring about the end. It can't read, it's illiterate. Can't read, it's illiterate. Oh man. Sad face, yeah. Oh my god, the music. My stupid ass, like, I can't even be sad because I just think, like, everything is so cool. My mind is constantly in this game is so fucking cool mode that, it, like, the emotional moments don't even hit. Like, I was just in awe at how effectively every moment was recreated from the original. So some of my reactions were so scuffed. Music just keeps going, man. I have seen some speculation though. It's kind of worth talking about if you want to like touch a little bit on the theory crafting stuff. I don't want to go too far into it because then that's just an entire rabbit hole, right? But I've seen a lot of folks bring up this moment right here, and like the way the music is done in particular, which is interesting, to kind of exemplify this point that this theory that the Aerith we see at the very end before the credits is actually Jenova, right? That like, because it's her theme and then it gets twisted and contorted into like a Jenova theme, that this is basically Jenova here, and that she's still toying with Cloud, and this is all part of like Sephiroth's game that he's playing. She's 100% Jenova, yeah. I remember you thinking that as well, and you talking about this. I don't know personally, like, I do, on one hand, I do like that theory. I think it's interesting. But at the same time, it's like when you have moments like... hang on, where is it? Like when you have shit like this, I really don't know. Like Red, nothing's wrong with Red, right? We know Red's totally of a sound mind, and he senses Aerith's presence there. So that's like one of the few counters in my head against the whole theory that she is Jenova. But it is interesting. We actually, none of us know anything, and it's going to be like crazy to see what all the answers amount to in part 3 for sure. Seeing all the theory crafting has definitely been a very interesting experience. And I remember like I had no idea what was going on. Very few people did towards the end of my first playthrough. But on my second one, I did come up with like a flimsy sort of explanation for like all of this, like all this crazy shit that happens, right?
Insert horror.
Like all the crazy gauntlet stuff, like the Sephiroth shit, the whispers before Aerith dies, the white ones, the black ones, why they were both there. I remember coming up with my own theory for which version of Sephiroth we were seeing and when. I don't know if any of that's going to necessarily be... I don't think any of it is going to be correct at all, to be honest. It's just fun, though. It is really fun to speculate. Reading it wrong, IMO, she barely touches him, then walks away. She's toying with all their emotions to make it hurt. Interesting. Because I'd imagine it's only really Cloud, right? That Jenova and Sephiroth want to play with, like, because they're essentially like symbiotic, right? And Cloud's like really the only one they want to fuck with. Maybe even like, I remember they want to gaslight Tifa as well. But besides them, it's like they don't really care too much about the rest of the party. They just, as long as Cloud can hand over the black materia and give them the reins to summon the meteor, that's all they really like care about. And whatever else they've got going on now in the remake continuity with whatever Sephiroth wants. But I can see them, you know, this time around being more ambitious and trying to go after the whole party and split them all apart. I think that would be crazy. Like trying to like in remake and especially Rebirth, it's been all about forging bonds with like between party members and developing that camaraderie. It would be really cool to see Sephiroth try to like destroy all of those bonds, and that's like a part of his plan, right? Like part 3 is he's like undoing that camaraderie, and then towards the end, like during the catharsis and like the heroes getting back to the top, they got to like rebuild all of that. So who knows, maybe part 3 is going to be called Rebuild. No, it's probably not, but I just figured I'd cook for a millisecond there. Sephiroth even talks about how everyone's pain and sorrow fuels him, and all she's doing is building on it. True that, yeah. Submit my proof.
And so it begins.
Can they fight his ass?
A confluence of worlds and emotions. Loss, chief among them.
Yeah, lost chief among them.
It engulfs fleeting moments of joy, transforming them into rage, sadness, hatred.
Might be onto something.
Never have I felt them so keenly.
Yeah, he wants to prey on all those like feelings and use them against the party. Yeah, I think it's like what we're both saying right now. Yeah, he's trying to like drive a wedge between all of them and prey on their grief and loss, because they're all bound together by loss, and he wants to weaponize that. But okay, my interpretation of this now is that the reason there were black and white whispers at the same time, especially before she gets murked and he's like walking up to stop it from happening, is that funnily like the whispers, the ones that are not corrupted by Sephiroth, so the white ones, and the ones that are corrupted have the same goal. They need her to die, right? That's why they're both like surrounding her and stopping Cloud from getting to her, because the white ones need her to die because they understand the OG. They know that for the planet to be saved, it requires Aerith to be a part of the life stream, right? And to give the planet the final push that it needs beyond just Holy to like dissolve the meteor. But then the reason the black ones are there is because they're controlled by Sephiroth, and he thinks that she needs to be dead for like, you know, his original plan to work. So am I reading that right? I don't know, because you see both of them here. You see both sets of whispers. There's so much to unpack. The whispers aren't the key part to this. It's the rainbow aura every single time you see the aura is different than what we know. It represents Cloud's unreliable narration. That's definitely a part of it, yeah.
Oh my...
And I think...
Oh my god, here it is.
I think that's a reason too why we don't see the iconic like putting Aerith in the water,
On the fucking triggers, man.
because he literally doesn't think she's dead. He's in some Mondo denial, like his brain is fucked. And we're gonna see that in part 3. So I do see a lot of people complaining like, oh, they totally butchered this scene, and I get why people think that, but I think part 3 might have like a saving grace in store for us with like once Cloud gets his memories back and his sanity in order with Tifa's help, he's gonna like remember this shit more accurately. She's alive with the aura, then it goes away when the sword is bloodied.
Holy shit, there's resistance. Oh my goodness, best fucking implementation I've ever seen of all time. The trigger resistance. Oh god, to stop Cloud from... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this was some trippy shit.
There, man. Oh my... No, my god, here it is. No.
About 30 seconds ahead. Yeah, I remember that like cuts away. Like, yeah, he hits the sword, making you think she's alive. And he saved her.
Alright, man, bring it on.
Oh yeah, then there's like the rainbow colors. There's like another dimension where she lived, right? Is what they want us to think. And
Alright.
in this one, she's dead. But at the same time, it could also be that Cloud literally cannot compute that she's been killed. Aura appears as the sword meets. Yeah. It's so interesting, like, this whole angle they have going on, because it makes you question something you normally never would. Of like, is it really an alternate timeline scenario, or just the character experiencing something that's not actually happening because, you know, he's not able to process the reality of it, or is it both? Right? I think that's like the main question everyone has at the moment. As soon as Masamune has blood, it's gone.
Lay it on me. What you got planned?
So interesting.
Get on.
They could take this in so many directions.
Bring it the fuck on. Alright.
Yeah, like there's no blood.
I'll bite. What you got?
Forward? Yeah, true. And then over here we see like the OG version.
GF saved.
Yeah, like I forgot. Yeah, I forgot about that. So we see the version without it, and then we see the OG of like she being dead.
Oh shit.
No aura, it's all gone. Yeah.
No. What? Oh no. Guess not. GF was not saved.
Back as soon as we see Cloud's perspective.
Oh no. Just like
So interesting, man. Like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's like I said, it could be like one of 3 things, or like all 3 things, or all 2 things, or whatever. I think it was like, yeah, either it's Cloud just being in denial, or it's like timeline shit going on. Both would be wild. Yeah. I can't type, no worries. Even oh yeah, no, it's all good. I think that like honestly, and I like this theory the most, and I've seen it kind of like floating around. I don't think there's like a timeline situation going on in like this, like the traditional sense. Like, I don't think there's like a multiverse or anything. I really do like and personally subscribe to the theory because it just fits thematically with the world of FF7 and is less ham-fisted and contrived. I like the idea if they're like the live stream being established as this like force that has the knowledge of time, and basically like everything happening that seems to be in a different timeline taking place inside the live stream, you know? Like those are like, it's like a purgatory with the knowledge of time, and like everything is just kind of melding all together at once in there, like past, present, future, all of that, and like it's happening, and we see only the souls of the dead in that live stream, like Zack and like Biggs and shit like that. So yeah, maybe next time you guys are doing your thing. Oh wait, what happened? What's going on? Did I miss something? But yeah, there's like so much that we could talk about. I don't want to tangent. I'm sorry, no, don't apologize, man. It's all good. This stream is like all about, there are no tangents, basically. We're just vibing. All right, well. Yeah, then I play the game again on hard. And I think I clipped like every single boss I beat. You guys are in that full-blown passionate talk. Oh wait, did I miss a message from you? I got it. Oh, sorry, I did. We got a video for you since you bought Titanfall 2. I feel like you may like it. Yeah, feel free to like drop that in the chat. Same way I get when Halo gets mentioned. Yeah, you just you're a fan of something and like you just can't stop talking about it the moment you like strike up a conversation or something. Ever made a year-end clip compilation? I haven't. What I used to do was I would make ranking videos for my YouTube channel. Like I would make tier lists of the games, every single game that I played that year. So I did one for like 2022 and 2023, but recently I stepped back from YouTube. I'm no longer going to be making YouTube videos, and I made a announcement about that and stuff. I just basically just don't have time anymore for anything. So like even if I wanted to do like clip compilations and stuff, I figured like all of that, I would just pick a day of the week, sit down and do all that live with you guys. And this is my first time doing something like that, and it's been really fun. Good man, I will never get mad over people talking about something they love. Hell yeah, no, and yeah, definitely don't apologize, Trax. They're good, dude. Here, I got you, Pickle.
People like you always want to be the hero.
Is this like an intro cutscene?
The problem with being a hero is
I gotta play Titanfall 2 as well.
you have to be willing to die for what you believe in.
Oh, Pickle very kindly gifted this to me. Oh, it's your channel. I didn't even realize. My bad. Let's go. Hell yeah. Just an edit you made? Nice. Yeah, I know you're super into making those like montages and TikToks and stuff, right? That's very cool, man. Let's go. Some gameplay and such. Hell yeah. Right on. I like the music you chose. Game looks fun, dude. I remember like the mid 2010s was very saturated with this kind of with these kind of games and this kind of movement and stuff, like the futuristic exo shit. And yeah, like I said, BO3 was for me the pinnacle of that. It's like a fun game. Traversal is so good. It looks cool, yeah. Looks very Black Ops 3 coded. This is like the trend back then. This is the whole gimmick. Like the wall running, the jetpacks. I miss this era, man. Or rather, the types of games, like the level of polish there were in games that had these systems. I would love to get like a futuristic Call of Duty again. Like I said it. If it has that kind of love and care put into it, like there was back then. Because now it's just, you know, you don't really get that whole vibe anymore. That you don't get the feeling that they put a lot of effort. Titanfall did it the best. Honestly, I believe it. I feel like it definitely set the precedent, right? I think like all the games around that period were trying to basically take cues from Titanfall. I've got to watch the whole thing. No, it's only 5 minutes. Pretty solid edit so far. I'm liking it. Kept it at exactly 5 minutes. That's actually goated. Been debating trying Cyberpunk myself. I gotta get back into Cyberpunk. I played it all those years when it came out, but unfortunately it was around the period where there were like a lot of bugs and stuff. And then like I saw a lot of the bugs and I was like, I didn't experience too many of them myself, but I was just like demotivated to continue, so I didn't. Especially after like, now that they patched everything up and the expansion is supposed to be really good. And they're making another one. I would like to give it another spin. Because yeah, I love a lot of CDPR stuff at the end of the day. It's a solid montage. I like how you sync everything up with the music, man. Cyberpunk was so good, I bought the Xbox One version. I powerhoused through that shit, I enjoyed it so much. Nice. Yeah, like I had a friend who got it on Series S as well, after they fixed everything. And he said it ran really well, he had a good time. Said Phantom Liberty was very fun. Yeah, that version sucked. I played it on PC, so it wasn't as bad, but like, I feel bad for the dudes who got scammed on console, man. That shit had to be rough. Got it day one. Damn, I guess you were like lucky to not have all the problems. And it was like old school too, Xbox One you said? Jeez. Yeah, was last gen current gen at the time when it came out? Just about. I'm trying to remember. The new consoles had just come out, I think. That's an awesome edit, dude. Let's go. Yeah, Cyberpunk, I remember, was like advertised heavily for like last gen because it was in development so long, everyone was expecting they would be playing it on those systems, right? And it was like, it took forever. So at that point, the newer ones were out. People went and bought them for the older ones, and then they just weren't working on them. And then, yeah, there was that whole debacle. All of them, I can't tell you all the game breaking issues I dealt with. Jeez. I remember like the disaster was like, what Sony especially was, they didn't offer refunds. They didn't have that policy. Like if you buy something on PSN, you're not going to be able to like refund it and get your money back. And I remember like it was a disaster because CDPR was like, oh, if you got it on those consoles, like don't worry, don't fret, you can get a refund. And then Sony was like, no the fuck you can't. And it was so awkward. That was a nightmare for CDPR. It was during the pandemic, correct? Yes, this was during peak pandemic. I think it was like the November-ish period when everyone was at home. When Cyberpunk came out. I think literally it was the same. Let's actually just look it up. So Cyberpunk 2077, I think it was December. Wow, okay. This is actually a month after the PS5 and Series XS came out. So this is a month after current gen became a thing. So yeah, those are your only ticket, either that or on PC, to playing it like decently well, but even then you would have problems. And like last gen, I remember, was just like unplayable. Like especially I think PS4 had more problems than Xbox, if I'm not mistaken. I had to pay for the next gen version, which left a sour taste in my mouth. Yeah, that sucked. I haven't played it since. I'm waiting for it to be on sale for a complete edition. I spent $60 in a busted game. That's enough for me. They will get minimum $15 from me. Yeah, people were like robbed, man, is what happened. It sucked. Well, most people were home. I was essential, aka nice way of saying expendable. Oh, geez, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I know it was rough for you folks, the essential workers. But thank you for your contributions to keeping us safe. Cyberpunk went to some dev heck when we were all on lockdown that year. Yeah, that was an interesting time. Truly. I remember you were mentioning that, Pickle. Yeah, you guys had it rough. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, I was lucky enough to be able to work from home. And I'd have to go out and yeah, and do all that stuff. Making the ventilators at the time, I probably clocked 200 to 400 hours of G's. Yeah, like I said, I really appreciate you guys and all your hard work, ensuring that we got to be comfortable. The folks who didn't have to do all the essential work by putting your necks out there for us. Because yeah, that was a really brutal time. But yeah, I remember like that year. That was an interesting year, man. It was just so, it was such a bizarre year for me. Lost your favorite gain store because of it. My tattoo artist. Oh shit. Sounds like you went through a lot. I remember, yeah, like Cyberpunk. One thing I remember Maximilian dude saying that I agree with a lot, just as we were talking about, we're on the topic of like rebirth and remake and stuff. And I 100% agree. I think it's a great point. Like the thing that really makes you appreciate FF7 Remake all the more is the fact that it came out the same year as a game that we were promised like great things from and looked really promising and was like a janky mess and like could barely run like for shit on pretty much every system, not just like old gen. And when you consider what FF7 Remake was and what it set out to accomplish and what the devs set out to accomplish and stuff and the hurdles that they faced as well, and when you compare it to like Cyberpunk, which came out the same year, you're just like so fucking grateful if you think about it that like, my god, this game came out and like, yes, it had a few weird performance things like the infamous door in Sector 7 that like never rendered in on PS4, right? But the fact that it came out on like a regular ass PS4 from 2013 in the year 2020 and was like relatively stable without any like major hiccups, and you could play it from beginning to end without problems, like that's another reason to like love the heck out of that game. You know, like it is wild to think about how there's so much that could have gone wrong with these series of remake games, like Remake, Rebirth, and all that. But we're somehow in the timeline, I don't want to like jinx it, but we're somehow in this timeline where everything's been smooth sailing, man. Like truly. It really makes you feel like, because there are a lot of franchises and games and stuff that I've been excited for, that I've played, that have gone sour and stuff like that. But the one that matters to me the most, I'm just happy that it's been getting treated the way it deserves to be treated and that it's as polished as it should be, right? Only Automod held this. Damn, sorry about that, Pickle. Look, bro, okay. Apparently, Twitch just doesn't like fuck you. There's a fuck you in that message. Yeah. I'm sorry about that, Pickle. Wait, let me whitelist that. How do I like publish this message? I'll read it anyways. Dude went the fuck off on me on Facebook because we were having an outbreak of COVID at work, and instead of shutting down, they still made us come in. It was scary because of how many people were dying at that point. Yeah, we lost 2 separate co-workers. And the dude went off about me saying we need to do better with the social distancing, and he went off saying I should be thankful I have a job and buck up. Like, fuck you. Yeah, Jesus, that sounds like a real piece of work. That's kind of a fucked up thing to say to someone. I'm not gonna lie. Well, yeah, I'm just like glad those times are behind us, man. But yeah, hold on. Let me go ahead and whitelist that. Or check out my moderation settings, because Twitch thinks we're like freaking like 5-year-olds on a playground right now. Okay, yeah, there shouldn't be any problems now. I don't think. Never went back, dude. Lost my business. Good. Yeah, man, you deserve the best. You gotta like prioritize how you feel, what's good for you, and can't let people walk over you, man. That's just like, moment that happens, you gotta like just like book it. Gotta do what's right. Respect. Ever did some kind of challenge for yourself in 2024? Honestly, and we're kind of in the process of talking about this. If you're talking about like gaming related challenges, pretty much Final Fantasy VII Rebirth itself offered like plenty of those. And I think some of the toughest ones I've ever had to take on with some of the hard mode stuff that we did. So yeah, like I was saying at this point of like the 2024 timeline, we came back to FF7 Rebirth after finishing the first playthrough and doing the 16 DLC. And we did like all the fights, all the boss fights in hard mode and everything. And there were some really tough ones. But the stuff that was the real kicker were the endgame stuff in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, plus the VR challenges that were only on hard mode. And some of them were like truly nightmarish because of stuff like this. Like, this is one of the most painful clips I've ever made. And I'll give you some context in a second. One of the worst mistakes I've ever made. So this is me fighting Sephiroth at the end of a very long boss gauntlet on hard mode. It's the ending of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. As probably already know this, but you got to fight like many different bosses back to back, right? On hard mode, this shit can take a pretty solid portion of time. And that's an understatement. And there's the mistake. And realized it happened so soon. Basically, I was stuck in this fight for a minute, and I was like, yeah, this run's kind of dead. But you look at our HP situation, it's not looking too hot. I was like, let me just like restart the fight. I've, you know, been at this specific portion of the gauntlet for like well over an hour or something like that now, and the entirety of the gauntlet for like 2 to 3 hours. And let's slow-mo replay that.
That's the end of the run.
I went to retry battle. Okay, that's fine. Then the game offers you some options. Retry from current phase, which is what we want. Retry from this battle, which I actually don't know what that is, compared to the third option, which we don't want to select, which is essentially restart the whole gauntlet. And I realized I did that by accident. And this took us back like 3 to 4 hours, and it was like 3 a.m. Well, at this point, it was like 6 a.m., but the save before the gauntlet was 3 a.m. So he lost like 3 hours of progress. And I was like, I've never reacted like this before on stream. This is like one of the most painful things ever. Looked like you wanted to cry. I think I did, honestly. I think I did. Oh god, the pain. Yeah, that is an understatement.
Fuck. What? No.
That was painful, man.
No. I didn't mean to select that.
Yeah, and then it like I ranted for like another solid bit. But yeah, I came back the next day or the day after, I can't remember. And we did it. We finally beat his ass on hard.
Okay, here we go, it's happening.
Just such a sick fight. This part's so stressful though.
Let's go. Come on, come on, come on.
Say goodbye. Take him down.
Let's go.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, that was awesome. Did I miss anything in the chat? I don't think so. Yeah, and then like, wait, okay, I think I think I made this clip that actually happened before in the stream after this one. Yeah, fighting Rufus. Oh yeah, then it still wasn't over. I still had to go do all the mini games and stuff like that, and the VR battles. This was the actual, like I said, the actual kicker here. The Coliseum fights and this guy. So there are two. Okay, so in episode in Rebirth, there are a lot of like challenges you could take on, but the two that will stand out the most if you end up doing everything, and anyone out there who will eventually end up doing this, you'll be able to relate. There's a lot of content in this game, but the two things that will stand out that you will never forget are this thing, Rulers of the Outer Worlds, and Bonds of Friendship. Those are the hardest VR battles in the game. They're the final two ones. And they are very long boss gauntlets that force you to play as Cloud and Zack in one of them, which is Bonds of Friendship. And the other one you can choose whoever you want, but I would argue is actually the harder one. I know a lot of people think Bonds of Friendship is the harder of the two, but Rulers of the Outer Worlds gave me more of a run for my money. And we can like look through what it is in a sec. We'll look through the actual VOD because the clip won't do it justice. The clip is just me beating it. I got around to doing a challenge for myself by beating the chapter bosses of Paper Mario 64 blindfolded. Oh, no way. Okay, that's like a whole other level of cracked. I would never be able to. Yeah, like stuff that I have to do to like physically handicap myself, like putting on a blindfold and stuff. I don't know if I'll ever be able to do that. So that is very, very impressive. Yeah, goddamn. I salute you, sir. Congrats. Is that like the recent Paper Mario that you've been playing, Soul? Because I know you've been playing one of the Paper Marios recently on stream, right? This reminds me of the time I was playing Halo 2 Lasso. Oh my god, I heard about that challenge. I was playing the city level with the sniper jackals, and at the very end of the level, I blew myself up with a plasma grenade. There is a skull that if you die, you restart the whole level. I nearly cried. Oh, Jesus. If controllers weren't $80, I would have needed a new one. Damn. Yeah, I heard about the Lasso challenge. I think it was from, like, the challenge Critical put out. Was it the same thing? If you know what I'm talking about, I think it was like last year that he put out this bounty of like, if you do this challenge, I'll pay you like 10 grand. And some crazy asshole like actually ended up doing it. Because of course someone's gonna end up doing it. It was like some cracked out modified version of it, or maybe, yeah, the exact same thing. Yeah, I heard Halo 2 is like excruciatingly tough if you take on any kind of challenge or like legendary mode. 20,000 Halo 2 Lasso, no deaths. Yeah, fuck, it's like a no death run, right? Yeah, like I played Halo 1 with my friend. We like co-opted during lockdown. And it was fun because we never played it before. And then we went into Halo 2. Like we did the first one on Legendary. And we were like, okay, this is like really hard, but it was doable. Let's just do the same thing in Halo 2. And we did the same thing in Halo 2, and we couldn't even get past the first fucking level. Like they somehow just like dialed it from 11 to like 31 in the difficulty department. And then we set it to heroic because they're like, okay, fine. We'll just like crank it down a notch. And it just wasn't the same. Like, I don't know if it's just me, but Halo 2 is like the disparity in difficulty between heroic and, yeah, that was what the kicker was, is that if one of us died, we had to start over. And it was already really hard. So we set it to heroic, and then we were kind of like breezing through, and so we were like, dude, this isn't fun. Like, literally. This isn't fun, so we just stopped. Because the fun part of playing Halo Combat Evolved on Legendary was that, like, it was just funny. It was just funny as fuck, like, just dying over and over. and like trying to get through the challenge. But in like Halo 2, which is kind of like a snooze fest, man. Like, yeah, and I swear to God, I'm not saying this is like, oh, look at me, heroic mode. It's like easy shit. Like, I'm just such a pro gamer. Like, I'm absolutely not saying that from that like angle. But like genuinely, the difference in difficulty between heroic and legendary is so vast that it's like you feel bored playing it on, like, if you want to challenge yourself to the extreme, if you set it from like legendary to heroic, you're like, yeah, this is just like not fun. So we just stopped at like literally the second mission. I need to play more the remake Paper Mario 1000 Year Door before I can do that, but it was the first one. And I think, yeah, you did mention it was the Nintendo one, right? Or the Nintendo 64 one. True. Oh, I missed that. I made a YouTube video of it, and man, it was something to this challenge, as I had to memorize item placement and know bosses attack. And as I can imagine, yeah, I would never be able to do those kind of runs. They stress me out too much. Yeah, nothing but respect for you guys. Like, where you have to do the runs, like, if you're doing it blindfolded and you have to, like, memorize everything and where everything is. If you want to watch it, I made a video of that blindfolded challenge on my YouTube channel. Oh, I'll definitely give it a watch. I'll subscribe as well. I'm not signed in on this Google profile, but are you like the same name on YouTube that you are on Twitch? Yeah, I think I found you. Let's go. Yeah, I'll make a mental note of that and definitely log in and sub and check out the run for sure, man. Beat every Halo on Legendary, but Halo 2, I can't bring myself to do it. I cannot. It is insanely tough. The fact I couldn't even make it past the first level, right? Makes me violently ill just thinking about it. Can't blame you. I did finish Halo 2 like when I was really young. I was one of the only ones, like Halo 2 and 3 were the only ones I played when I was like a kiddo. And I liked Halo 2 a lot. I think it was my favorite campaign out of like all of them. But yeah. Oh shit, you beat Bloodborne? Let's go. Congrats, fellow hunter. A hunter must hunt. God, now I have a craving to play Bloodborne. Halo 2 was my least favorite. I gotcha. I don't know what it was about Halo 2 that I liked a lot. I think it was because I could play as Arbiter and like you could play as an elite in that game. And you know, you had like your allies from the Covenant or whatever. How the fuck do how do I remember all the jargon and stuff? This is weird because I'm like the furthest from like a Halo fan. Like, and I'm not saying that as like furthest from a Halo fan isn't like I don't like the Halo games, but like no, I just don't play them. So like, how do I remember this shit? But no, I remember thinking it was really cool. Any games you're looking forward to early this year? I don't know about early, but I do know my most anticipated game is Death Stranding 2. The first one I'm a huge sucker for, and it's my third favorite game of all time, pretty much. And so yeah, I'm very much so looking forward to the sequel, which is slated to come out. Sorry, at some point this year. I think it's going to be later in the year, though. I know a lot of people are hyped for Monster Hunter Wilds, or not Wilds. Is it Wilds? The new one, and of course GTA 6. But I'm not too big on those games. How about you? Should put the music back on, by the way. Good in Souls games like for a long while, that is understandable. Especially, yeah, if you played through Bloodborne, that's how I felt the very first time I beat Bloodborne, before it was even my second favorite game. I was like, fuck, that took a lot out of me. I don't know if I can do this. I need a break. I didn't even bother to go back in, like 100% it, like do any of the side stuff. I was like, no, I'm done. I'm good. It took me like 2 years before I finally went back in and platinumed it and realized how much I loved the game, and I was like, shit. shit, this clicked. This is one of the greatest goddamn games I've played my entire life. I didn't have that reaction on my first playthrough. Girlfriend sat and watched and was getting mad with me. That's how it usually goes, right? Those are not fun games. Like, could be. But you're either really gonna love seeing someone else like struggle with the games, or you're not. You're gonna be like, can we go do something else? Like, what the fuck are you doing with your life? There's a duality, man. You'll either have like someone who's either A or B when it comes to that stuff. There's nothing in between. But yeah, dude, so we got to talk about these final challenges in FF7 Rebirth. So let's start with, to put into perspective, right? And I kind of like touched on this earlier tonight. The thing about Rulers of the Outer Worlds and Bonds of Friendship that take them to a whole other rung of like cracked out, probably the most difficult shit I have ever attempted in my entire life playing video games. And I'm not even being hyperbolic, I'm not exaggerating, but truly the hardest things ever. The way I kind of gauged that was by the fact that any other challenge I've ever done in the past, and I've done like pretty tough challenges on stream, like fighting like Soulsborne bosses or whatever, right? Minerva from frickin' Crisis Core on hard mode. Anything I've ever attempted on stream, no matter how long I've taken to do it, I've always ended up finishing it, right? On stream. This shit was so fucking hard that I had to throw in the towel and be like, yeah, guys, this is not happening on stream. And this was after like you can even tell from my thumbnails, dude. Like the fact that I put my faces in the thumbnails, like reactions, just like to show how difficult this shit is. That's just funny. Was it? Yeah, so this challenge is impossible is what I titled the stream. And like the thumbnail is basically just the challenge and it's saying challenge failed. So I had a 7-hour stream of Rulers of the Outer Worlds that I started with. I think that's the one you have to do first before you can do Bonds of Friendship. So I did one 7-hour stream of that. Another 8-hour stream of that before. That was the first one I did. And I probably started it here. Yeah, Coliseum ends and VR begins. So I started Rulers of the Outer Worlds. Are we back? This is the second to last one before. It was pretty challenging, but not too bad. Now here it is, I think. No, wait. I'm so nervous. Yeah, okay, no. I didn't start Rulers of the Outer Worlds in this stream. I did all the ones before it, and I was like, okay, this is going to be the next stream that we do it. Stream after breaks like that, but yeah, I did say I'll take a call after the break, and I really do want to continue, but I'm looking forward to Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, Monster Hunter Wilds, Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, and the first Berserker Kazan. Nice, yeah, I've heard of some of these other ones too, but not all of them. I'm gonna look them up. Interesting. Yeah, I know Wilds has like a big, like a lot of people are hyped for it. It's got a big audience. I tried playing Monster Hunter. I wish I could get into it. I might have to try it again. I tried World a couple of years ago, and I don't know what it was. It just didn't click with me. But it is fun watching other people play. I think it's just one of those games where I have more fun watching people play than playing myself, weirdly. But yeah, so I started Rulers of the Outer Worlds in this stream, which is like 8 hours.
All right.
And to explain what it is, you basically start, like, how many fights is it? Let's like look up a summary of it so I can best explain what the hell this thing is. Brutal challenge. Yeah, so the rounds. There are 5 rounds. It doesn't seem like a lot. And to be fair, the first like 3 rounds They can be really easy if you like. They'll seem really tough, but you can make them really easy with the right materia combinations. What they are is essentially like the summon pairs, like the ones you fight on Gilgamesh's island. So you'll have like Phoenix and Kujata to fight at the same time, Titan and Bahamut Arisen, Odin and Alexander. This one was like a bit of a bitch though, for sure. I remember hating this one. It was very hit or miss for me. But if you had the right combinations, you didn't have to rely too much on mechanical skill and stuff. Like, especially if you had, for the Phoenix Kujata ones, yeah, Elemental Fire was huge. You needed to have like a level 3 Elemental to completely negate, but also absorb HP from fire damage. And maybe something else. Yeah, that was the key thing. And then wind attacks were big on Titan and Bahamut, I remember, yeah. But as soon as you got to round 4 here, this is where shit became like, you just gotta let Jesus take the wheel and pray you get the best goddamn luck in the world. Gilgamesh was fucking mental. These last 2 rounds are some of the hardest fucking things I've ever experienced in a video game. Like, I genuinely like bordered on depression because of them. Monster Hunter games is best played with friends. That's true. I think I tried playing it solo, and I realized that, like, no, I need a good group of people to play this with, and that's probably what it is. So if I ever do go back into Monster Hunter, I would probably do it when I have a nice, squad of people to play with me. I might change my perception towards it for sure. But yeah, Gilgamesh whooped my ass 1,000,001 freaking times. I think in this 8-hour stream, I only got to him like once. Like, truly, I only got to him like one time. Now, maybe ATB stagger on a single. What is this quality? Hi. Yeah, so there's the Kujata fight. And the Kujata fight, by the way, the other reason these summons were really tough sometimes is because if you didn't beat them in time, they would use their ult, and there's no getting around their ult at all. Unless you have like an elemental materia, which isn't going to work for all of them, right? So you have to beat them fast, number one. And then... Oh yeah, and by the way, I'll go over this pretty quick. The reason you're seeing me running around Gungaga in the middle of the stream, this is the best place to farm AP for your materia. And I made a video on it on YouTube as well. So if anyone's going to be going back into Rebirth in the PC version, if anyone is going to be taking on these challenges and they're like, okay, we need the really powerful materia, we need all that AP, I made a pretty handy guide on grinding all of it in the Gungaga docks area. It's a really quick run.
Which I'm not a huge fan
You get like hundreds and thousands within an hour. But I grinded all the materia up to be able to fight them. You're gonna need max level materia.
Lysaga.
And frickin'...
Oh my...
Did I not get to... I got to him at some
Easy.
point.
We got him. 3, 4, and 5. Damn, though. Those ones.
Where did I choke here? That was Alexander. Oh, it's the son of a bitch. See, this is what I mean. I had beaten him before this for sure. I think I made it to Gilgamesh after him somewhere in the middle.
Last one.
I don't know where it was.
So I don't know if I want to do that.
But like, I made it to him, but only like once this whole stream. As you can tell, I can barely find where that was. This was an insane throw me for a loop type freaking challenge. Like the craziest one I've ever seen in a game. So yeah. Gilgamesh, and then freaking... Well, I'm going to show it to you at least once before we talk about Virtual Sephiroth. But... yeah, just like everything about this. Hang on. I can't get over this, dude. This is such a perfect representation of my mental state, this thumbnail. All right, ladies and gents, boys and girls. Yeah, I like...
computer wanted to attack.
Okay, I made it past Gilgamesh to Sephiroth here. This big bozo show his ass. Where is he? Stop hiding. Stop being shy. Okay. This fight is like the most clench your asshole fight ever, man. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know if he was exactly the same as when you fight him for the first time in the story. Like, not the story, but in his subplot outside the simulator. But he felt way harder. There's no way he was the same. Yeah, he does this countdown, which I think he does like in his base version too. But it's so much more stressful in the VR. And he's so speedy, he's so fast, like, it doesn't matter what material you use, you just gotta be like... You just gotta get lucky and just fucking to be on your toes 24/7, like, making every correct move possible. You can't afford to mess up. And yeah, frickin' Tifa, dude, I remember, like, her unbridled strength move is so handy. Like, she's the hard carry for these fights. There's like an animation cancel you can do with her with one of her combos.
No, wait, let's actually go Tifa. Let's keep doing what she does.
Yeah, there you go. I was like, we just gotta be Tifa here. Yeah, I was like, True Strike? I'm gonna take notes so if I play again not long from now, I can just start doing this out the front door. But like, yeah. We beat Gilgamesh and then fucking, as you can tell from where we are in the stream, and the fact this was in the final one, we didn't beat virtual Sephiroth here, but I'll let the gameplay speak for itself and show you just what this fucking crazy asshole can do.
Cloud just die again?
Did I even get to the hardest part of this fight? This is it.
Get the fuck out
Take
of me.
notes. Shadowy chains. Well, okay, I actually parried. So you gotta parry that attack. What that is he'll bind you in place. He never does this move outside the VR simulator, by the way. This move called Shadowy Chains. He'll bind you in place. And if he does it to all three characters, he'll use Octoslash and kill everyone. And that's it. Your run's dead. The only way to get past it, you can't dodge it, you can't run from it, you have to parry it. This is the most stressful shit in the entire video game, right here. Doing this move.
Get the fuck off of me.
This run seemed pretty promising. What happened? What killed it? What killed this run? Oh, I was the
casting Sephiroth, you
yeah.
asshole.
I was casting as Barret.
No fucking decency.
Okay.
It's on you.
Let me
Hang back.
No, dude, the computer's always being so fucking stupid. And like doing its own thing.
I love how like this just pushed me over the edge, and I was like saying and commenting shit I never normally would playing video games. Like I never say shit like this when I'm like even hardcore raging. I always blame myself. This is one of the few occasions I was like, this game's fucking stupid. Oh god.
I blocked.
That's it. He got all three, so this is what happens.
I blocked. You cannot be serious right now.
That's it. The run's dead. Wait, what? No, it's not. Okay.
Fucking video game, man. I blocked.
Cloud lived. No
My
way.
ass.
But you're as good as dead, though. Because, like, he'll lock you in at, like, all these crazy moves and animations and stuff. Fun to watch this again.
Knew he would do that shit.
I'm so curious what happened. Because we keep getting all these fighting chances. Unlucky timing. Actually, really lucky timing. Managed to pull the cure off.
Getting better. Getting better.
How do you even damage him? He has so much HP. We just gotta stagger him. That's it, right? Just gotta stagger him. Oh god, is this a good idea? Yeah, that's true, because synergy attacks are so risky. And that's another thing we gotta talk about. Synergy attacks were so fucking sick in this game. Like, fuck, that worked. I actually staggered him. And I used Cloud's Limit Break. This is like, this is so, whatever happened, that's tragic, man, because this seemed like a really good run. What happened? What killed this run? It Octoslash again, alright. I probably panicked, didn't know what to do. On Cloud? Excuse me, what the fuck? Oh. He has Octoslash even if you're not bound? Yeah, I think... It's over. What do we do? I think that's what's fucked. Has no MP. Sometimes you'll just do Octoslash without binding you with Shadowy Chains. And I have no MP as Barret to revive them, so yeah, that's what's... RIP GG's F in the chat moment. Yep, he just murks Barret. You do no damage. You don't know. You do, like, absolutely no damage to this asshole. Jeez, man. Yeah, and then, like, this was only halfway through this fucking 8-hour-long stream. And I don't think I ever made it back there to Sephiroth, bro. Because these gauntlets, like, went on for long periods of time. Like, you can see that was, like, a 17-minute gauntlet, bro. Crazy. Crazy business. If we're talking about challenges still, if you think Souls-like games are tough, I'd love to see you try playing Blood on well done difficulty. Wait, what's that? A Blood? Wait, not Bloodborne. I'll give you a critical bounty, 150 smackers. You can beat the whole game? I'm serious? It's not 20k, but is what I can offer? What even is that? Blood on well done difficulty. Is Blood like a game? Blood Fresh Supply? Is that a game? Never heard of that. I'm already gonna say no, dude. This is like a Doom-like. This looks like some kind of a Doom-like. Well, I'll play it, but I'm not opting out of any challenges. Like, I don't fuck with, like, FPS challenges at all. I don't fuck with those. I'm not even gonna, like, be all macho and shit and go, like, yeah, sign me up. Alright, there's nothing that can take me down. I'm just gonna straight up be like, blood, whatever. Yeah, like, more like my blood's gonna be all over the place with this one. Am I right? Can't, a wuss, like, proudly, dude. There's some games I don't give a fuck about being a wuss in, because I just have no interest in. I know I'm shit enough. Like, I will never attempt. Okay, like, the closest I'll ever get to doing any sort of challenge in, like, an FPS game will be COD Zombies. Like, legit, that's it. Like, deadass, I will never attempt a challenge for an FPS game outside of COD Zombies in my entire life, I don't think. Because I'm just not built for those kind of games. I just like hold left trigger aim, hold right trigger shoot while looking at big monster, and big monster dies. That's the extent of me playing those kind of games. Can't do it either. I mean I don't blame you. I had like one look at the screenshot of that game. I was like, yeah, it looks retro infused, retro inspired. It looks like a Doom-like. Yeah, no, that's not happening. But I'd definitely be down to mess with that game for sure, though. It looks interesting. Never heard of it before. We can do co-op and play on extra crispy, the hardest difficulty. Hell yeah, man. I'd be so down for that. I love doing that kind of shit. If it's like reasonably difficult, like if it's really fucking hard, that's cool. But if it's reasonably fucking hard, like not, oh, when you dies, yeah, go back to the start of the level. Like, no. And by the way, you're gonna die in like 2 bullets. Like that's not hard. That's impossible. like Halo 2 legendary shit. As long as it's not that, I mean, I'm just gonna have fun. It's not reasonably difficult, it is brutal, right? But like, are we talking brutal as in we get shot by one bullet and we're done and like we have to restart the whole level, or brutal as in like, okay, you get shot with like one bullet and you're dead, but the other player can still play a bit, and like, you know, it's slightly not frustrating and it's more challenging, but it's still possible. What's European extreme hard difficulty? Is that what I want? 2 or 3 shots. I don't think there's revives. Never played co-op. Gotcha. I'll be down to check it out for sure. Seems interesting AF. But yeah, dude, rulers of the frickin' brutal ass bullshit worlds. So I choked here, I was choked here, and then I was like, this was not a live stream.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so I ended this stream freaking sad AF because I was like, guys, I don't know if...
Test out different strats.
Yeah.
Yeah, look up builds at this point.
I don't know if I can finish it on
I'm
stream.
just grasping at straws. I tried so much. I tried so many, like, you know, different approaches via my own kind of thinking, you know, but now I think I just need to potentially throw in the towel and see what other people have, exactly what other people have done. And we kind of started doing that towards the end, but not as much because...
Yeah, I think Summer just mentioned, I'm not going to be streaming it. That's it. So, but I did record
boys and girls, welcome back. It's me, Eddie,
myself
again.
beating it off
You guys
stream.
are doing well.
And you know what's insane, dude? So here's the insane thing, and I don't think I mentioned it here. The real kicker is the very...
And boy, does it live up to its name. It's basically 5 rounds back-to-back of pure torture, where you got to fight multiple summons who come in pairs.
My first attempt at this off stream was the one where I got it. I don't know how the fuck that works. Then I did like 30 to 40 attempts on stream, and I couldn't beat it. And the next day, I was like, I have a little bit of time to play. Might as well try an attempt or two.
And then
The first attempt is where I beat it.
Sephiroth, and if you die on any one of these... And we didn't. So it came to the point on the last stream where I had to announce for the very first time, and I've never done this in all 5 years of me and I'll find
Yeah, I can't do
funny
it.
enough. We actually ended up beating this on our first attempt. I got this on my very first attempt, my very first recording of the day, which I find hilarious.
Yeah, literally the first run. That's actually fucking funny.
Should be okay.
And I barely even commentated this because I didn't think we would actually beat it. I was like, I'm just gonna sit here. This recording will never see the light of day.
It's gonna go Tifa. Bray.
I kind of skipped to the end.
He's only really doing...
Oh, that's my
fire
Gilgamesh. I was like, what the
attacks. Alright,
fuck?
This is exactly what you want him to do. Partners in pain. Have our limit though. This is huge. Yes!
There it is.
Gray here is bear.
Revenge!
Oh my god, I think we're doing it, guys. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes!
Let's go!
Yes! Yes! Yes!
I was so happy.
Yes! Let's go!
It was one of those challenges which was like, I genuinely didn't know if I would ever end up beating it. So I was so happy when I did. And then that wasn't the end, because freaking we had to do Bonds of Friendship, which wasn't as brutal.
Right, ladies.
It was pretty fucking brutal.
Sad, I mean.
Yeah, I did some other like VR challenges too before that.
There we go. Easy chapter to go in.
Oh yeah, we hadn't unlocked it. So I had to do some of the solo fights with the other characters.
To immediately do this.
This was annoying, my god, the
barely got there,
solo
right?
Kate Sith one.
Pressure his ass, Zach.
But yep, here it is, guys. The concept of this gauntlet is so fucking cool. So this one's harder because it's 10 rounds instead of 5, so it's longer. And you can't, your party is limited. You can only play as Cloud and Zack. You can choose Cloud's loadout for his materia, but you can't customize anything with Zack. So that's what makes it tough. Like, Zack isn't exactly the most OP dude in the planet, contrary to what you might think. Even though he's like a special character in the game. He actually makes things more difficult for you. He like inhibits you in a way. Like, you gotta make Cloud the primary damage dealer with wind materia. Like, that's the trick.
Alright, with this unlimited MP, I'm gonna do a roll.
And I think I made Zack like more of a healer. So we got pretty far into it. I think this is our first attempt or second or something. We didn't do too bad. I think it was like the third to last round.
For Titan at the beginning.
The hardest one was like, you had to fight Odin at the end, and he was fucking madman, let me tell you. Even though you fight him like plenty of times before in the game too. You're basically doing a lot of summon fights, like solo summon battles, but like the hardest versions of them. This Mind Flayer was a bitch too. And yeah, here's the real sad face kicker. And you can already tell there's a spoiler in the title of the stream. Game crashes and power outages. Great. And anyone want to take a guess where, when I came close to beating Odin, or beating the gauntlet, the power outage decided to happen? The final round where you fight Odin, of course. Where is that? It better have been at the end, and it better have made me go, I'm done with the stream. I think I rage quit.
Should be big man with big sword, right?
Oh, I think this is it. The no, the game crashed first, so the stream didn't crash. Then a power outage happened. Yeah, this is why the stream ended abruptly. There was a power outage, and it didn't come back online. It was I was streaming for a long time, and I was tired. But where does a game crash happen? I clipped it. Wait, I clipped it. I have no words. I think this is what it is.
I'm actually gonna do
Final round of the gauntlet, by the way. Yeah, I hate to say it, but yes, for real.
I'm actually gonna do Ascension on him.
This motherfucker is scary as shit. Odin and Bonds of Friendship, he was tough, man. It's just in general in FF7 Rebirth. Any times you have to fight him in the VR simulation, if you know, you know. This man is fucking terrifying.
So Zack has a chance.
And it's his hardest version.
Build some MP here.
And we almost had his ass.
Cast Faith on Cloud.
It's funny looking back. The way it just happened so abruptly. Oh god. It's such a cruel joke. Someone or something definitely made that happen on purpose. Like the timing of that, bro. We almost had him. I was literally speechless.
I'm just not gonna say anything.
Good. that was like the whole thumbnail too. Was the error message. That's my favorite thing. Is I decided to make the something went wrong with this gamer app. The whole thumbnail of the stream. So yeah, like we had an error message, then the stream, we had a fucking power outage at the end. And then I had to like do the same thing. I was like, I'm not streaming this shit. I'm just gonna like beat it off stream.
Staggered him. Oh my god. Oh my god.
And we did.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Come on.
God, I was wailing on this guy at the end. Even though that's really risky. If you like get too aggressive, he can like mess you the hell up.
1 HP.
Oh my god, right as he was about to do this.
This is it. This is it. Come on.
Let's go.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but there you go. Like, you can tell from my reaction just how tough this shit is.
Oh my god, we were set up to fail, but we got him. Yes, let's go. All right, guys.
More satisfying than
Bonds of
Radahn.
Friendship in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, one of the hardest challenges in the entire game.
Yeah, freaking, I'd argue harder than Radahn for me personally from Elden Ring DLC. Bonds of Friendship and Rulers, man, the two toughest challenges I've ever personally taken on, I want to say. And then we got the Platinum not long after. Those are the hardest things to do to get the Platinum. And this is what was the final thing we ever did in FF7 Rebirth. I've had the cat turn off my Xbox playing COD Zombies around 47 on Mob of the Dead. Jesus, and I was the host. Cat almost got turned into a pair of slippers. That sucks. So glad they moved away from touchpad type to power buttons. Yeah, so that never happens again. That's rough though. Yeah, 47 on Mob. And that was back when like 47 was decently high because COD Zombies was like way harder back in the day. I don't think I even made it that far on Mob of the Dead.
Yes!
Let's go. Got Sephiroth's theme. 5 stars. The hardest song.
All right, ladies and gents.
And that's like, that was the coolest way to finish off 7 Rebirth. I don't think there was even a trophy associated with it, but I think it was the coolest challenge to...
That right there is One Winged Angel, the final piece of the piano in FF7 Rebirth. We got the star on it on the fastest speed. That, my friends, is
Let's
the
go.
official end of our Final Fantasy VII Rebirth saga. I wanted to end things here with this special epilogue after getting the Platinum Trophy because I love the piano minigame and I've loved having...
Yeah, I really hope they bring it back.
...star on each song on the fastest speed and challenging myself to do so. And I'm so happy with that we got this on the same stream as the Platinum. I didn't think it would happen, but here we are. We got it. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. After 4 long months of playing this game, I know 4 months, we've come to an end.
Let's go. Yeah, man, what a hell of a journey it was. I played it for 4 months. Fucking like, I started at the end of February when it came out. And I ended on like June 5th when I made this clip. That is absurd. That is a long ass amount of time, bro. This game has like an absurd amount of content. Like, you're not, if you want to do everything in this game, you're in it for the long haul. There's no shortcutting or pirouetting around it. Like, it demands time from you. And it's just for the sheer fact that I friggin' played this for 4 months straight. Like, that is how you know that I'm not, like, you know, I'm not a crazy person when I say shit like, despite how much I love this game and how much I cannot wait for the PC version, I'm still not going to probably play it when it comes out because I'm still burned out, like, even close to a year later. Not enough time has gone by, man. Like, it has to be at least 2 to 3 years before I go back to this game. But yeah, man, Rebirth was such an incredible time, and it more than deserved the amount of stream time we dedicated to like celebrating all our memories with it, to talking about it at the length that I did, and it's why it is up here. It's just, I only still have put Rebirth here. We haven't even barely scratched the surface of like my favorite games of the year. We're still just on Rebirth, but that's why it's here, and that's why it's number 1, and that's why it's my game of the year, man. It was just such an incredible journey, such an incredible saga. I'm glad we talked about it. Like I said, we spent a lot of time talking about the music, going through the clips, but just like in general, like as a quick thing, like why it was so amazing otherwise. Like, for me, the most important thing about FF7, why it's my favorite game ever, is because of the narrative, the world, and the characters, right? And how those 3 things intertwine with each other to tell a really indelible, unforgettable story, right? That shit is just really powerful and resonant to me. And everything else is just such a great icing on the cake, especially the way they executed on that stuff in Rebirth. It was just done so wonderfully. And I think that, like, on top of, like, I briefly mentioned how much I love the synergy attacks too, just that whole idea of camaraderie was such a major theme in this game, like the characters bonding together, coming together, and that not only affected the story, but it also affected the gameplay, and it created all those cool synergy attacks. It's so goddamn sick, and just did so much with the combat. And as well, I think that like this is a criticism I saw of the game, which, I mean, to each their own, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, but one I genuinely don't understand, if I'm being completely honest, and I didn't really talk about this at all before. I know there's very little new that I can offer in terms of my thoughts on Rebirth, because I've exhaustively talked about it in my YouTube review, which is still the main thing at the top of my YouTube channel, which, okay, apparently doesn't show up if you're not subscribed to the channel, but yeah, that is my main thing that I show at the top of the channel is my FF7 Rebirth review. I talked exhaustively about the game for like 30 minutes. So if you want to see like my comprehensive thoughts on the game, you can definitely check this out. But one thing I will say, because I reviewed this before my hard mode playthrough, right, which we just went over, and it's been a lot of time. This was like closer to when the game came out. It was still new. One thing I've seen over time, like a criticism from people that I didn't notice before, not enough time's gone by, is that they didn't like that there were so many mini games. And I mean, okay, I understand that, like, that's your opinion, but for people to be like, oh, there's like too much video game, right? There's too many video games, like, or too many mini games, there's too much to do in the game, and actually trying to voice that as a concern that, you know, they hope they do something about it in part 3, like, brother, you really don't want them to like reduce the amount of content they set up for this game. I thought it was such a breath of fresh air that there was that much gameplay content variety when it came to the mini games and everything, like just that there was so much to do beyond just like combat, going up to an enemy, fighting the enemy, and that being it. That was the biggest issue as well, which earlier we were talking about FF16 and Flaming was asking me for my thoughts. That was another really big issue I had with FF16. It was dry as shit. There was no content variety whatsoever in that game. Like, it was a great game, don't get me wrong, but there was nothing between just witnessing cutscenes and just hacking and slashing some enemies. There was nothing to do in the game. Like, and there were periods where I was hoping there would be. Like, they had a weird chocobo drifting system, like, so it seemed like they could have done chocobo racing. There was that little town you could go to with a little pond. Like, it could have been cool if you could have done some fishing or something like that. But there was nothing in FF16. And this is like one of the other really big things Rebirth fixed. So I don't understand the whole... Like, I get how some of the minigames can be a little too excruciatingly difficult, but those are all optional. The game doesn't point a gun to your head and tell you to do the hardest versions of the minigames. You have to play them once for sure, but it's so absurdly easy getting like 1 star in the minigames just to pass through the story. And I can't see it being an issue that the game, like FF7 Rebirth, takes a break every now and again to offer you something different on your journey that isn't just going here, fighting enemy, witnessing cutscene, right? It's spicing things up at every opportune moment. Like, there's never a dull moment in the game. And the side quests were a great example of that too, even when there are no traditional mini games going on, like flower picking with Aerith, or like freaking let's get to like hop to this part of the video because I literally show like snippets of all the variety there is. Like, just unique, interesting shit happening with the characters that normally don't happen in gameplay. Like this right here, like this cute side quest where you like take pictures and stuff. You know, I just really appreciated how much uniqueness there was in every possible turn and corner in this game. So it's just interesting to me, I want to say, that like people are vying for there to be less of it. And then I saw that like Hamaguchi and Square Enix took that to heart. Unfortunately, in my opinion, I think that's like a misfortune. And they were like, yeah, don't worry, in part 3 there are going to be less mini games. They're going to be less like unique things for you to do, because that just makes me feel like they're going closer to like FF16's direction, which I didn't like at all, like when it came to that stuff, because it just didn't do enough. Like, it became a very dry game at a certain point. But yeah, like all this is to say the gameplay variety was insane, and it truly an ambitious game in like in the truest sense of the word. like more ambitious than anything. More ambitious and ambitious. And it all works out like so brilliantly. Like you never get bored. There's always something to do, always something engaging going on. And the world really feels like breathtakingly alive as a result. And I really hope that even though they're kind of scaling back the amount of content there will be, like ancillary side stuff there will be in part 3, that they still manage to tap into that. So yeah, that's just my spiel on that. Ever done a randomizer before? I haven't, but I would love to someday for sure. I've only recently just started to dabble in like mods and everything. Like I'm still in the middle of my new thread playthrough for Final Fantasy VII, which I should probably get back to at some point. But I would love to maybe do a randomizer of Final Fantasy someday. Maybe 7 is a great place to start since I know it so well and would be more observant of the changes and everything. I guess new threat counts as a sort of randomizer though, because things have been changed around. So yeah, maybe I guess I am playing a randomizer. Mid Easter egg, wait, for Mob of the Dead? Really? That was like one of the first major Easter eggs that like marked a dramatic shift in the way they were done for the better, in my opinion. Yeah, so after, should probably look at it through this lens, but after Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, my game of the year, we went straight into Elden Ring DLC. And that was a hell of an experience too. And I'm actually going to put that up here right now. Up Shadow of the Erdtree. There you go. I don't know if it's a premium bundle. No, that's weird. Let's just go with regular Shadow of the Erdtree. I don't know if it'll necessarily be my number 2 spot, but I just want to get that up there since we've come across Elden Ring now. And it absolutely stands out as one of my favorite games of 2024. Hang on, let me go back to the my channel here. Close this tab accidentally. Yeah, Elden Ring. Once again, Miyazaki and From Software are absolutely cooked with it. I think it's truly extraordinary how this DLC, or rather expansion, because that's what it is, and expansion would be putting it mildly considering how much is there. Where are we? Here we go. I think that considering how much was in this, you could reasonably consider this to be... This is my DLC prep. My bad. You could reasonably consider this to be like an Elden Ring 2, or maybe an Elden Ring 1.5, right? It's definitely not like a full-fledged sequel feeling game, but it feels like, let's say, a weird example, but because I was super into AC growing up, like how you go from Assassin's Creed 2 to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, right? Brotherhood's like a sequel to 2, it's more ambitious, it's bigger, bolder. Doesn't feel like it's truly been remade from the ground up like 2 to 3, but it feels like that leap from 2 to Brotherhood. Like at the time it came out, you felt like it was a sequel. So with Shadow of the Erdtree, it feels the same exact way. It feels like a sequel to Elden Ring. It doesn't just feel like an add-on to it. And the fact that they made the world map this big, it blew my mind. I remember like when we first found out exactly how big the world map was. And realizing that blew my mind, because before I realized just how big this would be, I was happy enough, I was content enough with how big I thought it was going to be. And I have a clip about that too. When you remember Elden Ring is massive, here it is. Alright, let's go ahead and get a new map. First things first. Literally right there. I love this part. Giant. Hopefully we're strong enough to kick his ass now. This is the most important part of the DLC for me. Kill the first one too. Skadu Altus. Very nice. Whoa, what the hell? That's so great. What am I... dude? I thought it was like just this much. Right, that's what I thought. I didn't think it would get bigger than that. And I was like, wait, there's this whole chunk too, and there's like all this other stuff like down here as well. Like, oh my goodness.
Dudes and dudettes, we need to talk. I thought that the square we had available to us at the beginning was the whole map of the DLC.
And that would have been fine.
We're creating a bigger square tangle.
Yeah, this was crazy to me. I was like, dang, this is what they cooked? Holy shit, it makes sense now why it took 2 years. Why they were like, yeah, their heads down, working hard on this with like radio silence. They were straight up just making another game. This is not an expansion, brothers. This is a sequel. The fact they did this, all this and more, and it felt like you were playing Elden Ring again for the first time in many ways, and it just didn't miss a beat when it came to all the aesthetic stuff, like the variety of like the weapons and stuff, which granted I didn't really mess around with too much because that's just more of a me thing. When it comes to Elden Ring, for whatever it is, for whatever reason, I just love sticking with a limited subset of weapons and builds and stuff. Like I was running my 2 clunky giant colossal swords this build, or this run. I didn't really change anything about that, but I know how much new shit they added. I know how much new gameplay, like content and styles and items and accessories they added in here to spice things up and really make you feel like, wow, there's way more to this than what meets the eye, and there's more new shit to do now in the world of Elden Ring. It was truly extraordinary. And I will say, I don't think the bosses really stand out that much to me. Like, they weren't anything too remarkable. It might be a hot take. I don't think the bosses themselves were remarkable, but they were very fun to fight nonetheless. Like, they never skip a beat from Software with the boss fights. It's one of the things they do best. Level design in the boss fights. Although I will say for level design, despite them being the best in the business, I think this DLC was actually, like, relatively speaking, right? I'm not saying it was bad, but it was their weakest work when it came to level design. There were some pretty obtuse moments when it came to traversing the world map in this DLC, where I was kind of thinking to myself, like, okay, why is the process of getting like from point A to point B not like just straightforward as it should seem based on the map? Like, why am I having to go all the way here, all the way around there, all the way around there? Which for the most part, I get why it was like that, because it encouraged exploration and those like aha moments that you get when you play these games of, I didn't realize that going under this bridge is going to send me to the freaking like Cthulhu's asshole on the other side of the globe, which that's one of my favorite aspects of playing these games. But in this, like, I think they kind of overdid it to the point where it was more frustrating than anything. Like, I remember there were certain locations I tried to get to playing this DLC that made me go less so like, okay, it's gonna be really cool, and it is really cool, like getting to this spot from somewhere we wouldn't anticipate, but and rather made me feel instead like, okay, can we just finally get there already? I've been hitting my head against the wall for like 15 hours and I still don't get it. And I never felt that way before about any of the level traversal in their games. So this would have like the weakest of the level traversal, and I am a little bit just in general like fatigued from the open world like concept and formula, but that's just more of a me thing. Like, that's not at all a slight on the DLC or a criticism of the DLC. Really just the navigation aspect would be my only criticism, and the fact you can't open your map while navigating, but everything else is amazing. And I think that they definitely just kept up that momentum. Like, one of my favorite highlights, I should mention, by the way, is when we went through that like ravine at the very bottom of the world, and there was just nothing but Bloodborne references, right? When we fought the winter lanterns, they brought them back, right? How sick was that? I think I have a clip of that too, my reaction to seeing the winter lanterns. I had a lot of good clips from this. We're not going to go through a bunch of them, but have some funny Elden Ring DLC clips. And of course, I clipped every boss that we beat. Mesmer was my favorite one. I think Mesmer was fucking awesome. Like, his design, the cutscene, everything was badass. Straight up. I think Mesmer was the highlight of Shadow of the Erdtree. You can just go ahead and watch this. Such a tough fight, by the way. Fuck, I just got through all these fights, folks, through sheer luck. That's it. I don't think there's any particular fight in this game where I was like, oh, let's go. Skill got me through. That was a sheer luck.
Hey, yes! Yes!
Yeah, Mesmer was awesome. He changed the song, by the way. You guys are probably being driven insane by dog barking, which doesn't drive me insane, but I can understand how it could drive anyone else insane. Get kind of Zelda coded here. Okay. See, where was I? Yeah, the winter lanterns, man. I had a clip about that. They're back. Here we go.
Honestly, it's fine to think the game's difficult.
I love this.
Right? But don't go and then like whine about it, you know? Like that's the whole point. I'm gonna whine about this enemy. That is literally a fucking winter lantern from Bloodborne. Holy shit.
It was great.
Okay, this just went to like a 15 out of 10 DLC. They brought winter lanterns into fucking Shadow of the Erdtree. Oh my god, no they didn't.
That was awesome. I love that. You can, like, there's so much Bloodborne fan service in this. Between, like, this is what I love, man. Between, like, Rebirth and Elden Ring, I had so much fan service to other adjacent games within these, like, respective properties. Like, Rebirth gave me Crisis Core fan service, and then Elden Ring gave me Bloodborne fan service, right? It was so lovely to see, and just to see that, like, Miyazaki and the team, and they've been on record saying this, that if it were up to them, they would absolutely be some sort of Bloodborne follow-up or remaster or something, but it's not, because it's out of their hands. But to see that, see them holding to that, right, and showing that in the form of, like, winter lanterns and everything, like, these cool little callbacks to Bloodborne, and just, that warmed my heart, bro. That it really did. So it was cool to see Easter eggs to that game in Shadow of the Erdtree. So all in all, yeah, like, and then I had a lot of funny clips, and some of these will play on my Be Right Back screen. You won't go through all of them. Maybe some, just like to just highlight how good this was. But yeah.
Oh my god, look at that view. Well, at first I was like, hey, they
Environmental direction too.
Is that another like Raya Lucaria type
Was
place?
masterful.
Kind of like a
Elden Ring is
Hogwarts
scenery
base
porn is what I
game.
named this, because it
I
is.
mean, just look at that view as well on top of that, right? Like with the moon in the backdrop and the Erdtree. Jesus Christ. This game is scenery porn. It really is. In the best way possible.
Truly. It's such a beautiful game, right? And the thing I love about From Software is they're the most efficient mother flippers on planet Earth. They're my favorite developers in the business, by the way. I should add that for context. From Software are my favorite goddamn developers in the industry right now. Like, everything they could possibly do right, they do right. Releasing polished games, like having a consistent, like, timetable and schedule, treating their customers and fans right, like everything they could possibly do right, they do right. And then efficiency is one of them at the very top of the list. The fact that, like, despite Elden Ring not being, and by the way, I'm not saying this, like, I'm not saying the graphics are bad by any means, but it's not the most graphically impressive game in town, right? But despite that, they have such a strong sense of visual direction and just being really good and efficient at, like, reusing assets from other games and, like, creatively implementing new assets and stuff like that, that they're able to make the art style, the art direction, environmental design of the game, like, stand the test of time and make these what they are, essentially, right? Despite, like, the fidelity itself not being, like, top of the line, you still have these kind of moments of just, like, pure, I gotta stop here and take in what the hell they made here in this world and, like, the world building and all of it. It's so good, right? That's, like, they're the best in the business at that kind of stuff, for sure. Like, if you play Bloodborne now in, like, 2015 or 2025, like 10 years after 2015, god, I'm old, like, you'll definitely tell, like, shit, like, some of the assets, if you look up real close at them, they don't look like the prettiest in town, but if you look at the whole environment as, like, a cohesive whole, your reaction to it is like, holy shit, this still looks unbelievably good. I feel like I'm in a gothic hell, right? So, as usual, From Software, like, continue to be the best in the business when it comes to that stuff. That's another really, like, you know, that's another highlight of Elden Ring for me. What's up, Alex? Welcome on in, man. Happy New Year. Elden Ring mention, hell yeah, yes sir, 11 out of 10. We're basically going through every game I played this past year and just sort of celebrating them, like going through my favorite games. My game of the year, of course, that's Rebirth. We spent like a long ass time, like probably 2.5 hours talking about Rebirth, just gushing over it. And then after the Rebirth, we played through the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, so now we're kind of going through that at the moment. Addy, I'm sorry in advance. Wait, what's this? What do I be looking at? A private video? Sag. Oh shit, yeah, no worries, no worries. If that's yours, like... yeah, definitely unprivate it if you would like to, if you feel comfortable, and... you can check it out after that. Have you played DS1? Because that is my favorite game of all time with Elden Ring. Dude, yes sir! That is my third favorite game of all time. Are you talking about Death Stranding? Yeah, absolutely. Death Stranding 2 is my most anticipated game of 2025. Cannot wait. Cannot wait, sir. Alright, wait, talking about Dark Souls 1, brother. Wow, I need my head checked. I have played Dark Souls 1 as well. I have. God, I wish you were talking about Death Stranding 1 though. But still, yes, Dark Souls 1 is a nice game. I don't know if it's tied. I don't know if it's tied though as my favorite game of all time with Elden Ring. I don't know about that, but I do like DS1. I would say, like, the way I would rank my favorite FromSoft games, Bloodborne would be number 1, of course. Bloodborne, and then Sekiro, and then Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a top 3, but I wouldn't put it before Bloodborne and Sekiro. And then as for like the Dark Souls games, so like after Elden Ring, this is gonna sound like controversial, all right? Be prepared for a hot take. I would go Dark Souls 2 first. Yes, I am that guy. Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, and then Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1 I would actually put last. I'm sorry, Alex. Please don't hate me. But I do think, like, that's not to say it's a bad game by any means. They're all legendary games. I don't think there's a single bad From Software game, but if I had to rate them, I would rate them like that. Death Stranding looks like I would not like it. No, that's totally fair, man. Death Stranding is like it's a not for everyone game. But that said, it never starts being for anyone. And it will either click with you or it won't at a certain point. And for me, it clicked. And the moment it clicked, it fucking changed everything. Like, my brain was like permanently rewired. I was figuring that game a while ago. Oh, nice. Got it down to 2 hours. That's crazy. Yeah, I could never. You guys in the chat tonight have been telling me about crazy... like, we were going over crazy challenges I did in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and how tough they were. But, like, they pale in comparison to some of the stuff you guys are talking about. Like, Soul was talking about a blindfolded... Super Mario run, and you're talking about like a Dark Souls speed run, like those kind of things. You have to do something IRL, like be cracked IRL. Like I am not those challenges do not compute with me. 1 point for Dark Souls 1. I'll pass on all of them. I played Dark Souls up until the double gargoyle fight on the church roof, beat it, and call it quits. Fair enough. To me, like, okay, so here, for some context, the reason I don't rank Dark Souls 1 so highly is because I was one of the people who didn't play it when it came out. I played every other Soulsborne game when they came out. Dark Souls 1, the problem is I didn't start my Soulsborne journey with it. I started it with Dark Souls 2 when that came out in 2014. Now the issue with that is if you go back and play Dark Souls 1 after all the other games, you'll realize that there are things that you took for granted in the newer games that Dark Souls 1 doesn't have, and that impacts your enjoyment of it a little bit. Like the fact that you don't have bonfires right out the front door to like travel between. is immediately like something that makes you go, oh shit, okay, this is kind of this is a little bit rough. But that said, despite that, even if you go back to Dark Souls 1 after the other games, they do so much right that it still stands the test of time, and you can end up like seeing yourself really enjoying it. There are things they add in newer games that I prefer in Dark Souls 1. That's totally fair, right? And typically it'll be like that, right? Like your first game, like I'm assuming Dark Souls 1 was your first? Or no, you didn't. You said neither did you. You played it first in 2020. I see. But I guess like my point still stands for anyone who's like might have experienced their first whatever. You're always gonna hope that whatever they create afterwards like lives in that game's mold as much as it can. Like for me, that is like, even though my first game was Dark Souls 2, and for a little bit I was like, I hope everything else is like this game that they make further down the line, even though I know Dark Souls 2 isn't looked upon very favorably. When I played Bloodborne, and that became my second favorite game ever, since then I'm like, I hope everything ever, not just that anything a FromSoft makes, but anything anyone ever makes is like this game. Lies of P currently is my favorite. I just love that game so damn much. Yeah, Lies of P was fucking insanely impressive. Like, weirdly, I don't know what it is. Lies of P, it doesn't hit me as much as it hits other people, but I fucking 100,000,000% understand why people love it so much, and why I really respected it so much too. Because it's like, for their first swing, a relatively unknown developer, at making something even remotely similar to a Soulsborne, they essentially created a Bloodborne fucking 2. I mean, we're just talking right now about how I'm hoping for everything to be like Bloodborne. Like, that's the closest we're gonna get until Sony actually does something themselves. And in fact, it gives a lot of aspects of Soulsborne games themselves a run for their money. Abso-fucking-lutely. Like, that's the most impressive thing about Lies of P. Is it's not just a game that makes you go, okay, this game that's not by the master goats themselves from software, like, how does it compare? No, it makes you go like, this feels like it was by them themselves, and how do some of the Soulsborne games compare to it? You know, it's the other way around. Yeah, Lies of P was fucking insane. Don't really go by that perspective. I'm not much of a, they changed the formula, I hate this game now. I like the innovation in game styles. Yeah, same, for sure. What I mean is just that, like, because the game you really liked so much was so amazing, you kind of hope for them to replicate what was there as much as possible, even if they don't, you know. That's just like more of a wishful thinking, personal sort of thing. Fix it? Oh, let's go. I got you. I'll pull this up. What virgins do on Halloween? What the hell is this? Is that you? That's actually hilarious. Based pickle. No, like, not what virgins do on Halloween. More like what based folk do on Halloween. Am I right? That's just based, man. Come on. That's not some like virgin behavior. That's based behavior. Selling yourself too short here, dude. Hang on. That was awesome though. Thanks for sharing. FromSoft makes painful but challenging games. Yeah, I think the best way to describe their games is, like, the reason I like their difficulty so much is because they're more challenging than frustrating, for sure. Like, they perfectly understand the distinction between the two things. Like, I get the difficulty people don't like, and why some people don't like the difficulty of FromSoft games. It's not because of the way they are, it's because some people just think that shit is too frustrating for them, and that's perfectly fine. Like, no one likes shit that's frustrating. But the people who do like the difficulty in these games, they'll find it more challenging. And they're like, they view it as like a challenge to overcome, and then feel that sense of euphoria you get when you beat the bosses and everything, and then you do it again. And that's what I love about these games, is I think they're just challenging and not frustrating, and FromSoft does that perfectly. It's a Souls game with an actual story. You don't have to take 30 hours of reading to figure out. Yeah, like, Lies of P had a way more tangible story, and it helps that it's Pinocchio, right? And if you're more familiar with the classic story, you kind of view the parallels, right? Yakuza, for example, is one I just started recently with Like a Dragon, and I like Yakuza games, but I really don't love that they changed the combat to turn-based rather than the beat 'em up. I felt it getting stale. Oh, really? Never played the Yakuzas, but I know they were like beat 'em up, like, you know, purely action-oriented games. I didn't know they changed it to turn-based. Interesting. And if I ever want to play a game like DS1, I can just play DS1. Yeah, it's always true. That's the best mentality to have. You know, like, you have folks who are like, oh, I missed this game when, like, I missed that game, this game, all these old games. Like, why can't these new games be like those games? Like, dude, just go play the old game. It's still there. Unless it's an online game, then I perfectly fucking understand. You know, like if you're complaining about COD or something, or, you know, Overwatch 1, like, I totally get it. Hard but fair is FromSoft, exactly. Never shared that with anyone until now. Until now, 5 people, that's right, a whopping 5 people have seen your clip, your dirty little secret, Pickle. I don't know how you're gonna recover from that. Barring a few frustrating moments, it's always your fault for losing. Yes, exactly. Like, very few times, I don't think there's ever been a time in any of these games where when I've died, I've gone, that was the game's fault, the game's on some bullshit, fuck this game. You know, it's always been, okay, I fucked up, that's on me, I'm gonna remember that shit next time, and I'll make sure it doesn't happen as best as I can. If 5 people share with 5 more people in 5 permutations, the whole world will see it. Might be onto something, man. Might be onto something. But yeah, Elden Ring, dude. Addy, I'm gonna cash in your debt. I want my doodle. Fuck, dude. How? I'm actually a scammer. I'm actually a scammer. I can't believe I forgot. Yes, I owe you a doodle, Pickle. I owe you your 1,000 channel points worth of a doodle. I remember what it is too. Don't worry. I'm not that much of a loser. I remember you wanted me to do. Your request was. I kind of actually forget. Wait, something about the Mandalorians, like Addy and Tuzi joining the Mandalorians, right? All this Souls talk has me hoping the first Berserker is going to be good. That's right. I forgot about that first Berserker game. Yeah. This is the way. Facts. Okay. I got you. You guys ready for this? 5-minute doodle time? What the heck is this? Why is this? Get out of here. Actually, wait, no. I can leave that on. I can do MS Paint. And there we go. Oh shit. I missed my background music. Can I get it back? Boop. 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 There we go. Alright, this is the way. So what exactly... Addy and Tuzi joining the Mandalorians, right? I'm gonna assume that's it. As usual, we're gonna need our references. That's a pretty cool picture. We'll go with that. The Mandos. From Nando's. Oh shit, oh fuck. I hate how you can't like uniform scale on MS Paint, unless I'm missing something. Alright. The Mandos, and then there's me. A reference of me. My beautiful countenance. I know I always dilate my pupils in my reference pictures. It is what it is, alright. That's my MO. That's my style. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. That's me. And then Tuzi. Only I know what Tuzi looks like. You're not about to know what Tuzi looks like. Because he's gonna do his face reveal someday, and that's when you're gonna know what he looks like. But I can still Google image him. Image search this guy because he has 50 million subs. He's a famous YouTuber. And there you go, his logo comes up. That's Tuzi. All right, this is actually going to be really fun. Drawing Tuzi as a Mandalorian here. Wait. Is he going to have fun with like the mask or the helmet or whatever? Where is... Bro. Where's my timer? What happened to my timer? There we go. There we freaking go. Alright. You guys ready for this? I'll make myself the main character because I'm definitely not a narcissist. I don't have main character syndrome at all. That's me. I'm creating a new sect of Mandalorians that are okay showing their face behind a helmet. That's my visor. Okay, those my eyes. Okay, why does this look like a Ninja Turtle? Why are my eyes so far apart? That's my nose. Yeah, that's my smile. That's my hair. And then... Okay. Can I, like... Or whatever, fuck it, it's a mask. The Maskalorians. Here, I'll make it a little bit more identifiable. I got this little jetpack radio thing. I got a gun. I got his gun, or the musket, I guess. Alright, it's the shit. There's his arm, there's another gun. Okay, and then it's cut off there. That's where it ends. Alright. This is horrifying? Well, it better be. Mandalorians are terrifying, dude. Well, at least that's what canon accurate Star Wars would have you believe. Unlike the shit Disney wants you to believe. Okay, then there are the other ones who do wear helmets. Okay, because they're the nerd Mandalorians, or the stupid ass nerd Mandalorians. Who are too wussy to show their faces around town. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, perspective. Look, I'm smart. I'm making things smaller the further away they are, right? I'm gonna make one of them Tuzi. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about him. I'm a good friend. So here is his special helmet. That is a 2 and a Z, which, don't worry, I'll make more identifiable, and I'll add colors and shit. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Hell yes. This is art. This is high art. It's a mixture of abstract and whatever isn't abstract. That's Tuzi. And that's me. Also, like I said, I wear a mask, so that's not part of the helmet. This is that's my skin, as you can see. Yes, yes. I have only a minute left. Okay, no problem. That is my skin. And I wear glasses inside my mask because that just helps with my accuracy when I'm using my rifle, you know? That's just how I roll. Yeah. Yeah, what else? That's everything. Look at us go, man. Probably add some more detail to the other ones, but I probably shouldn't because they're not important characters. They're like the NPCs. You know, they don't really deserve a place in the limelight here. Yeah, that's it. With a minute 1:15 left. The COD Zombies number, the thing. Let's go. 1 minute and 15 seconds left to spare. That is the beautiful product of our time. Crafting myself and Tuzi joining the Mandalorians and reshaping their cult by wearing a mask and putting a number on the helmet. Very important to the lore of Star Wars. Disney, give me money to make a show. Give me like $4 million, but then show it as like $75 million instead, which you always do. You always like overinflate and show these absurd values for how much it costs your shows to make. Do the same thing here, why don't you? Yeah, there you go. Hope you're happy, man. Hope this changed your life. Instead of using blasters against Jedi, they went to using buckshot. So the lightsaber would fling red hot slag in their faces. They are scary. Yes, canon accurate. That is the lore. What the fuck? Why is it so scaled? Bro, what happened? Why was it so scaled up? At least you could see everything I did. You got around to playing Path of Exile 2? I have not, actually. I've not gotten a chance to do a lot of gaming recently in general. But hoping to change that. Maybe I'll try out PoE 2. Never played the first one. I didn't really look that appealing. Like, I've never really been big on the whole Diablo style of games, like the top-down kind of video games, but I know there's a lot of hype around PoE 2, so I should give it a go. Are you still playing it, Soul? I remember I tuned into that stream you did once of it. It was pretty fun. Enjoyed watching that. Did you finish up the what is it? Is it like alpha or something? Did you end up finishing everything there is? Sent you a video on Discord. My friend got me that for Christmas. It's related to the Mandalorians. Oh shit. Hang on, let me pull that up. Okay. Display. Why am I stuck on? There we go. Oh no, wait, what? Oh, does Discord not get displayed if it's in streamer mode? Here. Oh, that's pretty cool. He gave you like a Mandalorian bust. Let's go. Pyramid head. That's awesome, man. Hell yeah. That's an awesome friend. How did my music? It ended, but it didn't loop. Cringe. Cringe-worthy. Play some other Zelda music. I like this. Oh, it's 3D printed? Nice! It's like custom made? Very cool, man. This 3D print job I've seen, hand painted, it looked very high quality. For sure. Still playing Path of Exile 2 off stream. From what I heard, it is way better than PoE 1. Nice. That is very good to hear. Zomboid is the only top-down game I've enjoyed. Tuzi is super into that. Holy shit. I've seen a lot of him, a lot of gameplay from him of that. It looks pretty interesting. What's the only top-down game I've ever been able to get into? Probably Final Fantasy Tactics, which I'm hoping they remaster, like remake someday. Which I think they are. Like, there are rumors that they're working on it. Right? There's some like strong rumors to suggest that that is what might be happening. But yeah, folks. Yeah. Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Erdtree. Like I said, phenomenal experience. There's so much to do, way more than I thought there would be. I think I did pretty much everything. And yeah, one thing I should add that I was disappointed wasn't there. This would have been so cool if it was. Like an achievement system. I don't know why they didn't put an achievement system in this. And then, yep, here is the moment most people would be waiting for. This is where we finally kick Radahn into the trash bin.
Yes!
Let's go!
God, the way I said yes hurts my throat. Jesus, because I remember the way I said it. It sounds so grating.
Right. Oh, we beat him. We beat him.
We beat him.
Beat him.
Let's go. Yeah, Radahn was tough. He was very exhausting. Yeah, it was there were people who were disappointed that he was the final boss. I thought it was pretty neat that they brought him back, but you know, albeit differently. Like we fight Radahn in his prime. Silent Hill 2, we are definitely getting around to that. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 was amazing. So yeah, we played through Elden Ring. Then yeah, we went back to. We did like a fun little stream after we did on the DLC just to see like, okay, Malenia, how does she like measure up to Radahn? Like promised consort Radahn at the end of the DLC. Just, let me tell you, she's a cakewalk, bro. Like yeah, Radahn absolutely blows Malenia out of the water. There's no contest. Like I swear to God, if you fight Radahn, if you spend like over 10 hours trying to beat this asshole, you will actually become a better player. It's scary. It's like some weighted training shit. If you go and try fight Malenia after Radahn, you'll kill her in like 1 or 2 attempts. And that's exactly what happened for me here. It was pretty funny. Here. Granted, I just about scraped through. This was pretty insane. I got her at like less than 1 HP. Brother. Mikola's clones or whatever the But yeah, she was nowhere near as stressful. Probably gonna die, but whatever. The cool little thing we tried out, seeing how tough she was in comparison. But yeah, there you go. 1 HP, literally less than that. And I would have been dead if she tried the waterfall dance there.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
My face, that's good. How'd you feel about Square releasing a remake of FF Tactics? I would love that. I would absolutely love that. Tactics is like, if we're not talking about mainline Final Fantasy games, as my top 3 Final Fantasies, it will be FF7, FF9, and then Final Fantasy Tactics would be in my top 3. Such a goated fucking game, and it's a shame that they didn't do anything with it. Like, they did the War of the Lions version, which was like amazing for the PSP, but like that was eons ago. It's weird how, like, you would think that at the very least, I would like, dude, at the very least, I would just be happy if they ported the War of the Lions version to like every other system known to man. It's weird how they only ever ported it to iOS and they left it at that. Like, what? You would think by now we'd be able to play War of the Lions on, you know, like PS5, PS4, not even on PS3, not even on any other consoles. It's just on PSP and iOS. That leads me to believe they're cooking up something, right? And like you pair that with the fact that the Nvidia leaks, everything has come true so far. Everything has manifested itself. The only things remaining are a Final Fantasy Tactics something and a Final Fantasy 9 something. They're absolutely going to happen. There's no doubt about it. I'm calling it from right now. It's just a matter of like, when is it going to happen? I don't think they'll announce them anytime soon though. I think they're hard focused on everything being around Final Fantasy 7 and the remake trilogy and everything. It's possible we don't see anything until after all of that is done, like after 2027, but it is going to happen. And I'm more excited, honestly, at the prospect of a Final Fantasy Tactics remaster / remake / whatever than a FF9 one, because there's so much they could do with it. I think for one, if they were to hypothetically keep everything the same of the combat system and the job system and all of that, that would be totally fine because it's already peak. But if they changed like this, like not the story, but the way it's presented, like added actual cutscenes, actual voice acting, just all these like aesthetic and technical toppings to it to just make it the perfect definitive version, I'd be so happy because the story is so goated in Final Fantasy Tactics. And I just wish there were more of those like CG cutscenes of like characters talking to each other and like the fully 3D ones and stuff. Because there are not enough of them. There's so many moments in the game where you wish you could see like actual proper cutscenes of like Ramza, you know, fighting in 3D and like talking to Delita, like all this crazy shit happening, but you don't get any of it. And like the scenes, some of the scenes that do get cutscenes allocated are weird. Like, do we need a cutscene of like Ramza recruiting this game hunter named Luso? Like, no, we don't, but we got it anyway. I mean, I can't be too mad about that. It's a good problem to have. So more of those you have, the better. But I just wish there were more cutscenes in the game. And I think with a remaster or a remake, like if there's just one thing I want them to focus on, it would be bringing the amazing, awesome, beautiful story, like breathing more life into it, essentially, instead of just having the characters talking. But even though it has its charm, like just talking at each other from like that top-down view in the same level where you do the combat and stuff. Yeah, because like the story is phenomenal and it deserves to like just be presented in the most beautiful way possible, like consistently throughout. And of course, I don't know what I hope and wish for the gameplay, because it's already so fucking goated. There's like, I think it's already peak, like, you know, TRPG combat. But yeah, we played through, as kind of fitting we're talking about FF here, classic FF games, because after Elden Ring DLC, guys, we went back to our Final Fantasy marathon, which we had taken a break from. I went back to Final Fantasy 2. I've taken a break from this.
Guys, sorry for the wait.
After 2023, played through half of the game that year, and then after a full year, I went back and finished it. It was a fun game. I was surprised that FF2 was the first Final Fantasy where Square Enix actually took a crack at proper characters, right? Even though they were very bare bones and rudimentary, the DNA was there. This was their first official swing at it, like Farian and the Rebels and the Empire and fighting back against it. It was nothing special, nothing extraordinary, but quite wonderful. I liked Final Fantasy 2. My only issue with it, I remember, I think, was just like the repetitiveness. And for context, I play the pixel versions, so these are the cleanest, most definitive versions of the game. But even then, I felt like there were issues with the dungeon crawling, and there being a lot of like useless rooms for the sake of it with like nothing in them, and the encounter rate being too high. Like every 2 tiles you would run into enemies, but it was a fun time. Final Fantasy 3 was pretty wicked as well. I loved the music in this, by the way. Holy crap, this game had a great soundtrack. And this one didn't have they went back to like unnamed characters, just like a return to the, but it was like the first one to introduce the job system, which was cool. I thought they played around with that in some interesting ways. But this went back to the traditional Warriors of Light story. I won't lie to you guys, the story was pretty forgettable. I just remember what I remember most from this game was the jobs and them being introduced in a pretty like banger way. And also the fact like the world traversal was very cool. Like you started out in the sky, you could go between the sky and the land below, and all that. I thought that was pretty neat. Final Fantasy IV, however, this game threw me for a loop with how fucking awesome it was. Like, I think no shit, this is one of my top mainline FF games. I know it is for a lot of people, but like, consider me a new fan on board now. Because damn, Cecil was fucking cool in this game. And like, it's the coolest implementation of a Dark Knight I've ever seen in like a Final Fantasy anything. Like his story from going from a Dark Knight and just being plagued by the horrors of war and what he's had to do for the kingdom, and becoming a White Knight to like move on and realizing that like any day could be like the first day of the rest of his life, and he takes that step forward to become a better person and then like goes on to save the world. I thought that was awesome. And yeah, like the fact that you get to have 5 party members in this was really cool, right? I never actually realized that there was an FF game like this where you could have 5 characters. I thought 4 was always the highest it's ever been in like a turn-based FF. And yeah, like the characters are all quirky and memorable. The only thing I didn't like about this game, which, God, if it just didn't have this one aspect to it, it would have been like a fucking like 15 out of 10 masterpiece, was there were no fucking stakes. Like it, at every possible opportunity it got, it diminished the stakes completely because there were so many fake out, like cop out character deaths. Every time there was like something impactful happening with the characters. Like you thought they were making a sacrifice for like the cause and to like save the world. Like nope, like 2 scenes later they'd be like, no, we're actually fine, we're back, haha, that was, you know, just a prank, bro. And it happened too many times in the game, so you couldn't take anything, like there was no gravity to anything. And they had this like whole mind control plot going on a little too much. It was a little too drawn out. It became a little goofy towards the end, but the actual characters themselves, like Cecil himself, was such a cool protagonist, and for their first time making a legit, memorable, indelible protagonist, God, they did such an awesome job. And I would go so far to say that, you know what, Final Fantasy IV might be, it is, not might be, it's one of my favorite games of the year. Shit, it's going up there, boys. I loved it. I like so much so that, and this is funny, back when I was making YouTube videos until recently, I was doing some mini reviews in between the major ones that I do, and the whole idea of a mini review is what it sounds like. I don't have a lot of time. I'm just gonna briefly go over my, you know, short, concise thoughts on the game. This ended up being 18 minutes long. This is longer than most of my official reviews because I had a lot to say about this game. Like, I really did like it a lot. And the music was awesome too. I think I made the game after 7.
One of these parallels I want to point
Oh
out.
my god, the town of Mysidia had such a good theme, bro. Holy shit. The Mage's Village theme in this game was so good. It reminded me a lot of FF9's funky, like, Black Mage Village theme.
Had to do with the music. First off, in general, the soundtrack was amazing in Final Fantasy IV, and the fact that I could...
Yeah, I love this game. Anyways, that was the extent of my FF playing, or playthroughs, if you will, in 2024. I've taken a break ever since FF4. I'm yet to play FF5 and 6. I cannot wait to play 6. But yeah, after FF, what did I do? Let's see. To be very honest with you guys, I'm sorry, I don't remember why I went back to Overwatch. It's great right now, no, don't get me wrong. It's way better than it was when it first came out, Overwatch 2 in 2022. The game's really been polished up, it's been touched up. I had a lot of fun streaming this the number of times that I did with you folks. It's in a much better state than I remember it being in. It still has a long way to go. There are still things I don't love about this game, but the fact that I like the new competitive system, that it's transparent, that you know where you are with it, the fact that I'm having so much fun playing the tank role, which most other people hate, which I understand why, but somehow I'm really having so much fun with it, and I've never had this much fun with it, not even in Overwatch 1. Especially with the new heroes like Mauga and, you know, Ramatra, and now they added I played a little bit of the new hero, by the way. I know I was mentioning I was going to stream that, but ended up checking that out off stream with my friend. I think his name's Hazard, right? Hasn't clicked with me yet. He's the only tank I feel like has been a miss in Overwatch 2, but dude, freaking Mauga here, I fucking love this dude. This is the most fun tank I've ever played in Overwatch history. Yes, even though this is an Overwatch 2 character in Overwatch 2, and despite this game being what it is. 5v5, sue me. I've liked it, man. I think tank, it was definitely more fun than when the game first came out, that's for sure. So yeah, I don't know if it's one of my favorites of 2024, but I had good times playing it with you folks. With like Ian and Brent. I know Pickle, even you joined us that one time. I had a lot of fun times checking this out. And dude, the frickin'... Man, the classic update came out too. That was a real nice blast of the past. It wasn't around the time I revisited the game. It was a little afterwards, but... Like, closer to the end of the year, actually. Jeez, when was that? When was the classic update? I'm scanning around for it. Probably somewhere there. I'm just not seeing it. But yeah, I like the classic update a lot. Returning to 1.0 Overwatch, it was really fun. Had some fun, goofy times. I don't know, you played Overwatch 2? I absolutely do, yeah. Do you play as well, Soul? Yeah, I was a huge Overwatch fan back in the day, since the very beginning, pretty much. Since like 2016 with Overwatch 1. I know it's been through some highs and lows. I've resonated with a lot of the problems people have had with Overwatch 2, like scrapping of the PvE, just generally the way Blizzard has treated the game and the property and the mistakes they've made, but I'd rather like enjoy the game than not. So I'm glad that I returned to this game after the 2 years that I was away from it and there were problems and stuff, and then I had a pretty positive outlook towards it, and I'm looking forward to playing more for sure down the line with you folks. I play it, let's go. Who are your heroes? Mostly lows, yeah, sadly. Yeah, we've been through that, we've done that. Not much more we can kind of lament about. It is what it is. Yeah, like, I wish it was in a better state. I wish Overwatch 2 was never even a thing, that Overwatch 1 was still a thing. They just kept supporting it, or at best, with Overwatch 2 being a thing, their original vision was what actually ended up happening, with it being a dedicated PvE. Overwatch 1 PvP. They never shut down the first one. That would have been so nice, but yeah, Blizzard gonna be Blizzard, unfortunately. They fumbled a lot of it, but at least they're trying to salvage what they can now with the game after management changed. And they could be doing a worse job. I'll leave it at that. And from what I've experienced and enjoyed, I would say that, you know what, like, I'm happy from where I'm sitting, like enjoying tank as much as I am and everything. Good time. Love going back and watching my montages of Overwatch 1. I miss it so badly, man. Yo, same. Some of my early YouTube videos were Genji montages from Overwatch 1. I miss those times, genuinely. Even though that was close to the end of that game's life cycle. Sorting by oldest for my videos. Yeah, I made like 3 Genji montages. This is back when it was forgettable. That's right, I forgot about that. Yeah, so for context, I used to play a lot of, I still do. I play a lot of Genji and Lucio. Lucio's my most played hero. And Genji's my most played DPS. So just like watch an entirety of one of these for old time's sake. What's like... The third one isn't that great. God, Dragon Blading was so much more fun in Overwatch 1 meta, even though Overwatch 1 meta was kind of fucked towards the end. It's almost impossible now, it feels like. Yeah, the quality is so ass. That's better. Genji montaging was so fun. Hey. Good times. Yeah, we watched the whole thing. But yeah, I used to be an avid Overwatch player. Like, it was my first... I've talked about this before in streams, but it was my first experience with video game addiction. I'd, like, no doubt about it. I was, like, hardcore addicted to Overwatch. Love going back and watching, yeah... I used Zen, Reaper, Mei, and Wrecking Ball. Nice! I used to play a little bit of Zen back in the day, but... And Reaper was, like, my first, like, really big hero when Overwatch 1 first came out, and everyone was, like, new and figuring things out. Reaper was the first hero I played, like, the most before I discovered, I think it was, like, Genji and Lucio and all that stuff. Wrecking Ball, I've never been able to play. Like, that is the hardest hero in the game for me. Like, I choose, if I ever choose Ball, my brain just stops working. I don't get how to do any of the movement with him, how to use, like, his rope, none of that. So that's kind of awesome. Yeah, same, Pickle. So, like, low-key a legend for being able to play Wrecking Ball. Let's go, Pickle montage. Fun in the beginning, he's shit now. I know he, like, they changed a lot of his kit. Like a lot of the other heroes for Overwatch 2, but I just don't know what they changed because I barely ever played him to begin with. I like how he has Zelda music in the background too. This is a great montage. I like how you're introducing the maps and stuff. I kind of just went right in. I can't montage for shit. I remember, yeah, you said you were a big Hog guy, right? Hog and Junkrat. Junkrat was another hero I just could not play for the life of me. Let's go. I had a clip of me getting a dub last night using Wrecking Ball. Oh, let's go. Yeah, feel free to share if you want. Yeah, ball plays are always very impressive and like fun to watch. But no, what else? So yeah, that was Overwatch. That was definitely like a fun little like foray and return to it in 2024. I'm glad we did that. I am. Because like I said, like I've been saying in the past, I've had my issues with Overwatch, but they come from a place of like genuine love and concern and this wanting of the game to be better, right? And I'd rather love the game than hate it. You know, if it's like, even if it's at its worst, I will find a way to enjoy it because of how much it's meant to me in the past, right? I'll never like full send abandon the game. But yeah, after Overwatch, we went to Wukong. It was Wukong time. This is a game that a lot of people were looking forward to in 2024, including myself, and it did not disappoint, man. Fuck, what a great game this was. Like, it's absolutely one of my favorites of 2024. Yeah, let's open some gameplay of this. Amazing game. Blew my freaking mind that this was the most played Steam game. It climbed the charts so fast when it came out. I don't know if any of you guys remember that or know about it, but this had like, what, 12 million concurrent players upon its release, which is the most Steam has ever seen. It broke records upon release, and you know what, like, the developers absolutely deserve it because they cooked here with this game. They really did. And it was tough. You know, what's funny is that I saw people like not even struggling half as much as I did playing this game. It's cool that this game was one of those that just hits you differently. You'll either have like a really hard time with it or not, depending on how good you are with perfect dodging. Now, I'm someone who's predominantly more into parrying. Parrying's my favorite combat mechanic in games. I'm more of a parrying guy. This game has very little of that. Like, see, like what I did there, that's the extent to which you can parry in this game, pretty much, is with the rock stance. Other than that, you're going to be dodging, like perfect dodging most of the time, and I sucked at it. So I experienced some pretty brutal like challenges playing this game myself, but they were so fun to overcome and work through, and the fact that you can respec at any point and like change up your abilities and play style to get past the game's obstacles and challenges, I thought that was wonderful. There's so much flexibility, both literally and figuratively. I've literally basically a freaking monkey in this. And the coolest monkey I freaking ever gonna play in a video game. Well, not Wukong himself, like given the story, but close enough, right? You play Wukong in the beginning, and then you play as a random monkey trying to bring him back to life and sort of, you know, carry on his legacy and become more like him as the game goes on. And I thought that was such an interesting subversion. It wasn't actually Journey to the West being telegraphed here. It was this original story about, like, set in the aftermath of Journey to the West and kind of celebrating its legacy and paying homage to it. And I thought they did such a great job with the mythos, because it's not every day you get a game like set in, you know, in the Chinese mythology, like pantheon. And they did it so beautifully, especially with like the cutscenes between the chapters and stuff, with those like ink wash paintings and like animated movies in different styles. Like, they really went full send on the presentation and the aesthetics and the storytelling and making it all as beautiful and intriguing as possible. Like, if you weren't into Chinese mythology or didn't know anything about it before this game will make you want to know more about it. Like, I remember going and reading about a bunch of shit after playing this, and yeah, it was such a labor of love and care. Ultimately, like, I know the question on a lot of people's minds is going to be, is this like, will I like this if I like, you know, Soulsborne games and Souls-likes and stuff? And I would say, don't assume this is like a Souls-like or a Soulsborne. It's got Souls adjacent elements, but it's ultimately a very, very unique video game. it's inspired by elements from those games, but it isn't actually a Souls-like in and of itself. And I would say that if you just want a really solid action-adventure game with great storytelling and just like a lot of intrigue to the world and the mythology, I would say absolutely look into Black Myth Wukong. It's not without its issues. I remember in my review I said the level traversal itself and the physical design of it isn't anything remarkable. In fact, there were some issues like a lot of invisible walls and things being a little bit counterintuitive to navigate, but besides all of that, and like I also thought there was some, like there were some moments in this game where there were too many bosses back to back. There was not enough room for the player to breathe. But beyond those are such small issues. Like, it's such a solid video game. And this is the final chapter where you get the freaking Nimbus, right? This is what inspired Goku's flying Nimbus. To just, like, the world opens up and you can explore this huge zone. Very imaginative game with a lot of love and care put into it, like I said, and it's one of my favorites, and I can see why people wanted it to win Game of the Year. I can 100%. And we gotta check out this clip from Soul. I got you. Thank you for the share. This is the Wrecking Ball win, right?
One flare.
Shout out. Let's go. Wrecking Ball rollout seems so fun. I salute you ball players out there who contest for so long in a point for the team. Hell yeah. Damn, that was a nice kill.
Get the fuck out.
Holy
Get
shit.
out. Get out.
Nicely done. That was a crazy hold. Clutched it for the team.
Look at that. Look at that.
Hell yeah.
Did you see that shit? Oh, no. Damn.
Clutched it for the team, dude. Love to see it. Well done. Yeah, hell yeah, thumbs up. But yeah, also big shout out to Soul Death. For those of you who don't know, he's also a fellow streamer. Everyone's pretty much a fellow streamer in the chat here tonight, so definitely support each other, show each other all the love. Hell yeah. But yeah, we should definitely play sometime, man. I had no idea you were playing Overwatch either. I had no idea you were into the game as well. So I might hit you up at some point if I ever jump back in anytime soon. If you're down, like, shit, let's go. Because we got a lot of Overwatch folks here in this community. It would be fun to add another fellow Overwatch fan to the clan. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just rhyming things. But yeah, that was Wukong. Great game, and the freaking secret ending was like a whole other level of awesome too. I'm so glad I checked it out. This game goes like balls off the walls crazy in its secret ending. I actually don't want to show too much of it because of spoilers, but please, if you haven't played the game yet and you're planning on it, definitely do check out the secret ending. But worth also talking about, as I promised my last time talking about anything FF7 related tonight. Might not be, I don't know. I can't promise that because it's freaking FF7. But yeah, the world tour, I ended up going for that in September, and I gushed over it for like 50 minutes at the start of the stream, and I like uploaded the highlight of that to my main channel if you guys want to know the experience. But this was breathtaking. I'd never been to anything like this before. Yeah, this was before, and some of you and I hope to be able to go for the part 3 orchestra as well if they do one. I'd assume they will, but this was an otherworldly experience. I also took a picture with this cosplayer because I normally never go to these events and stuff, so I've never seen cosplayers before. And I thought this dude did a pretty amazing Cloud cosplay. And yeah, that was basically just like going crazy over what my experience was of the orchestra and stuff. And I think I made some clips too of, I think I made a like pretty fun clip. Yeah, this is around the same time when we were playing Wukong that we started doing Doodles as well. They created the channel point redeem. Good times. Mad Mind describes the best part of the FF7 Rebirth Orchestra. Here it is. That's it. It just cuts at gameplay, and I was like, okay, well, that was interesting. Yeah, so here I'm talking about the best part of it.
No,
and also this play
a
out.
little leitmotif of like the Estuan Interis, but you didn't hear like the actual meat, like one-winged angel, right? You heard like leitmotifs of the Latin chanting in this like huge like prelude to it, or preamble. And then they cut, and then the performers stood up, and everyone started clapping. We all stood up because we thought it was done. And I was like, you know what? Like, that was still incredible, but dude, what happened to the classic one-winged angel? Like, I was a little bit, teensy tiny bit nervous. And then the stage turned red, and they sat down. They sat the hell back down, and so did we. And then, dude, one-winged angel, so fucking
Yeah, it was really
good,
cool.
man. Estuan Interis Vida. Dude, I don't care that I'm singing and sound like an idiot.
You kind of do.
Like, it was there at the end. Oh, it was so good.
Yeah, like there was a cop out is basically what happened. They played like the lead up to the best part of Sephiroth's theme, and then they stopped, and then like everyone thought it was over. Everyone like stood up, started clapping, and then they were like, "No, everyone sit back down." And the lights went back off again, and everything turned red. And then they played the meat of One Winged Angel, and it was amazing. So cool. But yeah, definitely a once in a lifetime type experience. It felt like. I'm glad I got to go for it. Lucky you went to it. Looks like you had a great time. Yeah, it was unreal, man. I had never been to anything like that before. And so to be able to go for something like that for the first time, like an orchestra, but something related to my favorite game ever, was just such an unforgettable experience that I'm privileged to have been able to get. Oh damn, there's some ouchies, there's some dust in my eye. Yeah, it was super awesome. And to anyone who's able to, anyone, you know, if the concert's coming to their area, because I believe it's still going on actually, this Rebirth World Tour. If you're into FF at all, like, I'd definitely look into it. I would highly recommend it. Take your, you know, your mom, your friend, like your girlfriend, whatever. Like, if you have any like friends who are into FF7, unfortunately, I don't know anyone in my personal life who's into it. So I ended up taking my brother's a huge gamer too. Like, the reason I love video games is because of my brother, like, growing up, and he's played a bunch of the FS. Funnily though, 7's not one of his favorites, and he's barely played it. He's played like every other one. So he didn't really, and he hadn't played Rebirth, so he didn't understand like the music, and like he hadn't really heard many of the tracks before. I went with him anyway though. And I went with my mom as well, which is also a really fun, wholesome experience, because she's not into games like at all and doesn't understand this world. But it was just fun going with people who you're close to, like take a friend or a family member or something. It's always so much more fun that way, going to any kind of show with folks like that. And we're actually close to the end. No way. What did we do after all the Wukong stuff? Oh dude, I forgot about this. I played a bit of Enter the Gungeon as well. I gotta play more of it. Bro, Trax, this is a great suggestion. I remember Trax recommended this to me, and it was right after I finished up Wukong. Fuck, this game was, I can't believe I forgot about it. It was so fun, and I love roguelites and indie roguelites like this. So I gotta, like, dude, you addicted me, and then like I fucking forgot about it, dude. Like, that's shame on me. I gotta go back in this game and play more of it. And I think it's like co-op too, right? So we can like play it together. God dang, I completely forgot about Enter the Gungeon. Can't believe it. Yeah, I gotta play more of this game. I'm tempted to honestly put it on my like 4x4 or however big this is gonna become, because of just how much I fucking love these games and the limited time I spent with it. How much I ended up liking that. But because I haven't obviously like quote unquote finished it or played it a whole bunch, I feel like I'll like save it, I'll reserve it. But it does, like, now that I remember it, stand out as, even though we did like one stream of it and That wasn't even the full stream. It stands out as one of the best things I played, for sure. Can't wait to play more of it. I'd gladly love to figure that out sometime. Hell yeah. I feel like you should put enough time in single player first. I know too much. I'd ruin part of the experience. That's fair. Yeah, maybe I'm a little bit exhausted. I was like thinking maybe after like we go through everything, do all like the recapping stuff tonight, I could maybe put some hours into Enter the Gungeon. But I don't know, like I think I'm approaching where I'm feeling a little bit zapped, so and I'm thinking I'm gonna be pretty tired after all of this like stuff we're doing here. So I don't know if I'll do any gaming tonight, but now that I've remembered it, oh shit, you better believe there will be more streams of this coming soon. And yeah, we're definitely gonna hit each other up someday and do some co-op. That'll be really fun. I tend to play Overwatch and other games usually on Fridays. Nice, yeah, and that's what I'm kind of planning. I haven't done a great job sticking to my new, like, I wouldn't call it a schedule, but like sort of plan where I want to play more multiplayer stuff on like Fridays and the weekends with like community, and in the weekdays like whatever single player game I'm playing through. That's kind of what I want to do going forward. So yeah, might are we talking about games you're looking forward to? For sure, I would like to. The thing is that like I don't know how far we could go with that conversation, because to be real, in 2025, like beyond Death Stranding 2, man, I really don't know if there's a lot I'm looking forward to. It was a different story with 2024 because there was shit like Wukong, like FF7 Rebirth, like all sorts of stuff, but like I don't like, and then Zelda and frickin' Mario and Luigi Brothers ship, which we're gonna talk about in a second here. 2025 for me is kind of dry. I don't know, like maybe I'm forgetting something. It's highly possible, but besides Death Stranding 2, I really can't say I'm looking forward to like a metric butt ton of stuff. Like maybe whatever it is that I'm gonna end up looking forward to will be whatever else is announced in the game events that are gonna end up happening this year, right? That we just, like games that we just don't know about that are coming out yet, because those are always a thing, right? Games that are like revealed the same year that they end up getting released. Maybe there's some stuff there that I'll be hyped for. But besides what we already know, like not really. Not really much beyond Death Stranding 2. Expedition 33 and Replaced. I remember you talking about those. Yeah, I checked those out. They look pretty damn solid, yeah. I would say I'm looking forward to them as well. But yeah, in terms of things I'm looking forward to, probably just like DS2 is the only thing that comes to the top of my brain. Maybe Night Rain as well. That's right, they announced Night Rain's a 2025 game. I remember getting like decently excited for it. I made like a YouTube video looking at all the news about Elden Ring Night Rain like literally 3 weeks ago after the Game Awards. And you can kind of tell from my face in the thumbnail, like, oh my god! Yeah, I'm kind of excited. What else did they announce at the Game Awards that's going to be in 2025? Really just Night Rain, I think. Literally Night Rain's the only thing that stood out. Yeah. Like I said, anything else would probably have to show up in like a video game event of some kind, like, you know, State of Play or Summer Game Fest, for shit that will be coming out in 2025 that we don't know about. But yeah, that was Wukong Enter the Gungeon. It was a fun game. Fun games, plural. And then we went into, yeah, we saw the State of Play. Right, Ghost of Yotei. That's true. We saw the State of Play where they revealed Ghost of Yotei. Did they say that was a 2025 game? Did they give a release date for that? Because if so, sure, I'm hyped for that too. Because I really did like Ghost 1. I don't think they gave a release date. I highly doubt it would like come out within the year. I don't know. Do we know the release date of Ghost of Yotei? I forget. It does say 2025. Okay. Sure, and then I guess Ghost of Yotei as well. I'll mess with it. Can't wait for that game to come out soon. It looks wonderful, yeah. I'm sure there are just going to be so many moments in that game with Ghost of Tsushima, especially like the wind, like everything rustling, the leaves going around everywhere, and just having these beautiful, awe-striking views of all the lovely Japanese landscapes. Gonna have plenty of those moments, and also like just the combat and ghost mode and all of that stuff. Like shit, Ghost of Tsushima was very satisfying to play. It was more of an Assassin's Creed game than a legit Assassin's Creed, and that was one of my favorite parts of it. So I can't wait for the stealth combat and also the story stuff, and yeah, just like the beautiful moments with the engine and photo mode. How do you feel about Silent Hill 2? Good thing you asked, because we're almost there. I loved it. I thought it was amazing, and reserve most of my thoughts for what I'll say in a second. But the short of it is, I thought Silent Hill 2 was like wicked cool. But we did play what was it, Zelda, right after Wukong, and a decently awesome game. It was very cute. It was a nice bite-sized adventure experience that puts us back into the smaller, like 2.5D scaled like Zelda games that have been a minute since we've seen them. And the neat subversion here is obviously that you play as Zelda, and it's cool how, despite them going back to this vein of Zelda games, of like them being smaller scaled and everything, and the emphasis on dungeon traversal, that they brought in the ambitious qualities of like the more recent Zelda games like Tears of the Kingdom and stuff like that, the big behemoths, with the inventiveness that they had. So like in Tears you could like craft and create things, and they bring that in here. They inject a bit of that DNA into Echoes of Wisdom with the ability to like create copies of any object, place them around, and use them to your advantage to traverse the levels. Just that inventiveness that's always been there, of like being able to create things to traverse levels and make your life easier. Like them always finding new and engaging ways to play around with that has always been what's wonderful about Zelda. Just like the imaginativeness, and this game was no exception to that. I thought it got a little bit repetitive. Like I don't know if I would say it was one of my favorite games of 2024, but I absolutely respect what they created here. It was like, I'm glad I played it. It was a very cute, bite-sized, wholesome experience, and it was just so neat to have that subversion of you play as Zelda for once having to save Link. It was a great time. I liked Echoes of Wisdom a lot. And frickin' Sparking Zero, man. Do you know what Sucker Punch's first game was? Beyond Infamous? I don't know. I know they did Infamous, and I really liked Infamous. But beyond that, I don't know what else they made. Was there something before that? But, yeah, after Echoes of Wisdom, frickin' this was one of my most anticipated 2024 games. A blast to my past, a return to my childhood in the most contemporary way ever with Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. And what a goddamn blast it was. I haven't played it in a minute. The last time I played this was literally on stream. I could be playing it off stream, but I just have been busy. I really want to play more of it though, man. The last time I played ranked online, it was really fun. Like I've been enjoying playing Jiren specifically a lot, but I love the Tenkaichi games growing up, man. And to see this game, to see this series come back after so many years is a dream come true. 2024 in a lot of ways was the year of dreams coming true for me, between shit I already knew was going to happen, like Rebirth and stuff, of course, but also shit I didn't think would ever happen again, like Mario and Luigi Brothership, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, right? When this got revealed in 2023, I thought I was dreaming. Like, and the timing couldn't have been more perfect. My brother and I had just finished watching Dragon Ball Superhero for the first time, and I logged on, like I went on Twitter and I saw people freaking out over something Dragon Ball related, and I was like, what? And it turns out they were freaking out over freaking Tenkaichi 4, aka Sparking Zero, and I I lost my shit. Like, you won't watch the video, but I'll show you guys the thumbnail. You can like imagine how much I was freaking out. Where is that? Yeah, this is like, am I dreaming? Dragon Ball Z Tenkaichi 4 reveal reaction.
Okay, what the hell is even going on anymore?
Yeah, I was a crazy person losing my mind. Yeah, Sparking Zero was awesome. It really was. Like, the story mode isn't anything just too special. I wish they did play around a little bit more with it and gave you more scenarios as the character, like more characters. Maybe did more interesting, like the what if scenarios were great. I wish there were more of them. But yeah, for like a full price game, like it, for the story mode to kind of be taking the backseat, is like a very heavily abridged version. I thought that was a little bit disappointing. Like, if you've never played Dragon Ball before, you want to know the story via this game, you're not going to know the story via this game. This is like purely made for the fans of the series, like the pre-existing fans and people who just love the fighting. It's more like, it's an arena fighter first and foremost. It's not, story mode is definitely an afterthought is what it comes across as, but you know, the combat itself is unbelievably sick. And I finished Zelda in the same stream as this. And here's a really cool clip. This is the last cool thing I did in the game the last time I played it. Where is it? Where's the Jiren clip, bro? Oh yeah, here it is, 1 HP clutch. Oh, this stream happened after Silent Hill, that's why. I love this. I clutched a fight at 1 HP, it was so fun. Surprisingly, been loving Jiren. I can't play him for the life of me in Dragon Ball FighterZ, which is my favorite fighting game ever, but it's cool I can play him in this one. Come on. Wow. Yeah, I'm cooked. Yeah, I thought it was a goner here. I was like down at 1 HP. Combat's so fun in this game. This takes me right back to my childhood with Tenkaichi 3 and
oh my
how fun that was.
Let's go! I clutched it.
Let's go.
Apparently, I can't even believe that happened.
A fun little highlight from my time with Sparking Zero. And it'll be fun to play more of it and get more of those kind of fun memories and moments and stuff. But yeah, absolutely, Sparking Zero goes up here. Oh, I gotta make this bad boy bigger. There we go. Sparking Zero. Oops. Is this how I would necessarily rank them? I don't know. We'll play around with the ranking itself later on, but for now we'll put them on the list. Yeah, Sparking Zero absolutely goes back there. Amazing blast of the past for me. And I gotta play more of it. Is where I stand on that. So their first game, Sucker Punch, was Rocket Robot on Wheels on the N64. Oh, interesting. I don't know if I've heard of that one. Gotta look into that. Technically, this is Zelda's third time saving Link in the Zelda series. Oh, really? I don't know about that. Well, like, yeah, I mean, I guess it's not her first time saving Link, but it's the first time you play as her to the extent that you do. I think I did hear about the fact you play as Zelda in another game too, but it's like a very obscure one and you play as her like in a more limited capacity. But yeah, that's super cool how for once they gave you a fully fleshed out Zelda. And I love the beginning of Echoes of Wisdom too, like how you think it's, you're like playing as Link at the start of the game and you think it's going to be yet another Zelda game where it's just like you're Link, you're going through a dungeon, you're going to save Zelda, and then like it inverts that on his head and like he's trapped and then she's got to save him. I thought that was pretty cute. So what did we do after? Yeah, Sparking Zero, Zelda. Now we can talk about Silent Hill. Yes, I am excited to talk about this game and get into the meat and potatoes of this. This is like...
All right.
That's how I started the stream. That was kind of left field. I'm already going to start by putting this. Dude, not just... Okay, I'm gonna do something ballsy. Not just on my Topsters list here, but like... I'm gonna do this. This is actually, like, Silent Hill 2, bro, is my second favorite game of 2024. Like, no shit. I did not see this coming. I wasn't even planning on playing this fucking video game. I was not even planning on playing this video game. I just thought that, okay, this game's out. Shit, I didn't realize it was out already. It's Halloween. It's like spooky season. Might as well do something spooky. Let's, shit, like, this is kind of the talk around town. Let's play this game. And I sort of ended up fucking loving this game.
Oh, brother. You can shimmy.
The best part of playing Silent Hill 2 Remake
Oh my god.
was the fact that I had no prior knowledge of this series whatsoever and what it was going to be about. I didn't know the concept of the town of Silent Hill. I didn't know like the psychological implications, like what it does to the people who go through it, how it affects them. I had never played the original Silent Hill 2, so I had no idea what to expect with this game's story. I just knew that some freaky shit was going on. There was some dark mystery brewing underneath, and that we were trying to get to the bottom of it by going through this really dark, spooky, demoralizing town. And that adventure, dude, that journey, and once again, like not having any prior knowledge of the Silent Hill franchise or the original or anything like that, was a near unparalleled experience, especially with this game's phenomenal sound design and like performances from the characters, like the actors and the performances of the actors for the characters. I think this is one of those few games I've played where the best part of it was actually just the sounds and the like atmospheric design and all of that. I've never been scared by a game by the sounds before as much as I was by this one. Just like shit creaking in the distance, you know, like metal clanging in the backdrop, like the sounds of like a piano, like the chords of a piano in the like in the soundtrack, just adding this like this driving force for like a really dark, moody atmosphere when you're walking through the rain and stuff. It just added so much. And like playing this in the dark with like headphones, it was a horrifyingly atmospheric experience. Like I didn't like, there were granted some jump scares of the enemies and stuff, and those kind of gave me the creeps every now and again throughout this playthrough, but they didn't actually instill that level of fear in me that you would normally get from playing horror games that make you shit your pants. That was mostly done through like the buildup of dread via the atmosphere of the game and the atmospheric design of the game. And it was fucking amazing. Now, I should add, like, the elephant in the room here, for those of you who know, I have an embarrassing secret to confess here. I had no fucking idea. Somehow, this went under the radar for me. I had no idea there was a dodge button in this game until the final boss. And it makes every single encounter leading up to that throughout the game way more embarrassing in hindsight, because I struggled a tiny bit with some of the bosses in this. And I think the moment where I realized there was a dodge button was clipped by, the legend, the fucking man, the myth, the legend gaming guy. So I met this lovely dude in the community through Silent Hill 2, by the way. And he dropped by my final stream of the game when I was fighting the final boss. And he's like, yo, why aren't you dodging?
Why you no dodge?
And this is my reaction. I was actually speechless.
Why? About that. There's a slight possibility, right? Like there's a possibility, just a possibility, right? Just talking a possibility here that there's some knowledge that didn't exist.
Don't ask me how I didn't know. I'm wondering the same thing. I'm wondering the same thing, because it's literally the circle button or something, right? I was wondering the same thing. How did I go the whole game not knowing there was a dodge button? Like, how does that happen? But it did. But also, welcome back, Joker. Glad you made it home, man. Wait, did you, like, get on the flight? Like fly all the way over to your home state, get in the car from the airport, go back home, and now you logged on and I'm like still streaming. That's kind of like mind-blowing if that's the case. That kind of breaks my mind a bit because I know how long all that stuff feels. Puts into perspective how long I've been streaming. The mannequin monsters were like the jump scares feature in the game. Yeah, I agree. The mannequins were pretty freaking terrifying. And like the fact they're all kind of modeled after their weird contorted, you know, manifestations of nurses and stuff. I'm like already pretty terrified of, you know, like the whole nurse concept and vibe and just hospitals and needles and stuff in general. So it was a very creepy experience for sure for me. And that's nothing but positive things to say about this game's atmospheric design and enemy design and creature design and all of that kind of stuff. They cooked, man. And so that should hopefully provide some clarity as to why I think so highly of this to where I'm putting this as my number 2 game. It was like, and the puzzles were amazing too, like going through the different buildings and dungeons and stuff like that. Freaking insanely cool. Yeah, I loved it. Also, hang on. Let me turn on streamer mode again. I realized I have that turned off. Where's that? Alright, Discord, I am putting you on silent for now. Yeah, I also got messages popping up too, don't worry. I put that back on streamer mode. Where is... Let me change the music too. Dip, 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 dip. That's a good one. Oh, some classic. Now this is weird because I've told you guys many times I haven't played Yakuza, but I love the music. It's one of my favorite themes. Just a nice chill background music theme from Yakuza 2. Anyways though, I was wondering where those notices were coming from. Now you're good. Yeah, that's my Discord right there. Well, you did start streaming like 5 minutes before boarding the plane. True that. Yeah. You have a new weapon to get Nebula. Oh shit, they had a new weapon in the recent update? Nice. But yeah, Silent Hill 2 is absolutely my number 2 game of 2024 after Rebirth. Well, we rank the rest of these while we're here. Would I put Elden Ring as number 3? I don't think so. Like, I actually think Wukong goes into my number 3 spot. And then Shadow of the Erdtree, yeah, let's see, number 4. Sparking Zero, number 5. Final Fantasy 4, yeah, number 6. I think that's how I'd rank them so far. All amazing games. But yeah, I had a blast with Silent Hill 2. Hilarious that I had no idea there was a dodge button. That was some goofy shit. But that did not in any way dampen my... It kind of did, okay, if I'm being honest. At the time when I thought there was meant to be no dodge button and I couldn't get past the bosses, I was like, who is enjoying this game? What? I'm just glad I didn't go full send on that line of thinking, because now in hindsight, if you watch those portions of me play the game, you're gonna be like, this is the dumbest guy of all time. Like, he's shitting all over this game for no reason. So thankfully I wasn't too spiteful towards the game when I didn't know there was a dodge button. But that was just pretty funny that I didn't know that there was one. And I'm just glad that overall I still felt the way I did when I didn't know there was a dodge button, that I felt that this game was an awesome horror experience. And I can't wait for Team Bloober to do something else with the series, be it like Silent Hill 1 or any of the other games or what have you, considering how well they did with their first crack at it here. And then the horror didn't end, because we went straight into Resident Evil 1 for the first time. This was another one I know a lot of you guys were recommending me to play. Ian and Pickle were really excited for this playthrough. Pickle gifted me this game, by the way, so shout out to Pickle. This playthrough couldn't have happened without him. He's always gifting me games and stuff, the absolute legend. This game, when I reviewed it for YouTube, I think this is like This and Elden Ring were the only two games where I gave them like the highest rating that I gave on my review scale, which is must play masterpiece. This actually got it from me. I had known for many years that there was a lot of love for classic Resident Evil in the community. I just hadn't played the game myself, and I played the game myself, and I absolutely saw the love for it. Just like the tight interwoven level design, the stress of having like the world change and like the monsters change as you progress through the story, and them affecting the mansion differently and coming through at you from different angles and stuff, and all the creepy mechanics of like you got to burn the bodies of the dead or they come back more aggressively. Like so many interesting imaginative things in this game like that just kept me on my toes. And it's like it was really cool to kind of see the genesis of all of these elements. Like Resident Evil 4 Remake is my favorite RE game for context, and I had played through some of the other ones at this point, mainly the newer ones, so like RE2 Remake and RE7 and 8 and stuff. So it was really cool to see like the genesis of like the staple elements of those games, like the save rooms and the typewriters and all that kind of stuff, in the form of this game. Even though this is the OG RE1, it's like the GameCube remake. I kind of experienced it, go through all of it, and just have like a really good time with it. Like I think everything was balanced really well. There were definitely difficult portions of this game. It was rough when you died and you know you could only like save however many times. You were limited by your ink ribbons, like you had a finite number of saves, but it never made it feel like hopelessly impossible or just frustrating or like, you know, I'm never going to get through this game. If you like put enough thought to it, if you kind of applied yourself enough, like you would not only be able to get through it, but you would be able to have fun going through it. It never felt like a chore at any point. And yeah, it was paced well. It was like, and I think like the greatest commendation I have for this game, normally I say shit like I would never do things like speed runs and stuff in games, like those kind of challenges. RE4 Remake is where I sort of changed that, because I loved that game so much. I ended up doing a professional run, trying to finish that in 4 hours. Ended up doing it, but I normally would never do something like that, and I was like, I'll probably never do it again, even for any of the other REs. But this is probably the only other one where I would do it. If I had to go back and play this game, I would 100% do challenge runs and stuff, because it's challenging, but it doesn't seem overwhelmingly daunting, and it's just so fun. Like once you've gone through it your first time and you understand where everything is, and you're making the rooms green, and you know, like marking like more and more of the areas as being complete, putting everything together to then on your subsequent playthroughs understand all of that and start to streamline more of the run and think about how you can go through certain things faster and more efficiently. It seems like a really fun game to apply all of that. And it was an incredibly fun game. I'm glad I had a blast with OGRE. I'm glad I got around to playing it. I owed it to myself, and it is a must-play masterpiece and a game that absolutely goes up here. Resident Evil HD. Oh yeah, fuck. I gotta make this big. Can I do that? Oh shit. There. Let's actually go this way. Let's go vertically. Let's add you not all the way down there. I would say it comes after Silent Hill 2. I think it's my top 3 games of 2024. I do. I'm gonna set up the AFK for the cleaver. Lots of XP needed. Sounds good, man, dude. Good luck with that. And it's the, yes, that's the weapon you're doing, the cleaver for the Squid Games event. I still gotta check that out. I was talking to Hippie earlier tonight on his stream, and he was telling me that the Squid Game event shit is like pretty damn cool and fun to play through, like the red light, green light stuff. You were playing the OG way, because the OG of Silent Hill 2 never had a dodge button. Oh, I gotcha. That's pretty funny. And I'd never even played the OG, so I didn't even assume there was no dodge button from the OG. I just, for whatever reason, didn't think there was one. I don't know how. But yeah, some really good horror experiences for me this past year, man, between SH2 and Resident Evil. And I love these so much so that, yeah, they would be in my top 3 of 2024 after 7 Rebirth, bro. For sure. And this would be my top 5, yeah. Elden Ring, Wukong, REHD, Silent Hill 2, and 7 Rebirth. Let's see, what else? I don't think there was anything... Well, Black Ops 6 was surprisingly... I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, hang on. Yeah, we did Mario and Luigi Brothership. That's like my most recent game that I just finished. Like, that was the last game I finished at the end of the year, but I started it before a whole bunch of other games. I like Mario and Luigi Brothership a lot. This was another game from my... that is a part of a series that was big in my childhood that I never thought we would see again because Alpha Dream got shut down for context, and those are the original developers, and so we thought we would never see another Mario and Luigi game, but lo and behold, in September they announced one. We got Brothership, and I think that for their first swing at this, the new developers, I forget their names, they did a really awesome job. Like, there were issues with this for sure. I think for when the game went on for way too long. Like, at the end of it, I was like, this should have ended at least 8 to 9 hours ago. It just never knows when to stop, or for like, and it has certain points drag on too long. There's way too much story padding, but the actual meat and potatoes, like what you want out of a Mario and Luigi game, they executed on brilliantly. Like, at the beginning, I didn't think it would go a great direction because you couldn't control Luigi himself. He's AI controlled, but they still didn't betray that feeling of the brothers are working together and they both have an equal amount of time to shine, which is the most important thing, and them having cool level traversal abilities and stuff like that, and them just synergizing together in such a cool way, in so many cool ways rather, in the fights. Like, the turn-based fights are the most important aspect for me in Mario and Luigi. Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga on the Game Boy, so the first game in this series, which I hold very near and dear, has what I think to be some of, if not the most fun turn-based combat I've ever experienced in a video game, because of how interactive and engaging it is. How it's like a turn-based system where you don't just hit a command, you see the characters do an attack and that's it, and then the enemies attack and so on and so forth. You're like seesawing. Funny I say that considering this. But no, like, every enemy has a unique attack pattern. You gotta like time button presses to dodge them, and you gotta like time button presses to like pull off these super awesome bros attacks between Mario and Luigi. I'm trying to like jump over to like some combat here. But stuff like that, right? It just, they did a really good job with all of it in this game. Like, the combat has never been more ambitious and beautiful and fun in this game. And I would love to see the developers take another swing at Mario and Luigi. I hope we don't have to wait eons for the next one. I think Nintendo chose the right people for the job with this. They really did. The boss fights were awesome. The Luigi logic mechanic was sick with how, you know, like on the fly, he would come up with these ideas and these really creative ideas for like getting past an obstacle in the level traversal or some kind of boss and his ability, and doing a special attack only available in that specific boss fight, using the environment and getting the player to do a cool mini game out of it to defeat the boss. And then the plug system too. God, that was sick. Like, it spiced up the fights so much and gave you so much leeway and different opportunities and, you know, options to approach battles. It was a great time. It really was. But yeah, I think it was just like the fact that towards the end, like the fact it's a 59-hour game or some insane shit like that, it does not sit right with me. Like, this game should not have been as long as it was. I think it should have gone for the quality over quantity approach, and towards the end it had you backtracking through shit you'd been through before. It focused a little too much on characters who didn't really matter that much. It really overstayed its welcome towards the end. And I didn't like the fact that I was feeling like I didn't want to play more of it, but I just wanted to finish it for the sake of finishing it. Which is why I don't know, I wouldn't say it's one of my favorite games of 2024. But I did really enjoy, like, the good parts of this game were amazing. The lowlights were like, you know, you felt the lowness, if you will. You really did feel those low points. But yeah, I wasn't disappointed in the end by like the stuff that mattered to me, like they did really well, you know. But I still think OG Superstar Saga is the GOAT. This game doesn't top it by any means, but it is a vastly impressive swing at a series that's been gone for a long time, and I wish developers the best going forward, and I hope they do the next one as well. Yeah, then we did a bit of Left 4 Dead 2. That was pretty awesome. I gotta do more of it. Another game Pickle gifted me, the legend he is. And then of course, I actually forgot to mention FF7 New Threat. That's been fun, right? I still gotta play through more of that. That playthrough's on hiatus. But yeah, FF7 modded is so cool, man. Like, the modding community are fucking incredible legends. The people who put all the hard work into making the game look like this, for example. Just like all this upscaling, all these like, all the model work. And that's not even like scratching the surface. Like the meat and potatoes of this playthrough we were doing was New Threat, which for those of you who don't know what that is, it is a randomizer. It changes up locations of items and stuff and the way the bosses behave and everything. And you have two different options for how you want to play it. I chose option B, which changes up the narrative and basically gives you the characters like a situation where they're going to the same place as in vanilla FF7, but the way they get there is different. And you can allegedly do cool shit like eventually save Aerith and everything, which I'm very much so looking forward to seeing. And it does other cool shit too, like it makes Yuffie a mandatory party member and all of that. So I've been liking this playthrough a lot, and I should get back to it. It's like playing FF7 for the very first time again. Did you have a lot of crashes during that? I actually did not. Thankfully, knock on wood, I have not had any crashes yet. I love this mod too. You know, being able to like just pan in and out of the world map and just having so much like leeway and freedom of control over the camera. Yeah, I kind of like loaded this game up with a bunch of mods, and it's been real nice. So yeah, like I would say that this stands. I haven't finished it, but it stands out as one of my favorite games so far, and I don't see that changing. So like, why don't we add? Well, it probably won't be here, right? I'll probably just add vanilla FF7, but I'll wait, that's games. Wait, what? No way. No shit. Some dude actually put in a New Threat mod in his website. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Where? I mean, it's FF7. It's the GOAT. I honestly feel like this shouldn't count, bro. Like, because it's just this GOAT status. But it would be up here because it's FF7, but just like sauced up FF7, you know? It absolutely should count. Yeah. You know what? It goes there. Even though Rebirth is my GOAT. You know what? No. This is it. This GOATy should be number 1. And then this is just like GOAT, right? General GOAT. FF7, but sauced up. This is my number 2. I might have to hit you up for setting that up. I had major issues before. Kill my enjoyment of it. Oh shit, really? That's unfortunate. Yeah, I'll definitely... I didn't do anything special, I don't think, but I can definitely show you my setup of 7th Heaven, if that helps. Might have to hit you up. Oh, sorry. I've also been thinking of playing FF7 modded next week. Let's go! I know you were playing FF6, Soul. That was pretty fun to watch your streams of. I forget, was that a modded playthrough of FF6 that you were doing? I think it was, if memory serves me right. But yeah, New Threat has been fucking awesome, man. I can't wait to play more of it. Maybe the next stream I do will be more... There are the many different angles I can go with the next stream I do. I'm still deciding what I want to play next. That's right, it was a randomizer. True. Can't wait to play FF6 myself. Maybe I should go back to the marathon I was doing. Maybe like FF5 Pixel and then FF6. I'll see. Like, I'll write down what it is I still have to stream and see what makes sense to tackle or what I'm feeling. But yeah, we did New Threat. Yeah, FF15. Oh man, that's gonna be a long road getting there, but I'm gonna make it happen, man. Yeah, for me, my most anticipated ones are like FF6, FF8, FFX, FF15. But if I had to narrow it down further, they would probably be 6 and 10, because those are like the most iconic, like universally lauded ones, right? Besides 7. And I mean, those are always fun to like experience for the first time if you haven't. I think 9 is gonna end up being your favorite if I had to guess. It already is, yeah. It's my second favorite FF game. I played it many times, and I'm hoping that those rumors of a remake are true. 9 is goated. It is. You're not wrong in your assessment. If I had not played FF9, or even though I have, or even what I have here, you're absolutely correct in your assessment of how much I enjoy 9, or how much I would have enjoyed it if I hadn't played it. It is my second favorite after 7. Like at the moment, if I had to rank my top 3 mainline games, if we're just going by mainline games, right? Yeah, I'd probably say 7, 9, and then... Do I put 16 as number 3, bro? Like, after playing some of the other classic ones, I really don't know if I'd put 16 as number 3. Maybe if it was closer to when I had played it, I would have put it for recency bias, because there were some really high highs in FF16 with like the cutscenes and the story stuff and how apeshit it goes, especially the Titan Lost fight. But like as a cohesive whole, like there are problems. I know shit, I might actually put FF4 now that I've played it, and like when I put them side by side, I think I would put FF4 as one of my top 3 games. But absolutely, like that will change. There's no doubt about that in my mind after I play through more of the games. 7, 10, 8, 15, and then 9. Yeah, 10 and yeah, 7, 9, 10, 6 are typically the ones I see being people's favorites. Or like at the very least somewhere in like a top 3 or top 5. I feel like I'm really gonna like 10. That's what everyone tells me who's played it. Like my brother, that's his favorite Final Fantasy game. He hasn't played 7, but he has played quite a few of the other ones, and 10 is his favorite. I'm very curious what I'll think of 8 though, because of how divisive it is, right? Like there's some people who either really fuck with that game, and there are others who don't. They're like, the junction system's weird, and then like the story was incomplete, and there's like weird shit going on. Like Squall isn't that, he's kind of like a wet blanket. But I'll see what I think. Like that's the beauty of FF, is it's just the epitome of it, but really that principle holds true for every FF game. Like you'll either really like it or not like it at all. Like I've seen some wackos, which I don't mean no disrespect by that, but I say this as a FF7 diehard. But I have seen some wackos who are like, yeah, FF7's trash. Yo, PDA! Thank you so much, man, for the resub with Prime. Really do appreciate that. Yeah, thank you guys for the support tonight. I really do appreciate it. And a lot of awesome folks turning up and hanging out and just vibing, because we're not doing anything in particular. I'm just like sitting here gushing over games I like, and you guys are putting up with that, so I really do appreciate it. Yeah, the junction system. Story is wonderful. It just followed up the impossible task of beating. Exactly. That's what I think it is. I suspect that's what it is, even though I haven't played the game. I think that like FF7 set such a high like precedent, and it set the standard and the bar so high that there was no way it was going to be able to live up to it, right? And I guess like 8 kind of like brought the expectations down a lot, and then 9 kind of like was really good. Maybe not 7 level. For a lot of people it was, and was even better arguably. Again, it's all subjective, but it was definitely like for a lot of people way better than 8. So it was like, oh shit, okay, 9 is also pretty goated. I don't know if it's possible, but I know what would be the best to start 2025. Let's go on. Hey, the doggo tax. All right, let's do it. Let's. I'm gonna go get Lake. He is deep in his slumber, but he will be deep in his slumber on my lap, I'd imagine. Hopefully, like last time, that was like surprisingly comfortable having him on stream when I was playing through Mario and Luigi, and Pickle redeemed that. So here's hoping we can get a repeat of history. All right. Look who I kidnapped, who was in the process of drinking H2O. He actually wasn't asleep. What are you doing up past your bedtime? What you doing, huh? Here, wait. Let me get the doggo cam. He's actually so chill, just like last time. And you kind of love to see it, I'm not gonna lie. I think, like, the year before last... What's up? How's it going? How's it going, little boy? Here, wait, let me get this. Where be the doggo cam? Wait, do I not? Wait. Did delete it by accident? Here, wait. It's somehow not even plugged in. What? I'm having my little webcam. No. I'm so confused. It makes it easier. I have like literally a doggo cam where it makes it easier to see him. Okay, but that's fine. We can just full screen this. Give you the full screen premium view of the man, the myth, the Link, the hero of Hyrule. Oh god. Simmer down. Don't have a kingdom to save. Not this time. Just have a chair to chill in and a chat to say hello to. Say hi, Link. It's so hard to turn him around here. I can turn myself around. Modern problems require modern solutions. Here, real dog in front of fake dog. Real dog reveal. Say hello, Link. Actually, so chill, man. I think it's just that he's like gotten older. I remember like I've had him on stream before. Yeah, he's just a wise, chill old man at this point. Remember when I used to have him on stream? He would not be able to sit still. Just not even on stream, but if I had to like prop him up here, he would just be all over the place. Like squirming and wanting to get down and stuff, but he's become like way more receptive in recent years, like the older he's gotten. Ivy turns 8 soon, blows my mind. Same, man. This guy turns... he turned 9 in October. He's gonna turn 10 this year. It's crazy how it's been literally like close to 10 years. It's gonna be 10 years later this year. That I've had him. That he's existed. Essentially. Yo, what's up, Danzilla? Welcome to the chat, dude. I come bearing dad jokes. Those are the best kind of jokes there are. And Happy New Year. Welcome on in. Having a chill old stream today. Just talking about games and stuff and fun 2024 highlights. But thanks for checking out the channel. What did the bra say to the hat? Go on ahead. Lift these two. Haha, that's actually a pretty good one. I should also mention, because we were talking about Mario and Luigi Brothership, a game that I played in 2024. If you guys like dad jokes and puns, that game is like a gold mine worth of that kind of stuff. Absolutely is. But yeah, thank you for stopping in, everyone, hanging out. Appreciate you guys tonight. I will go back here to browsing, and I'll make sure I set up. That's unfortunate that I don't have my doggo cam set up somehow on tonight's stream. I don't know what happened with that. Maybe it's hang on. Hold there for a bit. I'm gonna check if it's plugged in. I don't know. It is plugged in to my computer. I'm not able to detect it via OBS, the little webcam that is a bit lower than my main camera. So we can just like see Link hanging out. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It is what it is though. I'll make sure it's set up for next time. Link will reveal his derpy countenance as best he can while sitting in the main camera, main face cam. What do you say if you lost 25% of your roof? Oof. Oh shit, I like that one. Damn, that's a good one. That has 4 letters and 25%. So it's just oof. That's actually one of the most creative ones I've seen. Let's go. Okay. So I'm actually gonna let Link go because I really think he wants to get down actually. But thank you for joining the stream, Link. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. The hero of Hyrule himself. Yeah, let me let him out. Go, let's go. All right. Okay, let's finish up here with the 2024 recap. We're kind of reaching the end. So I remember like after Mario and Luigi, yeah, we went into what was Black Ops 6. Like I said, we played a bit of Left 4 Dead with Pickle and Momo. It was really fun. Or no, we didn't play with Momo, but maybe we could do that one day. I know he plays the game too. We were talking about it. But Black Ops 6. Now this I have a lot to say about. And I'm going to come to a conclusion of this game that might be a little bit surprising to you. It might not be, considering what my viewpoint on this game was before I played it. So Black Ops 6, going into it, and I was pretty vocal about this, right? Because I've been asked multiple times before this game came out whether I would be playing it or not. I was asking myself the same question, honestly. And I was largely leaning towards the answer being no. Reason being that, like most people, I had gotten Mondo burned out of Call of Duty. And while I did really enjoy, because for context, I'm like big into the zombies mode first and foremost in Call of Duty. I played ever since like Black Ops 1 and peaked with Black Ops 3. That's my favorite game and implementation of the game mode. Despite me liking Cold War in 2020 and streaming it a whole bunch, I did not end up liking the direction it was going. I played the second map with my friend and it just didn't hit. I thought it left a lot to be desired, and I didn't find myself being excited whatsoever for map number 3 and beyond, so I didn't play any of those. But the groundwork was there. There were elements there that like Treyarch put in that genuinely made Cold War enjoyable, and I hadn't had that much fun in a long time. Like I had played Black Ops 4 after BO3 expecting the same highs, but it was very disappointing in a lot of ways. Despite there being some good spots. And then Cold War fixed a lot of those largely, but they took away a lot of the ambition with the maps, I felt like. Die Machine I could kind of understand because that was like the first map, but then I was like, with the second one, it felt a little bit less ambitious than Die Machine, and I was like, okay, it's clear they're not putting in a lot of time and resources into zombies this time around. So I kind of gave it the back seat, and I didn't think I would be back for BO6, especially after hearing all the issues with the 2 games in between with the Modern Warfares and how Infinity Ward kind of botched zombies with MW3 and all that. I didn't have any high hopes for Treyarch zombies, like the actual, you know, go-to goats at making zombies with Black Ops 6 in 2024. Then I actually heard good things. I heard good things from people who thought the same things that I did about Black Ops historically and zombies historically in the state that it was in. And I was like, oh, you know what? Let me give it a shot. And I did. And I played a bit of Terminus. I played a bit of Liberty Falls. I wasn't fully bought into it quite immediately. But after my like first 7 or 8 games, I gave it a bit of time, and it really helps that there was like a directed mode, and there is rather a directed mode to like walk you through the map as quickly and efficiently as possible, get you to know everything there is to do and stuff. And this is something I wish was there from like way longer ago. That is like such a great addition already. After like getting acclimated with the maps really fast, I was like, shit, okay, this seems like a nice blend of that heyday of zombies that I've been missing for a long time with Black Ops 3 and the stuff they added in the Cold War to kind of like make the experience more enjoyable than BO4, at least, for damn sure, right? It seemed like a really nice blend of the two, and I've been picking up on that way more as I've been going through, you know, more Black Ops 6 zombies. And it's to the point now where this is like pretty much the only game I've really been hardcore playing off stream, at least, and that I have been playing a good bit on stream as of late as well. And I want to keep that going, man. Like I feel like for the first time in a very long time, I have a good thing going here with Black Ops 6 Zombies. I feel like I've been more back than ever with BO Zombies. Like, it's been fun doing the Easter eggs on, like, the Easter eggs are more fun than they've been in many years, that's for sure. The steps are cool. There's like storyline significance to them. There's like relevance, and it's not just you doing random shit like shooting shit floating in the sky to make something happen. Like, there's actual proper progression. The steps make sense. They're fun to do. The boss fights are awesome. Liberty Falls is actually a pretty solid bonus map. It's probably one of the best ones I've ever seen at the start of a zombies at the start of a Call of Duty experience, close to the, like, you know, the beginning of the zombies lifespan and everything. And I can't wait to do more of this kind of shit. Like, just do challenges like around 100 runs, grinding more towards Nebula camo, you know, doing more Easter eggs and more maps that are coming out. And right now is a great time to be a fan again, because there's speculation that the next map is going to be Origins, or some kind of rendition of Origins after the Citadel map, which, by the way, was really fun. Like, they've been making really good decisions when it comes to zombies this year around. Like, Citadel is a great example. We can talk about it. How they brought, like, elemental wonder weapons back, one for each player. Kind of like the stats of Horizon. That's my favorite map of all time. But this concept now, if your melee weapon being its own third thing, you can pull out and you can, like, use it as a dedicated thing of its own. Them applying that to the swords and you being able to have like a melee sword on top of your two guns, I thought was like an awesome decision. And like things like that are just really cool. And the way that the perks are back, and it's not like some weird BO4 shit. And the way you can like modify them. So they did kind of put in some BO4 DNA there, but in a way that makes sense and is cool. I think they made a lot of really good decisions this time around with zombies, and I'm looking forward to the future of it, man. And so much so that I would say that this is actually, surprisingly, this has turned out to be one of my favorite gaming experiences of the year. I would absolutely put this up here in my grid. No shit. Like, now it's gonna be interesting, like, ranking this. I don't know where I would put this. I'm tempted to put it somewhere up here because of recency bias. It's been a while since I played these other games, but these are so damn good, so I think they should stay there. I think I would put it like here, though. Definitely a little bit more enjoyable than Sparking Zero, because if I had to choose between these two games to play, I would rather play this one right now. Sparking Zero has a little bit less staying power for me. Like, I'll log on, maybe play like a few matches, but that's it. But Black Ops 6, I'm gonna see myself logging on, doing the dailies, grinding camos, maybe doing like a high round thing. Maybe hitting someone else up to play. Like, I can see myself logging in more hours into this game and trying to get more done with this game. Despite my attachment to Dragon Ball and how good Sparking Zero was. Yeah, I for sure think this is a good spot for BO6 for me. I've been having a lot of fun with it. 100%. I'm glad you gave it a shot, sir. That's how I found you. Hell yeah. And listen, like, some of the best community moments this year, and one of the things that has driven me towards being more of a social streamer, which historically I haven't really been, and I've talked about this, like in the past I've done more single player stuff. One of the things that has like got me out of that a little bit has been Black Ops 6. I largely have this game to thank for like being able to engage with the community a whole bunch, like playing a bunch of matches with Pickle or like, you know, Momo as well. And I like met so many cool people too, like yourself, Joker. It's been great. And I can't wait for more of that kind of stuff, because we're only just getting started with Black Ops 6, right? And zombies and everything like that. Yeah, the stream together thing was awesome. The 2 times that I did stream together for the very first time was through Black Ops 6. That first time with Momo, and then again with you, Joker. It was very cool. So many like cool new things I've gotten to do in the channel. So yeah, it absolutely is just right that it's up here, because this game has done a lot for me this year on Twitch. No doubt about it. So yeah, Black Ops 6 has been an awesome time, and I can't wait to see what they cook next with the future maps. And I think, was there anything else? I think that was it, guys. I think we're actually at the end. Then we checked out the Game Awards together, which is super fun, as it always is every year. And again, I think the 2 highlights for me were definitely Elden Ring Night Rain and Witcher 4. Those are some pretty cool reveals. And of course, Rebirth winning Best Soundtrack. Unfortunately, it didn't win Best Game. That went to Astrobot, but I've heard really good things about it. And hey, I actually want to kind of play that game myself. That's on my backlog. So that might be one of the next streams I do. Might check out Astrobot. Could be kind of fun. See what the fun's all about. See the game of the year in action. What else did we do? We played Marvel Rivals for the first time. I gotta maybe log some more hours into that for sure. That's the last time I played it was freaking, wow, 21 days ago at this point. Jesus. It's been that long. Yeah, I've got to play a bit more Marvel Rivals for sure. It's been kind of cool. Watching some Citadel gameplay here too. Yeah, like I said, I was playing some Citadel off stream the other day, and I got to around 96. So I would love to maybe like in the near future do another run of it on stream this time, and maybe like finally get to around 100, because around 100 strat on this map is actually really easy with the Lion Sword. There's an even faster one with like the rocket launcher, but there's a really cool Lion Sword strat that I don't know if a lot of people know about. I know a popular one is the rocket launcher one, so it would be kind of cool to show that on stream. And then yeah, I played Terraria towards the end of the year with Tuesday. That was fun. Like I said, I really want to do more of these kind of like collab streams going forward, more of these social streams. Just celebrating certain events and doing so with the community. Gotta love that vibe. And this was the last stream I did was actually with Joker here, where we went to around 100 in Liberty Falls. Hell yeah. I don't know that strat, but sword strat burr exactly. The sword strat is broken. It'd be kind of cool if we could do Citadel together as well. I don't know how we would do that though on like 2 players, because one of us wouldn't have the sword. Or I guess maybe we could both camp behind Pack-a-Punch and one could be behind the other player with the other sword or something. Yeah, that guy's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. Like you might be vaguely familiar with this Joker character, right? I don't know, just a hunch. Your names are kind of similar. Yeah, this is a good stream. And here we are now. Streamception. This is us in the now. We made it, guys. That was our 2024 recap of everything that went down downtown here on the Irritable Indian Twitch channel. Yeah, to close, these are my favorite games of the year. Rebirth is absolutely my game of the year. Spent a lot of time talking about it, rightfully so, on tonight's stream. It's a very FF7 coded year for sure. Like we have New Threat up here as well, the modded FF7 playthrough, which I'm still doing. Some really nice horror games that we went through, like Silent Hill 2, Resident Evil. Wukong was an unexpected hit, was freaking awesome. Shadow of the Year treated as expected was great. Black Ops 6, again, another like unexpected hit for me personally. Sparking Zero, a hugely anticipated game, did not disappoint. And also another unexpected hit, Final Fantasy IV. Shit. Pretty solid year overall. And to close, give the YouTube some love as well. Like I said, I largely reviewed every single one of these games this year. Mainly did review content, some reactions as well. And to kind of recap my YouTube situation, guys, I am not entirely abandoning the channel. I am stepping away from it. It's kind of a difference. What I am, like, I don't want to use the word abandoning, but kind of like putting to bed for the foreseeable future are these reviews, because they're just very time consuming. Even though they're like so fun to do, I cannot find the time. I don't have the hours off stream anymore. It's just the sad reality that I got to kind of face. I will, however much I can, make these like reaction highlights from either the streams, or maybe I'll like react off stream to stuff that comes up and continue making these from time to time. They're very like easy to do, fast to make, fun to do. Maybe some updates like Rebirth Works, or like take some stream highlights and upload them. I'll do some stuff like that as well. I'll continue to do those. But yeah, this is the update video where I kind of broke the news that the meat and potatoes of the YouTube channel, I am kind of done with, like the review videos and stuff. But like I said in the title, it's been fun, guys, and I got nothing to say, but I just really do appreciate the hell out of anyone who stopped by the YouTube channel, dropped comments, watched some of the reviews in any way, shape, or form. Doesn't matter if you watched like a minute of any of these videos or the full things, or if you dropped a like, you didn't drop a like. If you engaged in any way with this channel, I just want to say a big thank you. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, here's hoping that maybe someday in the future, like, I bring back this channel in some way and start doing some like substantial, like cool shit with it again. But for 2025 and beyond, the plan is I'm mainly just going to be here on Twitch, right? Like what we did today, like going through this recap of 2024 and looking at my favorite games and all of that of the year. Normally I would have made a YouTube video out of it, but today I streamed it, and that's what I'm going to do more of. Like these things I would normally have made videos on, I'll do streams about, and I'll hang out here with you guys live. And I thought for a first time doing it today, this was honestly really fun, and it went really well. I hope you guys feel the same. I hope you guys had fun too. Just like hanging out here chatting about our favorite games and stuff of the year. I had a lot of fun with it, and I'm really hoping to do more stuff like this for sure. Time to go hit up your YouTube and engage as much as possible. That is not necessary, but I really do appreciate it, Joker. Thank you, man. It's pretty much a dead channel now, but that is very, very kind of you. Not at all required. And I apologize, Soul. I missed that, man. Heading off to sleep. You have a good night and a good stream, bro. Dude, have a great night, Soul. I really do appreciate you dropping in tonight and hanging out for a hot minute and just chilling, vibing. Yeah, like I said, we're just talking about our favorite games and stuff. It was a pleasure having you, man. And I'm definitely going to check out your, like a part of your Mario, your Super Paper Mario blindfolded run. Right, that's what it was. I'll definitely have a look at that. Also, I am so sorry, Denzela. I missed your dad joke. I got pulled over by a cop. He looked at my ID and said, "You're supposed to have glasses." I said, "I have contacts." He said, "I don't care. It was in your phone book." That's a good one. I laughed. Very nice. I appreciate this. Talking about the swords, they can now 2-hit zombies at once. All swords got a buff besides Soleil's. It was nerf. Well, yeah, I did hear about the Soleil's nerf. That how like it, when it gets armor back, it gets only like 1% back or something like that. It reduces the amount of armor you get back per hit, if I'm not mistaken. Kind of blows. Maybe it's still really good though. I haven't seen it in action post nerf. Yeah. But thank you guys. Yeah, I'm just making sure I got all the messages here in the chat. It was fun having Link come on too. Wish I had the other webcam working though, so he could have hung out for longer. But yeah, he seemed to want to like get down and go to bed. So yeah, I think what's the time? It's already 4, man. I actually did not anticipate this going on for 6 freaking hours. I'll tell you that. But I'm not mad that it did. This is a really, really fun stream of just like kicking back and just celebrating the awesome year of streaming that and game playing essentially that was 2024. And it's gonna be kind of awesome. Like, here's hoping we can be back here next year doing the same thing after an awesome year of gaming in 2025 and just streaming and seeing what happens and what we end up doing. So far, Soleil seems good, but using it on directed. So, oh, true, directed mode's out for Citadel. I didn't realize that. I don't know how it is at high rounds. Last time I used it, like 2 or 3 days ago off stream when I was still recovering from being sick, it was like pretty busted. I got to like 96, and I just got unlucky and I went down because I messed up the timing on certain abilities and stuff. Like, I should have used my mutant injection, and I was like running from a horde and trying to get back in my corner, and I stupidly thought to myself, oh, I'll save my mutant injection, I won't use it now. I should have, and then I downed and like I lost everything, and I goofed up on the way back to the Wonder Fizz. So I just about, like, I was almost at round 100, but unfortunately I choked. But it wasn't because of the sword for sure. Like, it was some other stupid stuff that happened. But when I was using the sword, like, I had no reason to believe it wouldn't take me beyond, like, if I wanted to, in theory, like 900 or something, you know? New AFK mode and directed, so I'm doing that overnight to unlock Cleaver and free XP, because why not? That is a valid idea. That is a good idea, my friend. Yeah, I was thinking of playing some BO6 tonight, but I didn't anticipate this going on for as long as it did, and it's already like 4 and it's like 6 hours, so I think we'll end it at this. This ended up being a nice just chatting stream, and the next stream maybe I'll play some zombies, we'll see, or I came up with some ideas for what else I could play while looking through all this tonight that I mentioned, like maybe some more Enter the Gungeon that I remembered, or going back to my Final Fantasy marathon. I'll see. Like, I'll think about it and I'll keep you guys posted and announce what the next stream is going to be and everything. One thing I will say, and I think I mentioned this at the start of the stream, in general, guys, I don't know if I'm going to be streaming as frequently as last year. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming as frequently. I don't know if I'll have as reliable of a schedule, because this year is going to be very busy for me off stream. It already has kind of started, and so I won't be here as much as I have been in the past. This is like the first year of me streaming in all 5 years that things are going to be pretty radically different, you know, between like no longer doing YouTube stuff, not really having a schedule much anymore, and just having so much going on off stream that in the past I never really had. Like, I was able to balance my off stream stuff with streaming reasonably well. This time that's not the case. Yeah, I'm gonna be spending a lot of time streaming, so, or a lot less time streaming. So yeah, expect that, but I'll still be around. I'll still aim for like at least 2 to 3 streams per week. And I'm gonna try and keep things structured. Like, multiplayer streams of the weekends and single player stuff of the weekdays. But it's kind of like all tentative to now. We'll play it by ear and go from there. But yeah, guys, thank you so much. I enjoy the just chatting. Should do it more often, to be honest. You're good at it. I appreciate that, man. And it was fun. Yeah, and I know Pickle was really looking forward to this kind of stream for a long time, the just chatting streams. He's been recommending it to me for a while, and I finally did it. This is actually my very first time doing this category ever in the history of me streaming. And it was fun. I really enjoyed it for sure. And I really do appreciate everyone tuning in and the company, and just like having this chill time of like, we weren't just strictly doing the 2024 recap. We had these moments where like we checked out each other's clips and stuff and gushed over video game music in general. Just didn't only have to be about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It was a really nice like social experience, and it'll be fun to do more of these for sure. I agree. There were so many folks this time around, and it's becoming more and more like this, which is crazy that it's like hard to shout out everyone. But I know there's Joker. We had Denzilla drop into with some dad jokes, legend. Trax, as always, my man. Soul was here for a good minute too. Thank you so much, dude. Pickle, Alex Ramosa dropped in. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I think we also had a resub from, yeah, a couple resubs. One from PDA and also one from Flamin' at the beginning. Thank you so much, man. I'll see you guys very soon. Probably sometime this coming week around the same time. Let's say like 9 Eastern. I'll still aim to like go live around 9 Eastern, unless I'm like pretty zapped and I want to stream earlier or something like that, or have something going on the next day. But as always, I'll keep you posted about what the plans are and what we're gonna play. So stay tuned for that. But guys, that's been the stream. That's been 2024. Hell of a year. Thank you all so much for not just the support on the stream, but since the very beginning as well. Hang on. What happened to the music? There we go. Yeah, thank you so much for the support from the beginning and the start of the year, like throughout the entirety of the year. Really does mean the world to me. This is the most fun thing I've ever done, and we're just gonna keep the dream alive. We're gonna keep the dream alive. We're gonna keep it going, and there are gonna be more things to come, bigger and better things. And yeah, I can't wait for all of it. So thanks for joining me on the ride. Hope to see you down the line on more awesome memories we're gonna make. And yeah, I'll catch you all on the flip-flop. Thank you for the stream, sir. Wish I could have caught more of it. No, you're good, dude. Like, thank you so much for being here, man. Joker, honestly, like, not just this stream, but all the recent ones I've been doing as well, man. Like, I really do appreciate the company, you hanging out, tuning in, just joining with the good vibes. Really do appreciate it. So yeah, thank you, man. And have yourself a damn good one. Yeah, take care of yourselves, guys. And I'll see you all very soon. But until then, as always, keep on keeping on.